Welcome, everyone, to day number 8 of Leadership Week. It is my joy and pleasure to be the one to get to say welcome to the live feed for the Los Angeles Tribune, and to do so with Ava, our editor-in-chief for the Los Angeles Tribune, and our chief operating officer, the amazing and talented Parisa Rose. Good morning, ladies. Are we ready to rock and roll?
I am so proud of you, Jason, opening us on day 8. I was sharing all of our different places where we're live: Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, LinkedIn, as you opened it. So thank you for opening for us, Jason. You know, one of the things that really inspires me for all of our audience who's joining us, one thing that inspires me is Jason said last year I was just commenting, on in the audience, and today I am pushing buttons in production, and now he has introduced an open day 8. That is how we roll in the Los Angeles Tribune community. So very, very proud of you, Annie Boone, Lori, Daniela, who's been with us the whole week. We've got a whole community around the world that's been with us. So I'm excited for day 8. Parisa, how are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing so well. It is so good to be here with both of you. And for all of those that are listening, welcome to day 8 of the Los Angeles Tribune Leadership Week 2025. To say day 8, we actually made it. Not that we wouldn't have, but it's also been such a really rich week, or rich last 7 days, right? We get one last full day we've got some really incredible people today. I mean, I know we say that every day, but it's true. We say that every day because it's relevant, and it's relevant today as well. I love the reflection that Jason shared with us about last year, like where he was at, because a lot of my, part of my story is similar-ish, not necessarily with pushing the buttons in the tech end of this broadcast, but in the sense of learning from a lot of the speakers that we've had over the years, and being able to now interview them and host them and be alongside them. It's truly remarkable. So it is just a testament to that this whole entire process is about growth. It's about introspection and, really allowing yourself to elevate yourself from the inside out as a leader. So this is exciting.
Oh, absolutely. And since it is day 8, I want to take the opportunity to recognize our CEO. Morocco had the vision of LA Leadership Week. I'm like, we've got Fashion Week. In my part, we've got Shark Week. My kids used to watch Shark Week all week, and to this day my second son could not get in the water because of Shark Week. So what would LA Leadership Week do, right? Like, what would Leadership Week, having a full 8 days of leadership, do in people's subconscious, in their up leveling, in their inner game? So I'm excited for how this is impacting the world. Continue to share, continue to comment, tag people, because there's so much good. And of course, we want to acknowledge our executive producer, who does a lot of things, not the executive producer who does nothing, right? Mary Glorfield, thank you so much. Our VP Michael Silvers, our Chief Strategy Officer Alicia Magnus Lewis. There's so many people to thank. It's a whole community and a whole team behind our tech genius, Jeff Ross, and support Daniel Rousseau. So many. So wanted to start that, and we're going to be thanking them all day because this is commencement day, day 8. But for now, Parisa, let me have you introduce our next speaker that we're bringing in, because I know that you've been around the circles where you've been reading his books and listening also to his teachings. And we're going to have the opportunity, Mo, me, Alicia, no, not Alicia, who else will be interviewing, but we'll be interviewing this leader for decades already of leadership.
Well, thank you so much, Ava. And our first speaker of the day is really someone that's familiar face here at the Los Angeles Tribune, and someone that is not just familiar here, but is pretty much familiar globally, I would like to say. And that is Mark and Crystal Hansen. So Mark Victor Hansen, you are familiar with him. For Jason, can we list any and all of the books? I mean, he is a legend in his own right, is he not? A publishing legend, and truly he is one of the most, I'd like to say, genuine people that really has come across and joined our community here at the Los Angeles Tribune. Jason, what would you say?
That's really true about those, especially that have written books and have read for a long time, and you'll get to see that when Mark Victor Hansen in his background there. There's so many books. It's like talking to Dr. Joe Vitale, who's written 90 plus and lost count. There's the wisdom, it just flows, it just shows up in the moment, and we can just relax and absorb and allow it to happen. And we've been able to do that in so many different places, and this interview is another one of those where folks can really pull away a lot of incredible things. That's how we work here at the Los Angeles Tribune. We are going to make sure that what we're doing on our behalf to bring to you is something that lands and makes things work in your favor, because that's what leadership is all about. So let's get into this incredible interview, and thank you for joining us and getting day number 8 rocking and rolling.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
And welcome back live and direct back to Leadership Week 2025, where we have brought about 200 speakers that are discussing leading your life and leading your business over a record-setting 8 days straight. Of course, some of the headline speakers this year include the likes of Gene Simmons, Dean Graziosi, and our friend Mark Victor Hansen. Now, many people here in this community know that Mark is an advisor to the Los Angeles Tribune, to me personally, helping guide us, helping direct us in the right direction with his experience and wisdom. And most people like to introduce him as an author. I personally don't like doing that, because to me, Mark Victor Hansen is an industrialist. And there is a distinction between being an author or a speaker and being an industrialist. You see, an industrialist is somebody that has created an industry. And when we examine the personal development industry in the modern era, what it's become today, you can trace it back to the work of this gentleman, Mark Victor Hansen, largely to the work of this gentleman and other pioneers. So I consider Mark Victor Hansen to be an industrialist, the same way that Andrew Carnegie was for steel. Mark Victor Hansen is for thought leadership. So Mark, I want to welcome you back on our platform and welcome you to Leadership Week 2025.
Listen, I'm always excited to be with you and the whole team, Mo. And I got to tell you that is a very loving introduction, because I really believe Andrew Carnegie. I'm taking my kids to New York in a short time when they get out of school. My grandkids, Crystal and I are, and it's amazing. We're going to Andy's house, and Andrew Carnegie had the biggest house in New York at the time. Was the richest man in the world at the time, sort of like Elon Musk is now. And when you go there, the first thing it says, no man can get rich without enriching all others. And the second one is authors, it could be thinkers, thought leaders, are the wealth of the nation. And it's interesting that leadership is about thought leadership, self-leadership of yourself before you can lead others. Andrew Carnegie, got together a little group of 12 people and then built this giant steel company that built the railroads that when Rockefeller tried to take the steel business away from him, all it is you're never out of money. You're just out of good thinking. And he came up with a new idea. He built the first high rise called the Empire State Building, just took it from building just the railroads that he shipped oil on to now building high rise buildings, because and Elon shows this as the greatest business leader with $8 billion companies and lots of critics, because anytime you're that big, the people that don't work criticize those of us who do.
Yeah, it's actually quite amazing the amount of jostling that takes place just because you want to make the world a better place or be successful. It's a very fascinating thing. I want to actually go there with you, Mark.
Sure.
You've experienced a business explosion in the positive sense when Chicken Soup for the Soul became a part of American pop culture. And when something like that happens, when that level of growth happens, when that level of success happens in a short period of time, people are going to not be happy with you, even though you're not taking anything away from them. You know, like I didn't walk down and throw a cup of hot tea in anyone's face in my life, but some people sometimes act that way because they see success. How do people deal with that, especially some entrepreneurs that are maybe new to that? Maybe they're new to success. Maybe they haven't gotten used to people being bothered by their success. How do the entrepreneurs that are climbing and experiencing what people call haters, what's your advice to that?
Well, by the way, there's always going to be some small percentage of haters. And what you got to do is prepare and watch what the other leaders do. And what the really good ones say, look, everyone in what I study is I'm an absolutist for free speech. So you're allowed to make your argument, but then you got to shut up and listen to what my rebuttal is or what my statement is or what my thinking is. Because, the people I listen to, like Alon and Alex Cross and Jensen Wong and all those people, there are people in the audience that are now paid for by a really bad apple, a bad actor in our world who I think is going to go to jail pretty quick. So I'll leave his name out of it. I think there's a lot of bad actors, but Jim Rohn and I traveled the world together, and Jim Rohn, you see, there's one really bad guy, but he moves around a lot.
Right. Same guy.
Yeah, same guy. Well, there are a couple of them, but the fact of the matter is that you got to be above all that, and you got to go, because you're going to get some rejection. And the guy I talked to yesterday, the world's biggest guy in life insurance, where I trained for years, he's 92 years old right now. And what he said is that my middle name is a rejection. And that's true. That's why, because he was willing to ask everybody to buy life insurance, whether they could afford it or not wasn't his issue. They all needed it as far as he was concerned, and he was just a purveyor of it. In my case, I'm the purveyor of great, inspiring books that are heart-touching, soul-penetrating, and are going to take you to your next level if you're willing to read, study, think about, and then apply.
My middle name is Rejection. Another gentleman who I look up to, Haim Saban. Yep. He's the gentleman that, of course, is best known for bringing the Power Rangers franchise to the United States. He also famously said, my middle name is Rejection. It seems to be a theme with very successful people. The idea of embracing rejection. I mean, I'm sure the first publishing company you reached out to didn't roll a red carpet for you right away. I'm sure it took a couple. Rejections to get to that yes. And behind you, you have, of course, the fantastic book, which we highly recommend, a Los Angeles Tribune best-selling book, co-authored by you and Crystal Hansen, called Ask. And the concept of asking,
right here, sorry,
that side, yes. The concept of asking will inevitably lead to what people interpret as rejection. But yet, the principle of asking and asking and asking. Let's talk a little bit about that before I bring in a couple of our co-hosts in about 5 minutes here.
Well, first of all, Jack and I got rejected 144 times, and we said, look, you got to have one clean four-letter word emblazoned in your heart, mind, and soul. It's NEXT, next. Because there's somebody out there that wants to synchronize with you, get a Vulcan mind meld, create a mastermind, do more good things than ever before, like you and I have colleague, allianced, whatever you want to call it, and we're doing great things together that are popularly invisible, but the results are there, and that's all that counts. You know people by the results. Crystal and I wrote this wondrous book called Ask, and what we said is, look, this is such a little word, 3 letters, ASK, ask, seek, and know. And what happens is most people don't know that there are 3 channels. You got to ask yourself, you got to ask others, you got to ask God. And when I was bankrupt and upside down, the first thing I did is I said, oh God, what do I do here? What do you want me to do now that I lost $2 million in one day and I checked out a book out of the library, How to Go Bankrupt by Yourself, and I did. But I'm sleeping in front of a sleeping bag in front of another guy's room in Hicksville, Long Island, New York for 6 months. So I was not styling and profiling, I promise. Anyhow, I said, what do you want me to do? And he said, no, what do you want to do? And I said, I want to talk to people that care about things that matter, that would make a life-changing difference. And the next morning I went to my roommates, 3 guys at breakfast. I said, hey guys, how do you know anyone young that's not a white-haired cotton top like me, not a Broadway star, not a celebrity, not a lawyer, doctor, that's making money as a professional speaker? And the guy said, yeah, here's my ticket, go out to Hauppauge, Long Island, New York. The guy's name was Chip Collins. The audience was in the doldrums. Interest rates were at 18%, so no real estate was selling, and he was doing 500 people in a real estate meeting. In 3 hours, he took them from below the water to above, so they were all beating on their chest, went out. I asked, I said, Chip, can I take you to lunch? He said, what do you want, kid? His voice was burned out because he'd been shouting and screaming and laughing and having a ball. And I said, I want to do what you do. He says, look, kid, go do a real job. This isn't going to make it. It's too hard. And I said, let me decide that. Long story short, he told me I asked him, what's the market I can go after? He said, the life insurance, the bottomless pit for motivation. It'll never run out. There are 1,800 companies, hundreds of thousands of agents. I did it and, trained everybody literally around the world in the life insurance business. The only mistake I made, because Chip didn't recommend it, I didn't think it through. I always got a fee and then sold a lot of product and made millions and millions. And the first year I sold a little book here. I thought I had it to show you. I do. They said, boy, you're a storyteller. Do you have a book? And I wrote Stand Up, Speak Out and Win. Not available anymore, but we sold it for $10 cash because there were no credit cards back in 1974. People can't believe that. We sold 20,000 copies to itty bitty audiences. I did 4 talks a day. Breakfasts, middle morning, lunch, and late at night, sometimes 8 o'clock. But we sold 20,000 copies in a year, 10,000. I made $200,000. Well, that's like $2 million today. And everyone says, well, you didn't really do that. I said, no, I did. And Tony Robbins did 1,000 talks a year. I did. We're friends. Most people won't work. They say, well, sprinkle pixie dust on me. I said, there's no such things. You decide to have a gigantic plan. You have a moonshot, or today, thanks to Elon Musk, we have Mars shots. And then you go out and accomplish great things. And I've sold 500 million books, starting with this little book. But yes, a lot of rejection. Yes, I'm thankful for everyone that rejected me because it made me stronger. And I just kept going until I found somebody that wanted to accept what I had to share and sell.
A side note, as I hear you talk about the longevity of your career, to the best of my knowledge, the idea of compilation books is a uniquely Mark Victor Hansen idea. Today, so many people are doing compilation books, and it's become like this big business, the business of compilation books. But I've never heard you give yourself credit for it. So I just wanted to point that out. The next time someone watching this gets invited to a compilation book, including some of the projects we do, we always give Mark Victor Hansen credit. That the idea of entrepreneurs and speakers being published authors by writing one simple chapter is a uniquely Mark Victor Hansen concept at the scope that it's become. So we just want to, here at the LA Tribune, make sure we're preserving history the proper way, particularly in industries that are oftentimes not really studied the way that they should be. Moving on to today's world, before we bring in some of our co-hosts. Today's world, I know you've mentioned Elon a few times. I'm very optimistic about the future of the United States. I'm very optimistic about the future of the world. I don't believe in doom and gloom. I don't believe that the sky is falling. I actually think overall we're heading in a good direction in terms of the state of our planet and the state of our species and the state of the possibilities that exist via AI, what that can do for the medical industry. Once the human body becomes digitized, it changes the game in terms of medical treatment, in terms of home care with robots, humanoid robots. These are things that maybe the visionary George Lucas was using his imagination for decades ago, but today you don't need to use your imagination. You can actually just look at the research and developments of some of the biggest tech companies and see things that resemble C3PO and R2D2 and even beyond those, right? Yep, and absolutely. So what is your outlook for the next few years for our country, for the world, on a human level?
We're going into a golden age. When I was in graduate school, the smartest guy on the planet, Einstein's best student, my teacher, Dr. Bucky Fuller, said, look, if you want fundamental abundance, you got to have technology. And the technology has evolved. And now it's evolving so fast with everything you said, AI and AGI. And I say everybody's got to study it at least a half hour a day just to keep up. And then say, how does that apply to my business, my industry, my world? And because it is massively changing absolutely everything. I mean, tomorrow morning, I'm having breakfast with 2 guys that have got the way to print 3D livers and 3D hearts that are transferable now. We're in a very exciting time because they take out your liver cells, make a new liver cell and put it back in you. Now, no longer stealing body parts like they do in China, no longer, having to die. So we've got longevity on our side. If you live long enough, you hit what Peter Diamandis and Dr. Kurzweil say is escape velocity. So for the first time, you can live long and prosper, nano, but you can do it because you've got awareness and you go create wealth. And obviously I wrote the book on, how to do that. I created more millionaires, I think, than anyone with 1 Minute Millionaire with Bob Allen. according to the stuff that, we get stacks of letters every day and emails and texts saying, I just got your book. And we just are getting into 20 years later. We wrote the book 20 years ago, and it's just getting into a poor country called Greece. They just bought it for everyone. And in Vietnam, and you go, this is amazing. It's been around that long, and they're buying all the licenses for it. So, God bless. So we're going into the most exciting time. If you're awake, alive, and enthusiastic and reading positive stuff, watching great stuff that comes out of the creations that you've got with these 200 superstars, every one of them want to help elevate you to the highest heights of your own potential.
Absolutely. And I'm going to go ahead and invite some guest co-hosts to join us here at the halfway point of our conversation here with legendary Mark Victor Hansen. And I'm going to go ahead and kick it off to Ava while I take a step back, and I'll be joining us as we conclude this half an hour with the American industrialist, Mark Victor Hansen. And I want people to remember, when he starts getting introduced as that, just remember it was Mo that started that trend. Ava, back to you.
Thank you so much, Mo. And Mark, what an honor to be with you today. One of the things that I know you really have accomplished is having the Guinness World Record for 3 titles in the publishing world, and one of them being having the most number of New York Times bestseller in one, at any one time. And the last time we interviewed you were talking about Maya Angelou saying you're hogging all of the New York Times bestseller titles. But how important is it, for our industry, being the industrialist in books and publishing, that we have a bestseller guide that's reliable, that people could really discover books that are timeless, like the beauty of people discovering your books 20 years later, right? So how important is that, Mark?
Well, first of all, I think let me do 2 answers that are a little different side of what you said. One is, I think every family, and if you got good leadership, like hopefully I do in our family, we got the best kids and grandkids who you've met. So, we say everybody in the family will sit around and we got to read at least 10 pages each a day and then talk about it before we do something else, right? Before you play a game or before you watch a show or go to a movie. And so that really wakes up the mind. And that's why, Crystal and I started the Mark Victor Hansen Library to make sure everybody starts to write their own book so they can, because what we've discovered back when my kids were in elementary school is that the principal and I really got along. In elementary school, it was called Kaiser Permanente, and it was a brilliant school for the kids. After Montessori, they went there. And I said, let's test and see if we can teach the kids to read by writing their own story. The minute they write their own story, then they want to read other stories. It was like a mind blower. And the same thing here. The minute you start to write a book, you find out where your withholds are, where your shortfalls are, where you thought you knew something that you've forgotten, and you can go investigate it today on the internet or on Safari or Google or whatever you want to do, or X. Is super quick. And what happens is that wakes up your mind, and when the mind awake never goes to sleep. And that's why my 4 favorite presidents, President Jefferson said, if my candle's lit, Rex, and yours isn't, it's been blown out by the world, something went wrong, sideways, somebody left you, your job didn't work, light yours and mine again, and it makes the world 4-fold brighter. Books make the world brighter. And that's why Jefferson said, I love books, I can't live without them. And me too, but we're pulsating back. Barnes & Noble yesterday said they're going to open up 400 new stores, is what I read. And so COVID killed bookstores, and now bookstores are coming back. And books illuminate and expand. And that's why we do fiction, nonfiction, and biographies. And we got I'm going to talk to you about some of the people I want you to interview that we're finishing their biographies, like John Paul DeJoria, homeless twice and now worth $8.5 billion with 40 companies and 82 working better and smarter and healthier, because you should not get old. You get old if you're not doing stuff. You retire from something to nothing, you expire.
Yes, for sure. So thank you for that response. The second part was about bestsellers, like best-selling lists. What are your thoughts about best-selling lists?
Well, bestseller lists have changed because COVID squished 19,000 independent bookstores down to 400, and now they're coming back. They're starting to wake up again, and we're not going to do that twice, thank God. So all the book sales basically went temporarily to Amazon, and I've got nothing against Amazon. And last year, our little publishing company, Mark Victor Hansen Publishing, had 81 number 1 books on Amazon, and some of them are jumping to number 1 on. Then it goes to you guys, then it goes to Wall Street Journal, and then it goes to New York Times. And it's really exciting that we're doing books the likes of which nobody has ever. You just gave an award for Healed, which is one of the books we did with Sarah O'Mara, who's 90 years old, running church services. As you saw, you were there to give her an award, and they're packed to the gills. And when we helped her write her book, because she said at 88, who is going to read an 88-year-old? I said, everybody. And you saw 30 people buy it and say, not only do they want Sarah to sign it, but they wanted me, the publisher, to sign it, which I went, wow. Anyhow, Sarah said, what's going to happen? And the little chapel is gone. We've got to blow out the front door and the back door just to house all the people, because a book is the greatest leveraging legitimacy tool in the planet. And America, like when Chicken was written, we thought the soul of America in trouble. We found out the soul of the world's in trouble. When we did Healed with Sarah, we thought a few people would need healing, but we didn't know people from around the world would fly into our services in little Paradise Valley, Arizona. And you've seen it. There's not even standing room only. There's almost no room. And people get there 2 or 3 hours early just to get in because they want to get well. And they should. I want everybody healthy, whole, and complete. And the book helps people get there.
I love that. And I'm absolutely, a fan of the work of Sarah and Yvonne. This month is actually Child Abuse Prevention Month. And so it's really special. We're writing an article for the childhelp.org that comes out today for Child Prevention Awareness Month. So thank you for introducing me to them. And with that, I'm going to give the mic to Rex. Rex, thank you for introducing us, Mike Victor Hansen, on an intimate level. We were able to come closer and closer to Mark because of your introduction. So I want to honor that. Thank you.
Well, I love Mark. I love you. It's good to see you. I wish Crystal were with you here, but I love to her. And I want to say that, one, I appreciate everything that you've done and accomplished and the trajectory of your career path and where it goes from in the beginning to the future. But I also think, and I would like you to address this, this is an information age, and there's lots of information. And we know from social media that everybody has the opportunity to have a voice and be heard, but maybe not everybody deserves to be heard. And I say that very cautiously. Lots of books are written, but not every book that's written is a worthy book to read. So I'm a huge proponent of discernment and critical thinking and being able to evaluate, is this worth my time, my energy, my effort, the whole thing. And who do I want to learn from? Now, I want to learn from someone like you because I know you, I trust you, but not everybody is trustworthy nor filled with integrity. I don't give a crap how much money anybody has, whether they're billionaires or poor, if they don't have integrity and transparency and honesty and work to cooperate and collaborate with other people, make the world better. I think what your point with Andrew Carnegie in the beginning was, he said everybody should have books, and then he built libraries all over so that they could be exposed to that. In other words, he reached out to help other people. Some people make lots of money and do it just in the service of themselves or their own private interest groups. But so I say that because a lot of people want to be leaders, but they aren't worthy of being leaders yet. And yet you are a leader. So what can you say to the people who are watching this, who want to be authors, want to be leaders, how they can live a better life and be a better person to reach out and help the world be a better place? And I agree with everything you said about a golden age and stuff, but I do think it's important. And I'll say it with this. I used to, in my workshops, people would fly in from all around the world, and you could watch some of them count heads and go, and they figure out the dollars to go, this is what I want to do. They had no interest in helping or serving or uplifting or edifying anyone else. It was just the dollars that attracted them. So how do we create a generation of leaders who are servant leaders?
That is that's going to take more of the time to unwrap than a little. But the fact of the matter is that's exactly where we're at right now, is waking up the kids. And the people that are going to wake them up, we're finishing a book right now with Brad Dugdale called High Performance Grandparenting. And I love it because, forgive me for saying it, but I got really high performance grandkids. Let me just tell you that my grand twins that are 10 years old, one of them just had 11 books now. All the kids in Arizona knew more and answered better than anyone else, so he got the grand prize. Wow. His sister and he were in the spelling bee because they know that we think language is important. Yet both of them are super jocks. The little girl is a volleyball player. Little boy is a superstar basketball player. Anyhow, so we're trying to have them be fully rounded. but she won the spelling bee. And the last word she won in the spelling bee, she said, I said, Grampy, what was the biggest, hardest word? She said, philanthropy. I said, what does it mean? She said, I don't know. I said, well, Grampy teaches money as one of the things that, because I want everyone to be financially free so they have money freedom, for time freedom, relationship freedom, so they can do what they're passionately on purpose about, that they are destined to do when they came into life. And she said, well, how do you do that? I said, you earn all you can, save all you can, invest all you can, so you can give all you can. Give all you can as philanthropy, or in spiritual language, it's called tithing. And churches teach how to tithe. And I say, a lot of people who read my book, Miracle of Tithing, say, well, wait a second, what's a miracle of tithing? And I said, you haven't been tithed enough lately. But she got it. And she said, what do I do? And I said, that the word you outspelled every other 10-year-old, philanthropy, that's what that means. And I memorized that, and you get $1. So she memorized every time I see her, I ask her, what are the 4 things? Earn all you can, save all you can, invest all you can, so you can give all you can. That's high performance grandparenting, where you're commuting leadership into the kids and they know it. And then they got to stand up in front of us and everybody else. And they're never afraid to meet people, because one of the movies I want everyone to watch is The Chosen, and the leader actress and all are called actresses, male and female now. We're here in Gilbert, Arizona, and we took them out to meet them, and they got pictures with them, and they're blown away. I saw you playing the Virgin Mary. I saw you playing Thaddeus. And they're so enamored to meet the superstar actors that have now been seen by 500 million people. And because Steve Green, who I had dinner with not long ago at Hobby Lobby, is about to get it to 1 billion, because he's translating it back to AI, the question I'm always asked, to every language in the world, 687 major languages in the world. So it'll be Hindi, Urdu, it'll be Swahili, it'll be everything. We're in the most exciting time, and I'm going to use his AI to get books to everybody in the world. Because why shouldn't somebody in deepest, darkest Africa, is the old cliche when you and I grew up, Rex? Remember that, right? That's where, yeah. Well, the point is, they deserve to be able to read me or read whomever they want to read. Ernest Hemingway, I don't care. Somebody positive, hopefully.
Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful, Mark.
I want to thank Rex and Ava for joining us. I know we have limited time with Mark. We have just a few more minutes here as we wrap up. And this conversation has reminded me of one of the all-time great Chicken Soup for the Souls, Chicken Soup for the Unsinkable Soul, one of my personal favorites. Talks a lot about grit, and talks a lot about perseverance, and talks a lot about how to handle rejection. And of course, it's just one of many Chicken Soup for the Souls. And Chicken Soup for the Souls almost become like the Bible from the standpoint of any home you go, any bookshelf you look at, there's one Chicken Soup for the Soul somewhere there. It's become this staple of Americana. That's why we here at the LA Tribune refer to Mark Victor Hansen as an industrialist. Again, I think it's so important for us to keep hitting that point, because it's not just about contributing to an industry. It's about creating a industry. And I think that's what separates the really good thought leaders from the great ones. The great ones have the vision to create something that didn't even exist before. It was one of the all-time quotes is, many men see things as they are and wonder why, but I dream things that never were and wonder why not. And so that's what I think of when I think of you, Mark. And I appreciate you, and I appreciate our friendship. I know you have my back. I have your back. And I'm just curious if you have any final words on leadership here at LAT Leadership Week 2025.
I'm going to recommend to everybody understand leadership is inside out. You got to decide inside in your imagination, your imagination. You got to picture yourself as being wise, strong. And the line here is, I learned it from Paul Bragg, I'm a genius and I'm applying my wisdom. I'm a genius and applying my wisdom. So if you want to be a speaker, I'll your earlier question, I'm a genius as a speaker and I'm applying my speaker wisdom. If you want to be a writer, I'm a genius as a writer and I'm applying my writer wisdom. Or if you want, I'm a genius at finding the right ghostwriting company, which is my company, markvictorhansenlibrary.com. If you'll forgive me for being a little pushy on that, because we're having so much fun doing it. And I'm applying that wisdom that he's giving us so we can share it to the whole world, because 8.4 billion people alive right now all deserve fulfillment and absolute abundance and joy and happiness and wealth creation and spiritual aliveness, if that's what they want.
Absolutely, and we endorse the Mark Victor Hansen Library here at the LA Tribune. If you're watching this and you're wondering what company to work for, or excuse me, work with in terms of making your dream a reality, I know that the Mark Victor Hansen Library is very selective with who they work for, but it's worth at least trying. We think it's a fantastic company and definitely the best when it comes to helping you find your story, express your story, and work with someone that has proven results. You know, one of my friends and mentors, Dan Kennedy, has this idea that he shared where before you work with somebody, ask them the simple question. Can you give me 3 names and phone numbers of people that you've worked with in the past that would recommend it? And it's amazing how much hardship could be avoided if people simply did that. And in Mark's case, there's probably about 3 million people that can express the positive impact that his work has made. And so we highly recommend Mark Victor Hansen's work. Mark and Crystal, they're fantastic people. They're the same people in the public eye than they are in the private eye. And I can't say that about everyone in this business. So Mark, you're appreciated, and thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate you and everybody on your team too. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll be right back.
And we are back. Thank you so much. You know, we've got such a wonderful interview with Mark. I love his laughter. Like he laughs, like, you know, the sound goes out as he laughs. And so just some of the people who have phenomenally created an industry, which is one of them. And yes, phenomenal industrialist from Gail Larson. Absolutely. Like we go on the pathway that he has paved for us when in terms of books. And with the LA Tribune bestseller, we've got an LA Tribune bestseller where you can nominate your books, latribunebestseller.com. That's what Mark was talking about when you say some of your authors, you know, go to your bestseller. So nominate your book and nominate a favorite book that has impacted you, latribunebestseller.com. Jason, what's your favorite part of that interview?
You hit on it already, Ava, and Mo highlighted a couple of times referring to Mark Victor Hansen as an industrialist and creating an industry. And the quote that he shared gives you a different view. There was as much wisdom on both sides of that conversation right there in an equal way. And that understanding how to frame the world just for ourselves and then how to help others do that for themselves, there was a big message in that.
Absolutely. You know, what's been amazing is that we've got a lot of authors, self-published authors that are publishing, you know, independently right now. And the last count, when I looked it up and researched, about 3,000 books a day go out in publishing. Among people in our audience, share with us in the chat if you're an author, if you've written a book, whether you're watching this live or you're watching this on recording. We'd love to see you know, the authors in our community. And we've got a lot of authors even in our community here in the Los Angeles Tribune. Our CEO Mo Rock has published the book The Moral Compass, 28 purpose-driven integrity driven principles for leadership. And so that's and we've got about, I think, 39 co-authors also who gave their ideas on that book. What's your favorite book, Jason?
Oh goodness, my favorite book. I was thinking about that when we were the Chicken Soup for the Soul, because I have the same kind of impact and had more than one version on my shelf and handed it out. One of my favorite books that to read and share with others has been The 5 Love Languages. I've probably given away a couple of dozen copies of that. I used to go to the local thrift store wherever I was traveling and just buy all the copies and then just give them out at whatever show I was at. That's been one of my favorite impactful books to really understand emotions in a tactful way. I think that emotional intelligence is incredibly useful, whether we realize we have it or not. It's in there somewhere. So that book brought it out for me.
It's The 5 Love Languages, right?
Yep, The 5 Love Languages. Gary something. The name.
Can I just have the permission to be funny for a moment?
Now, we got to get to commercials, so bring it on.
Well, we've got our next one is supposed to be several more minutes from now, but we have an opportunity to be funny if I can find it. But there was an Amazon box that I got, and I'm looking for it. There was an Amazon box that says quick fast delivery is my love language. So here's the sixth love language: fast delivery.
Fast delivery, that kind of comes along with the progressive nature of what we've been experiencing this week, and the delivery of the the density as well. There's I've been referring to all of our days as this crazy roller coaster ride and all these different parks that we've been going to, and it's neat to find these nuggets, these little shops and these extra things to learn about. We have the Speakers Bureau. You just mentioned the bestsellers list and the publishing opportunities, and I'm hoping still people are dropping their author and their books and stuff in the chat for us, so we love to hear about it. I know that we've got some opportunity today before our other interviews come up. I'd also like to know from you, Ava, what's been that theme for you? Because you haven't really had the opportunity to share your view and what's been what your takeaway has been yet.
Well, what's been really coming up for me is redesign. I feel like a lot of our speakers have spoken about being intentional with designing your life, being intentional with where you spend your time, what you delegate. It's amazing because both Dean Graziosi and who was else before Dean Graziosi spoke about delegation. And I said, okay, on this interview, I'm taking about delegating, and it's all about, how much you delegate. And it's something that's new for us, right? To me, it is like I tend to like do most anything and everything that my team can do. But understanding the value of even self-care and giving us the time to be refreshed and be relaxed and be filled, so that we can serve at our best, to not feel guilty about taking the time to slow down, and redesigning our life in that way, understanding that we are the most valuable. Yes, Dr. John DeMartini, Annie, thank you. So it was both Dr. John DeMartini yesterday morning and Dean Graziosi, really tying in their message on the quality of your success will depend on the quality of what you delegate out, and redesigning your life in doing what serves your zone of genius well. That's actually what I have been designing for entrepreneurs in my own endeavor with the legendary makers, making sure that their messages are pre-done and that they're automated. But sometimes we're not exactly the person who practice what we preach, right? And I get to learn that in LA Leadership Week. So that's my takeaway for this week is redesigning. How about you, Jason?
I like the redesigning. I'm gonna jump on board with you there, Ava. With I think I recognized I was gaslighting some of my own identity as well, and as a result, I'm kind of hijacking my own talents. I think I can do everything. You're good at everything. Well, you're okay at some of it. There's other things that you're really good at. So why not do the things?
Well, I want to acknowledge you, Jason. Like, for example, our LAT Talks website, you're the one who created it, the landing page. Like, that's one example of someone else could have done it, Jason. Like, it's okay. But you are so good at that you just jump in and let me do it,
Oh, I have that get it done mentality. And along the way, I've learned to relinquish some of the needs that I have in that, and to enlist and bring in the acceptance of others was something I had to adapt to. I was hijacking my own talents and not doing the things that I really loved. And that was one of the things that I learned yesterday.
So in the next minute, I just want to acknowledge our audience. We have The Sunshine Effect. Look, The Sunshine Effect by Renee Beckett. It's an LA Tribune bestseller. We've got media reviews on the back of it. We've got Prompts for Purpose by Gail Larson. So they share their books, and Gillo acknowledged you. He said that's a cool way to find books, Jason. So share with us your books. What are your takeaways are? Annie Boone said that resonated with her, hijacking my own talents. But in the next segment, I wanted to, this is actually a recording, because who we're bringing to you is someone that normally doesn't come on screen. He doesn't get seen on screen because he's the one creating all of the magic behind the scene. He's an Emmy, Oscar, Tony Award winning producer, and he's got over 100 movies produced. Many of them have won awards, and even to this day, currently, as we were interviewing him, he had at least 10 movies being produced all at the same time, and he was putting out fires. And the very moment that we could get him on screen, it was just 1 hour before. He said he's going to be available in an hour. I didn't get it until 5 minutes before, and I have his people calling me, he's available in 5 minutes. I'm like, we're doing it. But he's mentoring, and we're going to tell his name. He's mentoring 4 authors to turn their books into movies. So for you authors out there, this is such an insightful interview, because there's a future to turning books into movies. Do you know of any book series or books, Jason, that has become a movie or a movie series or a Netflix series?
What I'm digging back to is J.R. Tolkien. That's been happening over and over again for a long time. The story of the Lord of the Rings.
Yes, for sure. I mean, Harry Potter is one for sure. Like the Twilight is one, but there are so many right now. If you don't know it, a lot of the streaming platforms, whether it's Hulu or whether it's the different places where they stream, ESPN, there are a lot of movies and series, with like 8 episodes, 16 episodes that really have come from the books. And it used to be, this is a powerful transition, right? It used to be that they would make movies out of bestseller books, but it has been the other way around. Books are being turned into movies, and then they become bestsellers as they become movies. So I'm going to just introduce, we've got 4 authors with us that are learning from him on how to turn their books into movies. One of them was directly published with the LA Tribune Publishing House, Rita Montalto, who brought us this crowd, and Phil Goldfine. I want to acknowledge that. We always are intentional about acknowledging the people that introduces experts to us. We've got Edelmira Murietta, Kim Canó, and Norman Grater. And so we'll just bring the next interview on a recording, but please do comment what your takeaways are, because Phillip Goldfine will be watching this. There you go. I gave his name. Phillip Goldfine, the Emmy, Oscar, Tony Award winning producer. That's going to be just actually coming out of a shooting, and he just found a dressing room, prop room, went on a corner and went on an interview. So right out of the set. So we're so appreciative of that. So Jason, take us to that recording.
We had the pleasure of that yesterday with with Jim Keyes. He made great arrangements to show up yesterday, and this is really a reflection of what folks will do at that level to contribute and to share the knowledge. We have over 200 speakers, and this is someone with over 200 credits. Wow. I'm so excited, Ava. Thank you for making this possible for us.
Hello and welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune. Since 1886, our name has been a part of the world of journalism. We have earned a reputation for being a publication that practices integrity, authenticity, and responsibility. For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
So today, 3 of the best-selling authors, critically acclaimed best-selling authors of the Los Angeles Tribune. And also we have another book-to-film trailblazer. They have such powerful stories that will inspire you, that will spark the interest in you on what could be possible in the next decade when it comes to book writing and filmmaking. And we have a surprise guest for you. A surprise guest you rarely, if ever, even see. Guest on the camera, but today you're going to see him live. So let me bring on stage Rita Montalto, the author of Adversity's Gift, critically acclaimed best-selling author. Edelmira Murietta. Adi is also the author, the critically acclaimed best-selling author of Starter Husband. Kim Canó, author of The Wise Marie. So you've got three of the critically acclaimed best-selling authors, and we're bringing in a friend who they've been working closely with in this Discovering What's Possible from Pages to Screen. So we're bringing Norman Grater. Now let me first have you all four on the screen. These are the inspiring trailblazers of the future of what could be possible. I want to take the opportunity to honor Hollywood. From the very beginning in the 1920s, when Hollywood started producing black and white movies, even from theaters, right before the film, Hollywood has been a trailblazer and that lighthouse for filmmaking as we know it today. And as things even change, where the film industry is moving into people's cell phones, even, right? What is new and what is possible? And our next guest I wanted to just honor is someone that has really made so much of those discovery of creating and pushing the boundaries of what's possible in terms of filmmaking. He is the founder of Hollywood Media Bridge, a film and television studio based on the Universal Pictures lot. And he's got such a powerful story from just that little teenage kid who was climbing the fence of Universal Studio to now being a producer and an inspiring producer that has both won Tony, Emmy, Oscar awards and has produced over 100 movies. And so we are so privileged to welcome on the stage Mr. Phillip Goldfine.
Hi.
Phil, thank you so much for what you do in the film industry. I am without words for your contribution. Your story is inspiring. You're not exactly the child of movie producers or actors and actresses. Like, you've worked yourself into what you have accomplished today. So just to start the conversation, Phil, give us a little bit of your background, of what inspired you, and where did your inspiration start and come from?
Well, I actually I grew up in Northern California. Went to college in went to college down here in Southern California. But what really inspired me is the fact that I always wanted to tell stories, and so the only way that one at that point could have really told stories was either write a book or make a television show or a movie. And so obviously movies were kind of the driving passion, if you will. And so I just ended up making sure that my college that I attended was in Southern California, so that even though I was a biology major undergraduate at UCLA, I could still participate in the film business down in Los Angeles. And so it just was sort of this driving force. And I don't know what really inspired it, other than the fact that I love to tell stories.
Oh my gosh.
It really does come from that.
And this is the perfect conduit. If anyone can make possible what's possible from books to film, it's a storyteller, And there was something about your story, Phil, that really inspired me. And I know I'm bringing our authors into the next conversation, but I'd like you to give us a little bit of insight. There was a time when you went into Universal Studio and met a producer at that time, or maybe a director that sparked your dream, but is now right next door to you. So if you could tell us a little bit of that part.
Yeah, it wasn't really that. What it was that I was a big fan of Alfred Hitchcock, who was the famous, very famous director, of course. And he was based at the studio, at Universal Studios. I was, so after high school, there's a college called New York Academy, which is based at Universal Studios. And so basically what it really came down to was this, that a kid could sign up for college classes after high school and take them at the Universal lot. Well, at the Universal lot, who's there? Steven Spielberg is there, and Alfred Hitchcock is there, and all the heroes of anybody who's growing up in film at that point really wanted to see. And I just happened to be a little bit more probably bold in that I didn't really climb over fences. What I did was that I kind of pushed my way into Alfred Hitchcock's bungalow and ended up meeting him that way. And so it was really about just the opportunity of meeting these guys and just trying to spend as much time as possible with them, which was not a lot of time. I got to tell you, back then, I mean, he was not a very, very giving person with his time. I spent maybe a couple of minutes, total. Well, so, but it was well worth it.
Minutes probably was enough to inspire you.
Absolutely.
Right?
Yes, absolutely. It was like, it was great. I mean, he was so nice. And so, I mean, I still remember it like it was yesterday. He was so nice. He was so generous with his time that he did give me and a little bit of advice. And then we ended up writing letters back and forth a couple of times. I mean, he passed away in 1980. So I didn't get to spend a lot of time with him. But I'm sure Kimberly is looking there trying to figure out the math in terms of when I graduated from high school. Aren't you, Kimberly? I know you are. You look great today, by the way. You look so young. You look completely different from the last time I saw you with he and I have kind of a joke going on here, but she resembles one of my stepmothers. At that point. Now she no longer does. Now she looks like a teenager. But we digress.
Thank you so much for that introduction of the team. So, what's very inspiring about this, and we may not be able to see the threads right away, but there was someone who inspired you, Phil, and right now you're being that person for a whole group of people who are dreaming what's possible in terms of filmmaking. And here we have, 4 of the students, some, if we can call it that way, or mentees, who you have been mentoring in storytelling. The power of storytelling, from the concept, the idea, to the book, and to what could be made possible in terms of films. And so I first wanted to open up the conversation to the team. Who's got a concept that you guys want to talk about first? Bring it, and then if you've got questions for Phil or a conversation starter,
Addie,
let's do it. Okay, I see Adie's ready. Okay, Adie, let's go.
I just want to say that it sounds like from what Phil just said to us and the story he told us is that he didn't allow somebody to dim his light. He pushed his way through. He did what he needed to do to get to where he wanted to be. And I don't know, what comes to mind to me is that he was really looking at the end in mind. He wasn't thinking of what do I need to do right now. He did what he had to do one step at a time, but he got to where he wanted to be because his vision was bigger. It wasn't just to stay small. And that is something I really believe it's how he's helping us. He's not allowing us to dim our light. He's right here with us today. He's not just letting things die down. He's like, what is the next thing that you guys have to do? He helps guide us. I mean, with Norman Grater, he's gotten him a contract. And so he's taking action to help us so we continue to move forward. And to us, it's really, really valuable because not everyone has that proximity to somebody that truly cares, somebody that is a very heart-centered man. And Phil, I could tell you, is a very heart-centered man. He could be up here cocky as shit because he really can be. I mean, he owns it and he can, he has taken us to different, to Paramount. He's taken us to his different offices and for us to see, how hard he works, because he's not somebody that is just, doing things half done. He pushes and does the best he possibly can. And I have no doubt, little by little, because there's always a gestation period, but I don't have a doubt in my mind that all of these books are going to become movies because he's involved, because he's pushing us. He's not allowing us to dim our light. He's wanting us to continue forward. And sometimes he guides us in many, one way or a different direction. Sometimes we have to tweak something, but he's there, He isn't somebody that just disappears. Like, he gives us his personal phone number so we could reach him personally. And to me, that speaks volumes. So I just want to celebrate him in a way today. Thank him, in a live broadcast, that it really matters to us how much time he has spent, and how, he has taken us separately to really get to know each one of us individually, to pull out of us whatever's inside that is supposed to be, coming to life. And that, once again, for somebody as busy as he is, for him to take the time to do that, once again, shows me that he cares. It shows me that he takes action, and it shows me that he believes in us. And sometimes it just takes that one person, because it only takes one person to believe in you, for you to keep moving forward, for you to keep pushing forward. So that's my 2 cents for today. That's what
thank you so
Wow,
much,
thank you.
Lady.
Yes,
That was fantastic.
I agree. Yeah.
Where do I send the check?
I just
you got
I
my
just
line.
wanted to add, Alva, that, what's amazing is all of our books have a fantastic message in it that people will it'll stay with them for years to come. I mean, mine is, the protagonist is Bobby Joe. She's in the outback, and she has a huge dream, and she realizes that she has to get out of her comfort zone to make this big dream come true. So it's about a journey of self-discovery, and a lot of people would be in that position. It's like, oh my goodness, this goal, of mine, where do I start? So there's a huge message in all of our books. And with 80, hers was a memoir, and it's all about her circumstances suddenly changed and how she dealt with it. So a lot of people also would resonate with that. And Kimberly, the same, like the upbringing was quite tough, but she somehow moved forward and didn't allow that to bog her down, that she made it, turned it into her strength. So a lot of people would also resonate with that. And no different with Norman, with his story is also inspirational. So I feel that all of us have an inspirational story that a lot of people could really resonate with. So that's what, I think
Thanks,
is
Rita. And
really
that brings a
important.
question in mind, right? Like, Phil, when you chose to work with and mentor these 4 ladies and gent in the midst of us, did you have to choose their story? Did you have to, was there a kind of screening where you wanted to work with people who really had powerful stories?
Well, there was a screening process, but it was really done by what is Peggy's company's called now? Is Dynamic Destinies, right? Yeah. So that company really vetted everybody, and then Peggy would come to me, and then she would say, "What do you think of this?" And she would read the storyline or the concept, if you will, or the one-liner, and then we'd say yay or nay. I mean, there's a couple of people who did not make it, including, it was very interesting because there was another woman very similar to Rita, but it showed that one person, Rita, just took the action, and she basically became and said, "I'm going to do this thing," and she did it. And there was another person from, this is so interesting, from the exact same sort of place where Rita was coming from, yet she didn't act. And it goes back to Wallace Wattles, doesn't it? And the Science of Getting Rich, because he said there could be 2 people in the exact same neighborhood, if you will, doing the exact same business, if you will, and yet one becomes super successful and one doesn't. And so he studied that, and he found out that it was because the person who really wanted it, the first thing that they did is they said, okay, I really want this. And so they said, I'm going to do what it takes to get there, to get this. And they did it. The other person really wanted it, but they weren't able to do what Rita did. And so the moral of the story, if you will, is that you really just have to decide what you want. It always comes down to, what do you want? And then you just have to keep that focus in terms of staying in that vibration of what it is that you want. And so if you want to be a New York Times best-selling author, and I have no doubt that these people will be that you just have to really want it. Now, if you don't want it, it's not going to happen. But if you want it, you'll figure out a way to get it.
I love that, Phil. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh, that's gold. That's from the last name Goldfine. That's fine gold right there. If you really
oh my God, it's like 3rd grade all over again with me. Okay, it's like, I told you this before. It's like, you got to come, okay, and you got to come over there and you got to tease me all the time, okay? Ava, I want you to do that. Hurt me, baby.
But you know, the one thing that I wanted to ask Phil, you know, from Adi's words and Rita's words, you know, hard work, right? Like hard work and really putting yourself out there outside of your comfort zone. You're one that did not inherit a name or a place in movie already.
You have to do that. You've got to do that in everything that you want to do in life, right? I mean, nothing has stopped. I mean, I started all over again at Paramount, right? So we're basically there, and we're trying to develop movies, and we are developing movies and television series, and we're making movies and television series. But you got to put yourself out there, and it is hard work. But is it hard work? I never like the term hard work, because that sounds like you don't really want to do hard work. Is it work that you love? If it's work that you love, then believe me, it doesn't matter what business it is that you want to do or what you want to do in your life. As long as you love it, you're going to be successful, for sure. Look at you, Ava. You're a perfect example. You took the Los Angeles Tribune, and I didn't know this until I met you, and you've turned it into something brand new that fits into the 21st century. I didn't know that until you said, here's what we're doing now. And now people are really interested in terms of what you're doing. It's
well, Phil, I want to give the flowers back to my CEO, Mo Rock. He acquired the brand from 1886 in 2020 and turned it into a focus on positive news that inspires, educates, and empowers. And
that's interesting.
News.
Okay.
Yeah,
I like that.
Yeah, and we're he's actually bringing this to like greater places. We have acquired the Dubai Business Journal. We've acquired the San Diego Weekly, the Dallas Herald, the oldest newspaper in Dallas, and we're making a dent in making news that inspires, educates, and empowers. So we're bringing that to the forefront. And with that, let me bring Kim back, because Kim is now back. And Kim, wanted to get your 2 cents, and then of course we're going to bring the gent in the middle of this on what you'd like to talk about or ask. You know, Phil, as Phil is in our midst. This is our audience. This is a very rare moment, because Phil is someone that normally stays in the back, not really coming on camera. So thank you, Phil, for being here. And Kim, any questions or comments?
It's obvious that it takes a long time to make a movie. And for someone like me, I've written 5 books. Think about it, Ava. Did you ever think you'd be interviewing? I mean, maybe you have an ex-felon, someone who was in prison, right? Rehab for 3.5 years. And I became a real estate mogul. I owned $8 million in real estate.
Well, let me just highlight something there, Kim, because people got to know your story to know really where you came from. But you define the phrase, everything is possible. Like there are people in your previous self 20 years ago, in your previous self 15 years ago, in your previous self 10 years ago, who feel at this very moment that things are impossible for them. I'd say read The Wise Marie, because that would define for you what can be possible even in the darkest and the direst situations, because Kim made it. You've got someone, visibly someone here who came from like the lowest, you know, to now, you know, writing 5 books and in the future of movie making. But I want to honor Phil's time. So I'm going to go ahead and move along, because Phil, oh my gosh, I know that your time is worth millions, and, you know, you're very generous with being in here. Thank you. Norman, I would love to pass it on to you on what you could say with Phil in here.
Thank you very much, Ava. And I have to go back to what Adi shared earlier. When I lost faith in myself quite a while ago, Phil said, I borrow you my belief until you believe in yourself. And that's why Phil is an awesome guy. And I would have 2 questions in regards to becoming greater. Question number 1, and they link together, is what did Alfred Hitchcock give you as an advice for your career? And second question, what would you give maybe an author, maybe somebody from this round?
Oh, sure. That's a really good question. That's 2 really good questions.
Yes, the second one would be, what would you give someone like us an advice to stay top of your list? Like, what does someone need to do to stay on your priority list on top?
Sure. It's really just one secret, and it's not really a secret, right? It's knowing what you want and then being persistent until you get it. And that's what Hitchcock really said. I mean, he didn't say it like that. He just said, just keep going, young man. I can't do it. Okay. But we'll get Kim to do that later. And so, and then for you guys and for anybody out there, it's you just have to be persistent. It's like persistence. Because until you get what you want, what do you have to do? You got to be persistent. The first biggest key is know what you want. And then the second is be persistent until you get it. That's it. There's no other big secret to this. And I will say one thing to Kim as well. Just I don't want to correct you, but I do want to say that Scorsese, spent 20 years trying to get a lot of his movies made. I mean, and he still hasn't gotten them made. The Rock has a company, and so yeah, he's got power as a star right now, but he's got a lot of stuff in development that hasn't gone. So everybody's got to be persistent, and they've just got to keep going forward. So nobody's got that magic wand. Although we all do have that magic wand, don't we? Because we know through manifestation that we do. But at the same time, we don't, because we just have to do it. Maybe the magic wand is just knowing what you want and then just being persistent until you get it. Right? I mean, that's what you do. That's what I do. That's what everybody here on this call does. So, yeah, my opinion.
And I learned something else from you, Phil, today. Make it fun.
Make it what?
Make it fun. How you say you don't really like the idea of hard work.
It is your work, right? I mean, I joke with everybody. I mean, it's like I'm a joke. I'm not as bad as George Clooney, but I am definitely a jokester. And so, but at the same time, you do have to make it fun because this is your life, right? What do you want to spend your life doing? That's the one thing that Bob Proctor used to say, right? Was that do you want to spend your life? Most people tiptoe through life, making their way to the graveyard. Okay, great. Or do you want to do what you really want to do? And then that's what you want your life to be. And so you just have to figure it out. By the way, there are people out there who don't want to hear from us because they are very happy with what they're doing. And that's fantastic. But that's not us. We have big, high aspirations, all of us.
For sure.
Exactly.
And the one thing,
Well
Phil,
said.
that I'll also take away from our conversation is love what you do. Love what you do.
Absolutely.
Sometimes we forget it. When we're in the thick of things, we forget. But we can, if we remember our why as to why we started something, we can fall in love all over again, right? Love what you do.
Right. And the way to make sure that we don't forget is by study. Study is going to keep you in the vibration of what it is that you want. And it's going to let you see these obstacles for what they are. They're small little obstacles that you just step over. That's it.
Well, thank you so much, Phil. So I'm going to go around your four mentees, starting with Rita. Rita not only just is a critically acclaimed best-selling author, she published her book with the Los Angeles Tribune, and we worked together in the editing of the book, and in the design of the book. Oh my God, that book started as 166 pages, it ended being 485. 485 pages. But I wanted to start with you, Rita. Just closing remarks. What would you like to inspire our audience about? Like, what's about your move, your growth, your journey that you could share as an inspiration to others who are watching the audience?
Yeah, I think you just need to follow your inner compass, though, to keep it simple. Do what you resonate with and what excites you, and really do something every day. Just every day, and it builds up. I was just like coloring little squares, or every hour I'd spend writing my book, I would color the square. And then you kind of see that you are actually getting somewhere. Do you know what I mean? You kind of visually see that you're getting somewhere. But what I want to share too is it's not until you delve into what you love doing that you actually realize that there's faculties you haven't used before, like your imagination. And once you spark that, oh my gosh, there's no going back. Like, I felt emotional when I finished this book, because it's like I was letting go of the characters that are so real in my imagination. Like, it's wow. I never expected to feel that kind of emotion. But most of all, to give value to the world. Like, I feel so privileged that I can give value to the world and relay this important message about perseverance, about chasing your dreams, and no matter what people around you, which the majority unfortunately are negative, like I was saying, the protagonist Bobby Joe faced all of that, but still moved forward. So yeah, giving the message out into the world, like it's it's a shame for someone to not use that and not give value to the world. That's for sure. That's how you've got to see it. Like when you're suppressing yourself, you're not helping others.
For sure. Thank you so much for that wisdom, Rita. And I have to tell you, Rita is one that walks it. She walks it. Like she literally, I mean, she's coming from Australia, flew herself from Australia, did a 4-city tour. And she's pushing the boundaries of comfort for sure, has stepped into discomfort and more. So I acknowledge you, Rita.
Ready to started.
And Phil, were you going to say something?
Yeah, well, I was going to say, unfortunately, I've got to run. I have a heart out. It was 1:30. It's now 2:00. So,
and well, Phil, let me just ask: would there be any closing comments you want to share before you go, or you're pretty good?
I'm good. I mean, look, I think the last thing that I said, and what Rita just said as well, was that you just have to figure out what it is that you want, because once you do, you are going to love it, and you're going to step over those obstacles, and you're going to know what you want, and you're not going to give up until you get there. And she's right about people being negative, because we have a tendency to ask, our loved ones, of course, and our close friends, but if they haven't reached the success that you're looking to reach, why are you going to them for support? Why are you going to them for help? They're not going to. They want you to stay where you are, because you are challenging their comfort zone and you are challenging them. And humans, for some reason, want to kind of bring everybody back to the way that everybody is and that they're used to, because that's comforting, isn't it? Because now we know that the comfort zone is that everybody is down there and they're all doing their 9-to-5 job, and that's what they should be doing. And deep down, that's what we all know, that where we should be. That's just not right. But most people, I would say, probably, I think Bobby said 97% of all people of all different nations will go to people who have not reached the goals that they want to reach. I mean, could you imagine if, look, I mean, I know he's kind of a lightning rod right now, but Elon Musk, going to, somebody who failed at making cars, and then we would never have a Tesla. That's probably not a great example right this exact second. However,
perfect example. You're the storyteller that sparks controversies.
We know exactly what you mean, though.
Well, Phil, we want to honor you. Thank you so much for your time. I know this is a very, very rare moment that we've got to have you on the screen.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Love you guys.
We appreciate you, Phil. Sorry for going over the time.
All right, guys. Bye.
Thank you, Phil.
So wanted to also now with Rita continue with the closing comments, starting with, continuing with Adi, the same way we did a while ago. So Adi, what are your closing comments for people who are viewing the show?
Something I would say is we're supposed to give. It's not just about taking, let's make sure we're giving so we receive more. And I wanted to mention that we did start, it's a mastermind book club, and it's called higherselfmastermind.com. And if you get like Rita's book, if you get my book, it has, because she's Kim's there too. All of us are part of this group, and it's about serving, it's about helping, and it's about having fun. So my core values are having fun, like joy has to be in everything I do. So, and it's also about quantum leaps. So get in proximity of people who care. That's one of the reasons that I know I got in proximity to Phil, is because it makes a huge difference when people believe in you, people will push you, and people won't let you give up on yourself. So that's what I would have to say in closing closing today. And Alva, thank you so much for setting this up and taking the time and letting everyone else know that everything is possible. So don't give up on yourselves, and don't let yourselves dim your own light. That's what I would say.
I love how you said
Absolutely.
that. Don't let yourself dim your own light. It's ourselves first, right? Like we're the ones that get in our way.
Exactly. And that's the high self mastermind is a way of us not sort of ending things at the end of our book. We're kind of continuing on with that vital education. And I just wanted to say a last final word from Bobby Joe. Can you see that?
Yes.
So you don't get what you want, you get who you are being.
Thank you for that. you get who you're being, and
Yeah.
who you're being produces what's possible for the future. Thank you for that. Kim, are you ready to share your closing comments?
Absolutely. Thank you for having me on the interview. Appreciate that. And for myself, I study as much as I possibly can with the mindset training. I have audios, videos, books, digital books that I read, and I keep it with me and, easily available on my phone at all times. And I stay in the vibration of doing my best to be positive, no matter what the situation is, and find the silver lining, even if, at that moment it's really not. And 80 likes to promote the, for me, I have a tough time with challenges with being in the present, because I'm always worried about what happened before or what's going to happen in the future. And, all of that plays a role into limiting beliefs. And limiting beliefs is, I don't have any of those. I have to tell myself on a daily basis that anything's possible. And I've come such a long way. Why stop now? Right. So I'm just going to keep going. And I self-market a lot on social media, because I want to create visibility, not so much credibility. I'm a second generation author, and I believe that all of our stories are going to be heard by the world in some way, shape, or form. But I am on a mission. I'm clearing the path because I'd like to be a powerhouse in the industry so that, I can make it all happen. That's really what it is. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for sharing that, Natasha. No limiting beliefs and no, boundaries. Just really being willing to put yourself out there and in the now. Yeah, thank you for that. And of course, Norman, we'd love to hear from you. The thorn among the roses in this group. So tell us your closing comments that you'd like to share.
Norman is amazing.
Also for the invitation and what the Los Angeles Tribune is doing to bring more inspiration into the world. That's what we need right now. And as we spoke about storytelling, I want to close with a story that just popped back in my mind. And it's a story about an old salesman. And he was selling hot dogs his whole life. He just loved to make and sell the best hot dogs in the world. So he was based in New York and based next to a highway. And he made the best hot dogs in town. So he realized if he would promote the hot dogs with signs next to the highway, people would be attracted to his great hot dogs. So he made signs, and he was old. He did not read the news, and he was hearing quite bad. So he did not listen to the radio, but he just loved his hot dogs. And the business was booming. People were coming, and more people. So he had to buy more bread and more sausages and more mustard and all the ingredients. So at one point he had the issue that so many people were coming that he could not handle it on his own anymore. So he called his son and said, "Son, can you come? I know you're in university and you have vacation in a couple of days. Can you come and help me?" So the son agreed to come and sat down with the father on the day of his arrival and said, "Father, did you not hear the radio? Did you not watch the news? A crisis is coming. I don't know why you are ordering more bread and more sausages. A crisis is coming. People will not be able to buy your hot dogs anymore." And the father thought about it and thought, my son is smart. He's on university. He listens to the radio. He reads the news. So he must know. So the next day when he opened his little hot dog shop, a hot dog cart, he decided to just drop the commercials. He did not put up the signs next to the highway. And he, of course, sold less hot dogs that day. So he decided to bring down the bread and the sausage and the mustard order to order just less. And day in, day out, when he went to his hot dog stand, less and less people came until like 2 or 3 weeks later, he had to close down his little hot dog cart. And as he was sitting at home, dreaming about the last couple of years being so successful, he thought to himself, how happy I am that I have such a smart son that knew that a crisis is coming. And this wraps up very well what we all spoke about during the last 43 minutes. If you stop believing in yourself, if you stop believing in your greatness, if you stop to believe that the universe loves you, and you don't need to do anything about it, you just need to show up with an open heart, with a smile on your face, with what AD just shared, with an open heart to give and share your knowledge, show whatever you have as your passion with the world, then it will be quite a sad place. And I would suggest just watch and read more of the Los Angeles Tribune stuff, because it's inspiring, it's positive, and that's the way to go, rather than listening to people what Phil shared that have no idea, that listen to the wrong messages, that see things negative. So my closing statement is just believe in yourself and believe in your greatness.
Well said.
Yes, and pay attention, because there's doors open in front of you all the time, but it's up to you to step it in. Even the higher self mastermind, it's for everyone. Everyone is welcome, but people, sometimes don't realize that the door's open right in front of them. But that was a great story, Norman. And it's always.
Can you?
Thank you so much. You
can't
can't.
see it. No, you can't see that. No.
You'll have to read it to us.
Higherselfmastermind.com. So anyone out there that also has a dream, that wants to polish their mindset every week and make it happen, go to the Higher Self Mastermind.
Tuesdays and Thursdays. Tuesday morning.
And I have to say, I've come to the Higher Self Mastermind, and it is so, like, it shifts you. Like the energy of everyone just being in the circle, from what Phil Goldfine said, don't go to people who have not accomplished the success that you're looking for. But when you go to the Higher Self Mastermind, you see people who have gone through the experience, went through the journey, have succeeded in different areas that you want to achieve, and be in that surrounding, and be in that. And it's so generous that you guys are doing it, without cost, at the moment for just in terms of serving. And it's higherselfmastermind.com. So thank you, everybody, for this broadcast. Thank you for the courageous work that you do, because you all said yes to yourself. Right? You said yes to writing the book, said yes to wanting. Yes, I love this. We get to all create this movement of turning concepts into books, and books into movies. So to everybody, AD Murietta, Rita Montalto, Kimberly Canó, aka Natasha Brune, and Norman Grater, thank you for your belief in yourself, for being that inspiration, and for bringing Phil Goldfine to the Los Angeles Tribune.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Well, there you go, folks. That is that one moment that we got to bring Emmy, Oscar, Tony Award-winning producer Phil Goldfine onto the screen to be able to share parts of his story and what he believes. So I hope that you got some things powerful from what he has shared, and what some of the critically acclaimed best-selling authors of the Los Angeles Tribune has also shared as part of their journey in creating books into films. So, we at the Los Angeles Tribune love to bring people who are courageous and impactful, doing great things in the world. And the next speaker that I'm bringing to you is one of those. We've got Mark Rodriguez coming up. Mark, welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune. And Mark is someone who's gone through tremendous trials. I'm not sure if we had a triple lung transplant now, Mark. And last time I know it was double, and then you had another surgery. And through all of that and all of the challenges, you have been inspiring, motivating, continuing to speak. And so thank you for the life that you live, the example that you live, and for standing up to any barrier, any challenge, any health conditions, and still coming back up every single time to speak at the Los Angeles Tribune. So Mark, welcome. And I'd like to give you the stage. You're muted, Mark. We've got to unmute you. And it's great for you to come forward a little bit more, because you're a little too far. You're perfect there. Okay. while we're unmuting, Mark's been a friend of ours for like 2-3 years now, and he's been invited to most of our events because he is so inspiring. And as a matter of fact, one of our special thought leader editions, he was in the front cover because his story is so inspiring as someone who has gone through, I mean, I think if I recall it right, 5 times near death experience, dying on the table as he's going through lung transplant. And each and every time, his inspiration comes from being able to speak and motivate and inspire and encourage others. He travels around the country inspiring others to live their life fully, because he's one that knows the value of what it's like to have a moment where you don't know whether you would have that life to live or whether you'll be able to. So as he's fixing his mic, we can't unmute it for you, Mark. You'd have to unmute it yourself. Let me first, maybe since Roosevelt is here. Oh, there you go. You did it.
How's that? Sorry about that.
Perfect. Okay, Mark. Well, let me give you the stage. You've got about 8 minutes to go, and go fire us with the inspiration that you always bring to the audience of the Los Angeles Tribune.
Well, I'd just like to thank you for having me on, first of all. And I'd like to thank my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, for having me here today and waking me up again. Yes, I have been through quite a journey, 2 double lung transplants, but I would not change 1 minute of my worst day because of the great things that it's brought to my life. And if I'm being honest here, the real breakthroughs came in my life when I developed the courage to battle my demons and the worst monstrous version of myself and put those in the ground. And that was when the greatest version of myself was born. And as leaders, we always have to understand that that leadership begins within. We have to lead ourselves long before we ever lead a team or a company or anybody. And we have to hold ourselves to the standards that we're asking other people to meet. And we have to instill that level of discipline so the others that we are leading can follow suit and do the same. And so it's very important for me. It was definitely, it lended itself to transformation. What started as a medical event in 2010 has really led to a total life transformation. But that requires us to look in the mirror and look at ourselves introspectively. And regardless of your occupation, that will be some of the hardest work you'll ever do in your life. And then moving in action after that is even harder, because that requires us to recognize that certain things are not working. Right. And then figure out a plan to remove those things, replace those things, and then refine the things that are good about us that we do want to keep. And that's how it's kind of like a reconstruction. It's a remodel. And
well, Mark, let me put a pause, because you're giving so much powerful nuggets. The things that you say aren't concepts. You had to walk through yourself through every single one of them to get you through every single time you went down to get another surgery. How many surgeries have you gone through? I know there were 2 major lung transplants, but before and after those and in between, you've had multiple surgeries that you've gone through the hospital. How many have you had so far?
I believe the major ones where they opened up my entire chest, about 5.
Those are the major ones, but then there were many more repairs and things.
There was some other ones, yeah, some other minor stuff, but all those things leave you with trauma, And when life interrupted hits you, and it comes in many different ways. It comes in traumas, it comes in our adversities, our demons. But when we don't deal with it, we're stuck. Because our main purpose in life is to create and evolve. We're created by our creator to create. But when those creations get in the way of the second part, the evolving part, then we have to stop and deal with that. And until we do, then we're stuck. And
Right.
we have to, for me, a big thing was allowing my pain and my experiences to be my teacher rather than my definer. Because if you let them define you, ultimately it will destroy you. But if you let your experiences and your pain be your teacher, then you're going to be gaining things from that. It's not going to be taking from you and turning you into something that you never thought you would be, or something unrecognizable to yourself. It will add value and worth to you.
And Mark, the things that you say, I know for a fact you walked yourself through. With medical problems and medical conditions come with a lot of things beyond medical, financial, not being able to do the things that you used to do, that you love to do, relationships. It comes with a whole slew, especially if it hits you over and over and over and over again. You lose a lot of things. You find yourself at, nowhere. So with just about a minute to go, I'm going to give you the full stage, Mark. Go ahead and inspire, encourage, and empower our audience.
Well, everybody's going to lose in life. They're going to lose something. But you just have to remember that in losing some things, you're going to gain bigger things. There's better things for you. There's greatness for everybody. But if we're operating in self-sabotage, if we're feeding our fears and doubts, amplifying the negatives, we'll never get there. Because all that will do is lead us to using the tools of the weak, which are blaming others, making excuses, wallowing in self-pity, complaining, and even judging others before we ever look at ourselves introspectively. And when those things don't work out, that's when we move to stress and depression and frustration and anger and all those awful choices that the enemy leaves for us to weaken ourselves further, so we don't meet our challenges. But what I want to encourage everybody is to find your version of self-care, daily self-care. Love yourself enough to not be your own worst enemy. This world, the only thing you're guaranteed from this world when you enter it is that you're going to get your butt kicked. And so stop getting in line to participate in that butt kicking. Prepare yourself for these battles. Don't weaken yourself before you enter them. Love yourself. And if you have a problem doing that, figure it out. Whatever that looks like, do what you got to do. Have the courage to do the work on yourself and remove the parts of yourself that you don't like. And so that you can move forward into a place where you do love yourself and you do forgive yourself for not treating yourself right. And that's why, if I'm being honest and totally transparent, that's how I landed up on my deathbed, was no self-care. Just getting up, giving myself to the world, all unprepared and unprotected. And it's no wonder that I landed up there. But it is
Mark,
a miracle.
I really appreciate your nugget that you gave. Find your version of self-care. I want to bring up Alicia Magnus Lewis. Alicia, come and join us on the stage. We appreciate you, Mark. Thank you for being a part of the Los Angeles Tribune Leadership Week. Thank you for sharing not just the concepts, but the lessons that you have lived. And I'm going to hand it off, Mark. Appreciate you. Hand it off to Alicia to bring in our next powerful panel of speakers.
What nuggets Mark just shared. Find your version of self-care and giving to yourself to the world, uncared for, unprotected. That's how you can lose yourself. So what a powerful segment there. And Mark, appreciate you for joining us here at Leadership Week. I'm going to introduce our next guest. He is someone that is very close to the Los Angeles Tribune community. His name is Roosevelt Williams III, and he is the founder and CEO of Young Black and in Business. He is a person that in the San Diego community has such a vision for what it can look like when community can come together to learn from one another. And he has cultivated such a beautiful community of entrepreneurs through his work with Young Black in Business. And he also does so much to support the community in need. When there are floods, he's always the first person to show up. He's there for community moments. He does so much. And I'm going to give you your flowers, Roosevelt, because I know you do so much behind the scenes that people aren't even aware of and don't even acknowledge. But we want you to know that we see you and how you show up for your community. So it is a delight to introduce you here to Leadership Week 2025, Day 8. And Roosevelt, I would love for you to talk a little bit more about the work that you do with YB&B as you bring up our guests for this next segment.
Alicia, I want to thank you and the entire Los Angeles Tribune team to put on this phenomenal Leadership Week. And we're in day 8. So again, it's not about me, it's about we. It's definitely a team effort. Maybe different sports, but it's definitely same team. And here in San Diego, California, once you make an observation, you have an obligation. So I go around being a land surveyor. You know, if I see a piece of trash on the floor, I pick it up. Whatever I do is to make the other person's life better than where I found it at. That's all a part of being of service, and really service with a smile. That's the difference between Target and Walmart, is the customer experience. So while I'm living, I'm thriving, I'm breathing, I'm achieving, but I'm all about how can I help the next man or woman get to the next level. This is a writer downer. You only have to be one step ahead to be helpful. You only have to be one step ahead to be helpful. And as a servant leader, that's what it's all about, making our long journey the next generation's shortcut. So just to wrap it up, Alicia, here in San Diego, we have the winning spirit. We live to give. And I happen to be the founder of Young Black in Business. Young is a state of mind. So we have members of all ages. The color Black encompasses all. You know, we're all here as a melting pot. We're as a community. And we define business as providing a solution for a problem that makes a profit. So whatever you are, you're Young Black in Business, because the whole goal is to be green. The whole goal is to be healthy, happy, and successful. So with the educational, instructional advice that we provide, we bring individuals out of the dark and into the light.
That's so wonderful. And Roosevelt, I mean, you do so much for youth. You hold an annual convention in San Diego. You partner with organizations such as the Padres. And, you know, you always say it's like, and I don't want to take the words from you because you say it so much more eloquently than me, but it's about the ropes that connect people together and about pulling people along with you in your journey. I would love for you to talk more about that community kind of feel that you've really nurtured as you bring your guest up.
Absolutely. And you said it you're very posh, Alicia, and I want to give you credit for that, really standing strong on day 8. Individually, I'm a thread. By myself, I'm a thread. By yourself, you're a thread. However, when you come together on platforms like this with the Los Angeles Tribune, with a community of servant leaders, we become a rope. We can start pulling our resources. We can start pulling together. We can start helping each other out. And when we start tying knots, when we start doing business with each other, that makes our rope stronger. So individually, we're threads. We come together, we become a rope. And to make our rope stronger, we have to do business with each other. We have to be able to share. Remember, living to give. And that's what leaders do. We make a better place than where we found it. And so I'm thankful, I'm appreciative to be surrounded by knot tires, by ropes. Individuals in our Young Black in Business community that will be calling up. They're making the situation better. They're making our rope stronger. They're making the world a better place, from financial literacy to giving back to the youth, from speaking, motivational speaking, to a health and happiness. We're an eclectic meritocracy here. And I want to say we're spreading that winning spirit across the world. And it's starting with the Los Angeles Tribune on this platform. So get excited. The speakers that I'm going to call up, get a pen and get a piece of paper, and I'm going to challenge you. Whatever you write down in black and white will turn green. Whatever you put on black and white paper today will turn green. So get excited, get your pens out, and I'm going to call up some guests up here to the to the main stage. But again, Alicia, we want to thank you and your team. Together, everyone achieves more.
Yes, it's truly true. Together, everyone achieves more. Like you say, Roosevelt, that's a writer downer. So I have my pen ready because I always know that there are so many insights shared. And as we bring your guests up, I would love to learn more because you do so much support into community in YB&B, but also the greater community of San Diego and beyond, truly. And we just had Mark Rodriguez on earlier, and he was talking about finding your version of self-care. So as a leader that shows up in your community and as a leader that pours so much into the individuals around you, what are ways that you nurture your spirit, that you nurture your energy, that you nurture your soul so that you have so much to give to the people that you're connected with each and every day?
Wow, honestly, that could make a grown man cry because that happened this morning. I had to look in the mirror and give myself a checkup from the neck up. It was a nostalgic moment. I was getting fresh. I was excited, been tuning in for the whole day, but I had to look myself in the mirror and just take a gander. Can I look myself in the mirror? Do I like what I see? And I remember when I was a young lad, when I had holes in my socks, I may have my mattress. I just may have urinated in my mattress. I could still smell it on my body. I would look in the mirror and I would size myself up. Man, I got holes in my socks. I didn't take a bath in 2 days. I'm about to eat top ramen. Where am I at just in my life and myself? And I coached myself. I mentally willed having critical success habits and success in the mirror at that particular time. And over time, I always have to look myself in the mirror to give myself a checker from the neck up. And it just happened organically. This morning, I had one of those moments. Well, I didn't say anything. I just looked at myself really hard, took a gander, made sure my teeth was getting whiter, make sure my beard is getting darker, make sure that I have my 100-year plan, that I'm in tune with spirit, and I'm in tune with self. How many people am I helping? Did I start with somebody else? Am I focusing on my family? Am I focusing on my health? How am I doing? So I would say that's the healthiest thing that you can do in the whole world is give yourself a checkup from the neck up. Before you try to save the world, you first have to save yourself. And before you save your neighbor, at least save the person that's sleeping next to you in the bed. Before you try to get out there and try to save the community, make sure that your neighborhood is in order. So we have to put ourselves and we have to have the right sequences for success. And I would say it starts with self. Before you can change anything, you have to change, you have to renew your mind. And it starts in the mirror for me personally. And that happened this morning, Alicia. So it's very auspicious that you said that.
Yeah. Check out from the neck up. That's so good. It's like those subtle moments, but just making sure that you take the time to check in. Because when you're doing a lot and you're serving a lot of people, it can be easy to say, I'll do it later. But what you're saying is do that checkup.
And I'll share this one fun fact before we go. So a fun fact, and this is a writer downer. As leaders, entrepreneurs, solution-based individuals, we're able to go our maximum speed may be 500 miles per hour. We can go 500 miles per hour, but that's not the speed that we want to go. We want to be able to have a speed that is sustainable. So when you see yourself reaching your maximum speed, you may want to take an observation, take a deep breath and relax so you can be sustainable, because it's not about getting ahead. It's about staying ahead. Just because you can go 500 miles per hour in life, you may want to coast around 450.
Yeah, that's good. That's a good reminder because people can get caught up in that momentum, but you want sustained momentum. You don't want it just to fire up and then slow right back down. I love that. So Roosevelt, I'd love to bring up our guests. I know we have Coach Juan Denny here, so I'm going to bring him up as you introduce him. We have Hariel up. Please join me in introducing our guest today.
Okay, coming to the stage. We have a phenomenal list of successful individuals in San Diego that are meeting their metrics in business. The first one I want to bring up is Juan Denny. He is a world-class coach, author, life coach, a motivational speaker. Juan, Coach Denny, please let us know who you are, what you do, and how to be contacted.
All right, I'm Coach Denny. Contact number, I can put it in the chat, or you want me to just say it?
Please.
Yeah, it's bookjuandennynow@gmail.com, and telephone number is 619-592-2898. Like Roosevelt said, I'm an author. My book just came out. It's called The Efforts of One, a powerful leadership book that just lets you know how to kind of scale yourself and kind of see where you're at and how to build yourself up to get to that next level.
I love that. I love that. And Coach Juan, would love for you to share what is a piece of advice that you find that you give out often that it may be so simple, but because it's so simple, it's often overlooked.
When you stay in the lane, there's no traffic.
Oh, that's good. Could you say that one more time? I want people to catch that.
Yeah, if you stay in your lane, there is no traffic. Accidents happen when you start switching lanes and you don't look over the blind spot. So when you continue to look forward and continue to move forward to your destination, not neighbors, not the car next to you, not your friend that's down the street, or nowadays it's the Instagram and seeing how they're looking. If you stay in your lane, there's no traffic, there's no collisions, because you can see the road ahead of you. The rear view is to see where you've been so you can keep trucking forward.
Great
That's so
stuff.
good. That is so good, because oftentimes it can be easy to look at what someone else is doing. That's how you get distracted. What do you think you've heard from individuals that you've coached as have been a bit of resistance to staying in their lane, where they're like, yeah, but like, how do people really understand what is their true lane and what is the lane they thought was theirs, but they're really just kind of copying everything else that they're seeing around them and not necessarily listening to that internal compass that is really trying to guide them towards where they're trying to go?
Yes, the key that you just said was copy. 99% of us are copying something else and trying to figure out why it's not working for us. We're not cookie cutters. God did not make us equally even. He gave us the equal amount of passion and resilience and motivation to move forward, but that all starts within ourselves, right? So a lot of things that I run into, even with coaches, is, I can't get to the next level because I'm stuck, I'm doing this, or I can't move forward because I'm too busy looking at other people or looking at society and trying to figure out what's in, instead of introducing myself to the world and saying, look, here I am, here is what I bring to the table. And then I start sharpening myself so I can become the greater version of myself that I can introduce to the world, so the world can understand that, look, you too can make it. And I'm gonna keep going back to staying in your lane. What are you gifted with? What are some of the fivefold things that have been placed inside you? Instead of looking around, just lock in on yourself. What is my strength? What is my weakness? What is my shortfall? What stuff have I overcame? Some of the stuff that we look at as we're trying to grow and develop as leaders is we always pay attention to our shortcomings, or I can't do this, or I can't do that, or I'm stuck here, or I go into a writer's block and then I get stuck. But you never sit there and think about how, or not so much think about, but you don't think about the small successes you had and start building on those. We build more on the negativity of our shortcomings or what society is saying to us than the little victories that we have, because it's the little steps that get you to the top of the mountain. It's not the sprint. The sprint will have you gassed out halfway, but if you keep stepping and keep moving up the mountain, slowly but surely wins the race.
That's a theme here in this segment. Roosevelt talked about it. You could go 500 miles per hour, but it might serve you better to go 450. And you're saying it's the little big things. I think that is such great insight, Juan. Roosevelt, I'd love to bring Juan. We're going to keep you on here, but Roosevelt, I'd love to bring up Jay next, and would love for you to introduce Jay as we bring him up here to join this conversation here.
Absolutely. Everybody get excited. Coming to the stage, we have Mr. Jay Bowser, the money mentor. This gentleman actually showed me how to tie a tie back in the days. Helped me shine my shoes, got me on the right course, and helped me to be the man that I am today, ladies and gentlemen. This gentleman right here teaches back to the youth. This gentleman right here has a 100-year plan, and this gentleman right here is definitely sustainable, someone that you need to know. Money mentor, Mr. Jay Bowser. Welcome, sir. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me. And that says a lot, getting that type of introduction from you, as you are a pillar in our community And just watching the things that you've done to change lives in the community is truly inspiring. So thank you for the introduction and the invite.
So
Yes,
Jay,
sir.
I'm kind of curious here, and it's a theme of the segment, and I want to build upon it. What are some of the incremental steps to success that you have implemented or that you teach the individuals that you engage with? Because it can be easy to say, this is my goal, I want to accomplish it. But like we've been talking about here, it is the little big things, and it's the pacing of the little big things when stacked together that really can drive action forward. So what are some of the incremental steps to success that you've thought about over your career and that you also teach?
For sure. No, thank you. Great question. And I would say first off, and we teach this within our nonprofit Core 6, where one of our core competencies is entrepreneurship. And when you have a mindset to be an entrepreneur, you have to be a leader. And so that's going to start with your mindset. So the first thing is mind shift. I would say is the first thing you need to work on. So if you have negative thoughts, you need to figure out how to turn those negative thoughts to positive thoughts. That way, if you hit an obstacle, you can turn that obstacle to an opportunity. So the mind shift, I would say, is the first thing. Your mindset is huge. Next, I would say how you start is how you finish. Right. So if you start strong, you'll be able to finish strong. So always start with the end in mind. Right. Start with the end in mind. Another thing I would say is I have these mantras: persistency, consistency, determination. And you have to have persistency because you gotta keep going. Right. It's the old African proverb: how do you eat an elephant? And it's one bite at a time. Right. So you must be persistent to keep taking those bites. You don't feel like you're doing nothing. You don't feel like you're getting anywhere. Before you know it, you're gonna be able to finish that whole elephant just by going one bite at a time. Consistency, you want to stay consistent. You want to have determination. You got to have determination because you're gonna be met with some pitfalls. You're gonna hit some brick walls. And if you don't have determination, you're not going to be able to get past those obstacles.
That's so good there. And I would love for you to dive in a little bit further on determination because it's hard to be determined if you don't know where you're going. So how can people get clear on where they're actually trying to go? Because sometimes they think they want everything, but it's actually really kind of a smaller subset of the list of what they think they want that they might be going after.
Exactly, Alicia. I would say less is more. When I did my strategic plan for the organization this year, I made sure to put in bold letters, less is more. A lot of times we start to want to think too big. And then we start to get either mission drift or get off track of where we're trying to get to because we're just taking everything that's thrown at us instead of staying hyper focused and concentrated on our goal. And to do that, you want to have a passion, right? So when you talk about entrepreneurs getting off track or not being able to stay determined, if you have a passion for what you're doing and it's not really work, then it's easy to stay on track and stay on the right path to get done what needs to be done. A lot of times when we go teach the youth at different middle schools and high schools, they'll say, "Oh, I don't know what my passion is yet. My passion is just to make money." And so that's okay too. I mean, if your passion is to make money, that's okay. But a lot of times I would like to say there's usually a passion hidden behind something. You just don't know it yet, right? So you may have to do a little bit of self-search and pray on it. God can bring it to you. You may want to meditate, but we want to find that passion because if it's just to make money, what are you going to do when the money's slow, right? How are you going to keep staying motivated to keep doing it? So it has to be something greater than just money. So for me personally, my motivation is changing lives, right? I've seen the work that God has done in my life to change my life. So my job is to pay it forward by letting my light shine. And so I have a passion with that. So for me to get up and run my nonprofit daily, it's not work. Since it's my passion, whenever we hit obstacles, it's easy to turn into opportunity because I have a positive outlook on my career and what I'm doing because I'm passionate about it.
I love that. We had David Meltzer on a couple of days ago, and he was saying that he was moving from a mission to his mission. And it was a complete reframe of how he was engaging in the world. And I appreciate that you brought that perspective here with us, Jay. There's something else that you said that I want to kind of hold space for and reiterate a little bit here, which is, people are encouraged to dream big, but also understand what it is that you have on your plate so you can actually attain those goals and continue to move forward. And I think that goes back into the incremental steps to success. Dream big, have the vision, but understand what your goals are and create them in bite-sized goals. So less is more, so you can accomplish what you're looking to accomplish and continue to gain momentum as you go along your dreams. And I think that's very, very powerful here for our audience.
Yeah, for sure. And celebrate the small wins, right? Because I was just listening to my morning motivation from Jim Rohn, classic motivational speaker. And he was talking about a lot of times we focus on the destination and we say, man, when I get that car, that Mercedes I've been waiting for, the Bentley, or when I get that mansion, then I'm going to be happy. And he was talking about, no, it's along the journey you have to be happy, right? Just like, pursuit of happiness, everybody's heard that, but you need to already be happy, because when you arrive at where you think you're supposed to arrive at, you're then not going to find happiness. So it's enjoying the whole journey along the ride while you're getting to where you want to get to, and that's what true success is all about, enjoying the path that's laid out for you. In that sense, even when you hit an obstacle, you're going to enjoy that obstacle, because now you're going to have that mindset like, you know what, I just hit an obstacle, but that means just on the other end of this obstacle is a great opportunity. The bigger the obstacle, the bigger the opportunity, right? So when you change your whole mindset like that, you enjoy the path, you stay happy on it, happy along the journey. When you believe in God, God is guiding you. That's also a beauty in the journey, but then also enjoying the small wins along the way. If you're trying to get to $1 million, right, that's just always a common number. With inflation, people probably gonna start saying 10 million. But on that journey, you know what? I just made my first sale for $100. Celebrate that win, because now you got a proof of concept. Now you just got to 10x that. Okay, now it's got $1,000 day. Okay, now I need to make that a $10,000 day. And so if you can make $1,000 by doing something, you can make $10,000 by doing something, and so on and so on and so on. So little steps. It's in the 12-step program of AA. You just don't jump from step 1 to step 12. You got to go step 1, step 2, all the way to step 12.
Yeah, so good. Thank you so much, Roosevelt. I'd love for you to introduce our next guest that's joining us as well.
Absolutely, because this gentleman right here that we're going to call up next, Mr. Hariel Corsair, he actually is all about celebrating incremental successes. That's what you have to do. This gentleman, Mr. Hariel Corsair, and his lovely wife actually taught me the difference between good and great is inches and centimeters. So, Mr. Hariel, please share with us. Welcome to the global platform. Please let us know who you are, what you do, sir.
Hi, Roosevelt. Yeah, one thing I want to start off with is I want to thank you for allowing us to be on this platform, and the Los Angeles Tribune as well. It's all about customer support, customer service, like you said, being able to connect with people, understanding what their desires are. You had so many great nuggets just dropped in this segment. My goodness, all the speakers have got such great should I say, knowledge and leadership traits. And that's not where we come from. So my wife and I, we come from Brooklyn, New York, and we live out here in beautiful sunny San Diego now. And my wife has a background, 18 years in federal law enforcement. I have a background, I was in the Air Force for 13 years. And I was also a professional engineer as well. Aerospace engineer for 19 years. So we've got corporate America down to a science. Okay. But as far as like leadership, things I've learned in corporate America were how to be a leadership for our institution. All right. How to be better in that sense, but never about being a leader for yourself. So I've been through the machine and the machine of brainwashing, but the machine that basically made you think that you had gotten to success in life. I told you about our background and stuff like that. My wife had stopped working due to a medical injury a few years back, but I continued on working as an aerospace engineer, moved me out here to San Diego, and thought we had gotten to a point in life where we were successful. 6-figure income, house on the hill, swimming pool, and it's amazing. But it doesn't take a lot to knock you down off your high horse, because even though you think you built yourself to wealth, you can't work yourself to wealth. And when something happens, right, made some errors that cost us a lot of money, and also almost bankrupt us. Okay. And to be going from 6-figure income earner to being about 3 paychecks away from being a 6-figure earning homeless person, it can humble you, right? We got helped. Yes, there's a silver lining. We got helped. We got educated. Number one. And I mean, like I said, I was able to build up my finances again, get the train running again, right? This all happened by someone who kind of opened my mind to leadership, to professional development, to working on myself, for myself, not for the man. Okay. And that kind of led me in a different direction. An amazing woman of color. I love it. I'll go ahead and plug her. It's Miss Patrina Wisdom right there. She's doing some amazing things. She continues to do some amazing things. And that's one thing about a leader that we learned as well, right? We became leaders in the industry, wealth management, learning how money works, learning how to educate others, right? Now we go around and we talk to small business owners, we talk to individuals, families, people who might need to take their business or their family to the next level financially. And we lead through education, and we're able to build a successful business being licensed. We're not just educators. We sit down and we're able to educate you, help you to develop a plan for your future. Have some goals like they were talking about earlier, right? What does it take to get to those goals? What does it take to get to those goals as a business? We talked about it from a mental standpoint. What about from a financial standpoint? What does it take to reach some of these goals, right? So we've been able to build a fantastic business in helping people nationwide, Canada and Puerto Rico. I got no business in Canada yet, but soon come, according to President Trump. But but we've seen what a problem. I think Mr. Roosevelt talked about this earlier. A problem. What was the problem? The problem wasn't making money. We all make money, and whatever we do, whatever background we come from, right? Butcher, baker, candlestick maker. You making money. But what do you do? Who's teaching us what to do with that money, right? Oh, I got a fat bank account. That bank account ain't gonna take you anywhere. You need to understand how money works.
Very, very powerful, Hariel, the work that you do. This has been such a beautiful segment here. And I'm going to go back to it because I think it's incremental steps to success. I think you all really broke down what it means to have a vision and a goal, but understand what the incremental steps are to really achieve those goals. As we come to a close here, I would love for you all to each in 30 seconds or less share some of the closing remarks that you would like to land with our audience here today. And I'm going to start with you, Coach Juan.
One thing that I can definitely say is success is only a step away. If you believe deep down in yourself, be your biggest cheerleader, be your biggest motivation, be your biggest inspiration, and really dive inside yourself and realize that all the tools are already inside you, and just begin to cultivate and take a chance. The biggest thing that we're afraid of is taking a chance because we're afraid of failure. But failure is only the first attempt in learning. So continue to move forward.
So good here. What about for you, Jay? Jay, you're on mute here. I know you're sharing some good gems here.
Sorry about that. If I had $1 every time I did that. Well, quickly, I would say don't wait for things to be perfect to get started. Just jump out there and get going, and you'll work things out along the way. And secondly, I would say be humbly confident, right? So we want to, like the gentleman Hariel was mentioned before, you can't be humble, so you want to stay humble, but you also want to be confident in knowing that you're going to be able to complete whatever you put your mind to.
Thank you so much. And what about for you, Roosevelt?
I'd like to defer to Mr. Hariel, and I'll close this out because I see you back on the live.
Good. Hariel, back to you.
All right. Hey, I just wanted to say that I just want to say thank you for this incredible panel. You know, this is a great panel. I think we learned a lot. One thing I wanted to say is that you know, we just voted. It was passed that in next year we're going to start financial literacy in high school. So somewhere within the 4 years of high school, you have to take one semester of some type of basic financial literacy, right? Just passed. It starts with the class of 2026. So is that enough, one semester? This is something that we need to kind of be able to spread. All right. There's a desperate need for what we do. And we're able to do some things to change lives and make dreams come true. You know, when I put together my business plan, you know, I put together goals that I have. And some of these goals I haven't reached yet, but they haven't come off my business plan. I'm continually striving forward and building because there's a passion, there's a need, and that's what the people want.
Yes, sir. Thank you for those closing remarks. I like to say mine is start with a commitment, deliver with quality, and finish with success. I'll say it again for those in the back that got their pens ready. Start with a commitment, deliver with quality, and finish with success. Thank you very much, Alicia.
Thank you so much, Roosevelt. Thank you, Juan. Thank you, Jay. Thank you, Hariel, for joining us today for this beautiful segment. We appreciate you and all of the work that you do with Young Black and in Business, Roosevelt, and the Southern California area. And we know that your work is leaving such a great impact on all of the entrepreneurs that you touch. So we appreciate you all for joining us here today. And as we close this segment out, you know, it is my delight and my honor to introduce our next guest. We're going to hear from Neandre Broussard and Evan, who are the COO and the CEO of, I'm going to call it experience and organization of movement, but that is Black Menswear. They inspire individuals to show up their best, but they inspire them to be inspired. They support entrepreneurs. They have partnerships with colleges and universities, and they're really focused on helping creators of the next generation be valued for the work that they do. They have so much strategic insight. Their takeover is truly global. If you've ever seen a flash mob of beautiful Black men and boys dressed to the T's around the world, in Ghana, in Paris, around the United States, they are part of that Black menswear experience. So Evan Marshall, Neandre Broussard, it's amazing to have you join us here during LA Tribune Leadership Week 2025, as we have this insightful conversation on leadership insights and principles. And there are so many angles that we could kind of take an approach as we start this segment. But I think something that's unique to the two of you that I think will resonate really well with our audience is that you all have curated an entire experience with Black menswear, but it was a pivot from the work that you two were previously doing. You started in different industries before you got to be in alignment with each other and collaboration to really drive Black menswear forward. And so, Neandre, I would love for you to talk about that pivot experience and that pivot moment, because sometimes people are called to their next phase in life and in their leadership, and they're not sure what it's actually trying to tell them or what to do next. I would love for you to share some of that insight with our audience here as we welcome you to Leadership Week. Welcome.
Well, thank you. Thank you for having us. Very excited to be here and honored really to be able to speak on our experiences, and hopefully those experiences can help inspire and motivate somebody else who's in the same position that we've been in the past. One of the biggest things that you just kind of hit on is that moment, right? What's the moment that you decide to chase your passion versus doing what you've been comfortable doing? And we were, honestly, for me, it's funny. Like, you always think about those aha points. Well, the reason why this mission and this movement started was because the media told me that as a Black man, there wasn't a lot of success that was going to come my way. I was going to be oppressed down. I was not going to be a good father to my children. I was not going to be a good citizen in the community. But for me, I was like, that's not true. I know so many other Black men that are doing amazing things that don't have their stories told. So that was one of those turning points of how can we utilize social media, which is utilized everywhere, all over the world by so many people, to tell the true stories of who we are as a community. And after, you start with something small, which we started with the flash mob as something small, and we saw the impact that it had on the gentleman that came. And in those moments, I was like, okay, this work that we're doing is bigger than being flashy on social media. It's truly about the impact and the connectivity that we're having with men who don't have a safe space, and being able to provide that safe space and to cultivate that safe space ongoing is really what drove us from social media platform to experiential arm to now cultural impact agency. It was, how do we help the people that are in our space, that are coming to our spaces, that have questions about building businesses, about being an influencer, about what do I charge? How do I negotiate rates? Brands are reaching out to me, but how do I make sure they don't take advantage? Well, now we're helping entrepreneurs become better business people. And so as different things kind of mature and pivot, like you say, we pivoted into COVID. We came out of COVID way stronger than we were going into COVID. And so this really just understanding like how each moment comes. And as we look back, and I'll pass it to Evan too to talk through some of that. As we look back, we can see pivotal moments on our journey that if we hadn't taken a right turn or a left turn, they wouldn't have us to where we are today. To, like you said, we've had the privilege of doing events all over the world, meeting brothers all over the world, not just to be looking good, but how are we establishing ourselves and our communities globally? So that way, if I do travel, I can call somebody and know that, hey, there's somebody else that's like-minded here. I don't feel like I'm on an island or feel like I'm isolated. So that's what I would say as those turning moments and those pivotal points. Follow some of those things that you're hearing God's telling you, that you're hearing in your conscience, because a lot of that is alignment, and you got to get aligned yourself.
Yeah, for sure. And Evan, I would love to shift to you here. How did you learn as you evolved along your leadership journey and career to kind of tune in maybe to that quiet voice that was guiding your next step? Because some of the work that you all do is innovative, it's creative, and it hasn't been done in the way that you all have done it, yet you are here having such a global impact. And so there's something that must have been put inside of you to say, this is the next step. How did you learn how to tune into that and have the confidence to then take that and execute upon it?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think kind of going back, it extends of your previous question. One of the things we like to say here oftentimes is how you pivot is how you prosper. So I like to utilize that as a line in terms of it's really being open to understanding the opportunities of being presented to you. And then when you see that opportunity, do you have the understanding ability to be able to assess where this might take you? Oftentimes, I know this is a leadership summit, so there's a lot of people probably watching this that are entrepreneurs or in leadership positions of themselves, or they're here to kind of learn tidbits and gems. Because oftentimes we have these business plans, we have these company trajectories, and we want to say we want to go A, B, C, D, E, F, G. But you know what? To get to Z, sometimes you might, not to say skip a step, but you might need to go to M before you go to L. And that doesn't necessarily mean that you're actually getting off track. You're just diverting your path, but that path could lead you down a line of future success that you might not have originally thought forth as you were building your business. One of the things I always like to say is if you'd have went to Jeff Bezos back in 1994 when he's selling books out of his garage, that 25 years later he would own a grocery store, he'd be like, what are you talking about? Right?
One that you can pay for with your phone, right?
Correct. So it's like, there's no way he had that vision 30 years from now, because it literally did not exist. So that's one of the things we like to say in terms, especially within our industry. Andre mentioned about how we started on social media. Him and I, we're both millennials. We're in our late 30s. When we graduated college, honestly, TikTok didn't exist. Musical.ly did not exist. Snapchat did not exist. Instagram might have just came out, but the reels themselves did not exist. So we're literally working in an industry and building a business to where that is thriving and cultivating community and connectivity in a business platform in an industry that did not exist when we graduated our college years 15 years ago. So in that regard, it's understanding, but we still have the root of our business to be able to continue to grow and make an impact. It's just understanding how we're going to be able to cultivate that community now in a digital ecosystem, but then also rooting it in terms of taking that real life connectivity and creating authentic storytelling through platforms like what you all have with the Los Angeles Tribune, which leads with storytelling and communication and impacting people around the world, but also honing in the Southern California market. How do we be able to do that in our own unique ways as well?
Yeah, that's so key. Yesterday, we had Jim Keys on, who is the former CEO of Blockbuster and 7-Eleven, and really grew kind of franchise growth and navigated 2 economic kind of turnarounds. And the theme that came up in that segment was adaptability. Our CEO, Mo Rock, was on there with us. We were talking about the adaptability quotient. And so for you all, you have adapted to meet the moment, but also to understand what are core needs that our community has that they're looking for that they may not be vocalizing, but is very there. And so how have you thought about being adaptable to actually be able to show up, collaborate with, and serve the community that you're working with? And I know you do so much with BMW Digital Agency, but you also do so much through your activations with Black Menswear and collaborating with individuals in the community to meet those needs.
I think one of the biggest things about leadership is actually leading people, right? So sometimes you have this disconnect between leadership and management. Leadership is the ability to get people to go from here to there. Management is the ability to get through tasks. And I think one of the things that we do that we're very focused on is the people that are around us, what are they asking for? So I say this to anybody that's actually building a social media platform. We have a 3-step process to really getting to where you want to be, especially working with creators. The first step is like, know your niche. All right. You have to know your niche, which for us, once we understood our niche, then you tap into the people because the people that are within your niche are telling you what they need. And so as you're looking at growing and building, they're asking for those things. Hey, we need a safe space for us to come together. We need help understanding how is it that we can negotiate with brands. We need space to help us to understand how to strategize a business model instead of just posting on social media. They told us those things. So we listened to those things, and that's what's really helped us to grow. All of the clients that we have really successful relationships with that are within our client roster, they come to us with a need. We listen to that need, and then we come to them with the perspective of, okay, how do we implement that in a way that's different than a sales process? How do we help you to build a community around that? Which for anybody that has any type of business or anything, focus on the community build because you want to lead the people that are tapped into you, right? So that's step number 1. Step 2 is know your worth, but people will tell you what your worth is once they know what your value is. So understanding what it is that your niche is, now you can associate that with knowing your worth. And then step 3 of that is like building your own ecosystem, building your own community. How are you pulling people? We talk a lot about this. We're on social media right now, but if social media went down, where were all your consumers? How do they get to you? How do you still build your community? Well, find a way that you can own that allows you to have that direct relationship with who your audience is, because they will continue to tell you what it is that they want. And that's how we were forward thinking by listening. We said, okay, well, this is where we are today, but they're telling us about this. This means that there's something that's on their mind. So how do we get ahead of that? Which any business owner should be thinking about that way as well.
Yeah, I love this. And I actually want to dive into this a little bit further because we're talking about listening here. On day 1 of Leadership Week, we had Jeffrey Sano on, who is a former director, chief of station in the CIA. And we had a really powerful conversation on listening. But what does it actually mean to listen, to hear someone out, not based on what you want to hear, but based on truly what they're actually saying? So either you, Neandre, or Evan, I would love for you to dive into that concept a little bit more, because I can tell that you're very intentional about how you approach listening to your community. And I think that's going to be key here to connect with our audience.
Yeah, I think one of the good thing in terms of one thing we like to say is a couple of different ways, right? So I can answer this. I'm going to answer this 2-part ways. One, from a direct work standpoint, how we're servicing our clients, look at it from a content creation or influencer perspective. One of the things we always like to challenge clients: who is the hero here? Oftentimes, whether you're Starbucks, whether you're Woodford Reserve, whether you're Chase, like you think about yourselves and self-serving as the client. We like to say, like, but you're not the hero. Neandre and myself, or Alicia, you're not the hero. The hero is the person who's looking at it on their phone, screen, laptop, or tablet. If they don't feel some sort of emotional connectivity, it doesn't matter what call to action that you want them to take, they're not going to do it. They need to feel represented. You could have Beyonce, Serena Williams, or LeBron James in your advertising. They need to feel seen and represented. That goes back to listening to them. That goes back to speaking to them, not at them. By speaking to them, you're speaking to them because you've heard and listened to what they type of information that wants to be sold to. You've heard and listened to them, how they want to be engaged with. You've analyzed the data. You've seen the areas in which they've shown up. So that's one of the big things at the core from a professional standpoint. From our platform, in terms of Black menswear, one of the things we've done a really good job in terms of big thing about us for even this year is we realized people loved the visuals, they love the community, but people said they want to hear more about the men that are actually coming to this. Who are the men that are making up to this parts? So one of the big things for us this year when we were batting out our goals is how do we humanize the flash mob? So taking it out just, yeah, you see this great imagery, but how do you not only hear from the men that are participating, but also the women that are walking by, the mothers that are bringing their sons, the people that are in the community around it. And since then, we've had several videos that have gone viral. Literally telling, hey, Black man, what's one thing another Black man should hear? That video's got almost 300, 400,000 shares in the last 6 weeks. We have another video like, hey, Black man, how do you love somebody else express love to somebody else? Like those videos now have really seen us through a trajectory where we've gained probably about 25 to 30,000 organic followers in the last 2 months, just off of those 2 videos alone. Because again, and that was understanding going in the back half of last year, what you guys have is great, but how do we got to get another opportunity to hear from the men there? So listening to the people that were following us, we pivoted what the content we were putting out there to serve the need of what they said that they were already asking for.
That's so key. And it's like, everyone has a story, everyone's stories matter, but people want to connect with people's stories. It's great to see how someone presents themselves and understand what they do, but it's really impactful to hear the why, or to hear the person behind the experience that people are connecting with. You know, for both of you, what are I'm curious here, what are some leadership principles or insights that you were following and you're like, you know what, I want to evolve this, or I want to pivot in my style or in this way, because for where I'm trying to go for the next phase and stage of my life, of my organization, I understand I can expand the container of my leadership, and I want to make some of these shifts. I'm kind of curious here. Neandra, I'd love to start with you first.
I learned a long time ago, and to your point, leadership style is different by individual, right? It's also different by the group that you have, because some people need to be led differently. I am very much in the thought of servant leadership, where I'm leading alongside of you. I'm leading from a space of, yes, I'm leading from the front, but I'm leading from a space of, you feel as though I am the one that can also get my hands dirty with you, versus just being one that, as Evan mentioned earlier, talking to you versus talking at you, listening to you, right? So those things of servant leadership, where you are empowering those that are within your ethos to be better versions of themselves, but you're also showing them what it's like to have success within their particular role, or have success within whatever it is that they're doing. So like the servant leadership tenets are really, really big for me, because I found that you can bring the best out of people when they feel as though they have value bigger than their task breakdown. And really looking at it from that servant leadership perspective, where I'm serving you as your leader, I'm the one, like, I'm a person that you shouldn't feel there's a hierarchy. Yes, there's a hierarchy there, but you shouldn't feel as though the individual at the top of that hierarchy is unattainable, because the individual at the top of that hierarchy understands what it's like to be in your role. And so really looking at it from that space of leading from that servant's perspective, I feel as though, especially with what we do in regards to building community, building people, is one of the reasons why I've been successful in the role, because the people that are around us want to be a part of it, because they feel as though they're bigger. It's bigger than what they are. It's about empowering and motivating others around them, because they understand what that servant leadership means.
I'll add to that. I would just say, and I know we're coming up on time here, so I'll keep it short and brief, is one thing I like to do is understanding the power versus authority construct. Oftentimes, the problem about in the leadership, you might be the person that's technically in power or in the leadership position, but you might not be the authority to see things through. So when I say that, to say, like, you might have somebody like the lawyer, the CFO, the project manager, the day-to-day account lead. That's the person who actually has the authority to see a project through, see the execution through, be able to get the task done. But in understanding, that's because you're the person in the power and you can delegate that decision, making sure that those people that you're working through who actually have that authority, making sure that they understand that you don't mind them having that authority to be able to execute on your behalf, because they need to have that authority to bring your vision to life. They need to have the authority to take your company where you need to go. You're the boss. You're the leader. So you're the one still in power, but power and authority are not always the same thing. And oftentimes as leaders, we can kind of confuse the two and mix those two together and understand that there's a difference in a fine line of understanding who has that balance and who has that shift that can make things better or for worse as an organization.
Wow, that's powerful. And it's a reminder, I think, because it can seem so simple and be like, yeah, of course. But in practice, what does that actually look like? So I love that, Evan. I think it's a great reminder. It's been so great having the two of you on here. And I feel like we're going to have another segment to dive into these insights here. But before you go, Evan, we'll start with you. I would love for you to share some closing thoughts with our audience, maybe something that was on your mind or heart that you didn't have the opportunity to share, but you'd really like to connect with and land with our audience today.
Yeah, I would say one thing we really want you all to kind of, as you kind of tap in and follow our social media pages. And a lot of time people say that as a shameless plug to just learn more about that. No, I really say that, and I mean that, because oftentimes we go viral on Twitter or Threads or X now or on TikTok, and it's people sharing our content from not necessarily our page. So they might see that we get memeified from everything from Minions to Jesus from the Bodega Boys, and oftentimes they see it and they see it written, and we're really appreciative of that. But then oftentimes people say, like, what else are you guys doing, or what are they doing besides having these photo ops in the suits? But if you really tap into our YouTube channel, where we just released a documentary called Legacy of the Track, honoring the history and legacy of Black jockeys and the contribution to the Kentucky Derby, or you follow our Instagram pages or our brand TikToks, you'll see some of the things we're doing with HBCUs. You'll see some of the different things we're doing for the philanthropic standpoint, as well as to really tap in with us and learn more about how we're uplifting, promoting, and showcasing what we say Black expression, even more so than Black excellence, because how you choose to express yourself is excellence in its own right.
Appreciate you sharing here. And Evan, I encourage you to tap in. You all are so much more than your viral moments. And I think that's a great reminder to people that people are so much more to their viral moments. So really take the time to get to know and understand what it is that they have going on, because there's so much more that you can learn there versus just looking at that highlight that happened, it hit, and everyone else latched onto. Really take that time to understand the depth and breadth of understanding and perspective that people bring to the table. Would love to move to you, Neandre, for closing remarks here.
One of the things that we often talk about within our organization is impact over influence, right? When you think about impact is a crater. Influence is a wave. And when you think about a wave goes with the flow of what's going on. So we have so many people that call themselves influencers on social media, and they have a sphere of influence. But how are you leveraging that influence to actually make a difference in the people around you? That's longevity. And that's the crater perspective of, it goes deep and it goes wide versus just moves with the flow. And when you think about being a leader, you think about those people that are around you, how are you impacting them? Because then those people become sponsors. They're going to be the ones that talk about you when you're not in the room. When they're thinking about who do we want to work with? Well, I love the way this person led this type of organization or this type of project. Let's bring them on board. So just thinking about you might be in a position of influence, but how are you using that position of influence to actually have impact on people is really, really important, to not take advantage of the space that you're in. And how do you then leave the space that you're in a better position than it was before you got there? Because that's what's going to be what people talk about. That's what's going to be where you build disciples, where you build evangelists for whatever your brand is, whatever your mission is, whatever your movement is. Because if you've impacted those people, that's long lasting. And I encourage everybody to think about that: impact over influence.
So good. Impact over influence. Last year for Leadership Week, we had Guy Kawasaki on, who is the chief evangelist for Apple and for Canva. And think about the iPhone, the MacBook people use every day, and Canva, and how it has shifted things for so many entrepreneurs, solopreneurs, just individuals, right? In terms of content creation. But what does that look like to be an evangelist? And you have to be an evangelist for yourself and have that own self-belief in what you're doing, so you can actually get people committed to join you along that journey. And Andre, you said it earlier, but really valuing people and helping see them as they commit to the journey that they're on with you. what Gail said in the chat, such a light bulb moment. Impact over influence. That's really good. I have my stickies here of quotes, and so I'll be adding that one to my note cards here. We appreciate you, Evan and Andre, for joining us today. Thank you for joining Leadership Week 2025. Until next time, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you as well, Alicia.
Thank you. Wow, what a powerful segment. That was so good. So many insights here, but impact over influence definitely connected with me. And then just understanding the experience of the pivot. We are going to bring two next guests up with us here. And I'm excited for this panel discussion because we have Arthur Rutledge who's joining us. And he is the author of the book, The 11 Pillars of Confidence. And he talks about how to show up confidently so that you can lead confidently in your personal life and in your business life. And we also have Bhavna Srivastava, who is joining us here today. And Bhavna, she does so much. She has a nonprofit organization that's all about feeding people and educating people. She's managed wellness centers, and she works with people to help them tap into the essence of who they are and also clear energetic blocks and emotional blocks that they have in their lives so they can show up their most confident self, but they can also lead for impact. So I'm actually delighted to have the two of you join us here today, Bhavna and Arthur. Welcome to LA Tribune Leadership Week. Thank you so much. So Arthur, I would love to start with you. Arthur, you wrote the book, and Bob, now I'm going to bring you right back up. You wrote the book, 11 Pillars of Confidence, and you talk about confidence as being something that can be learned and it can be practiced. They're going to be very effective in how people connect with and show up in the world. Can you talk a little bit about 11 Pillars of Confidence? What inspired you to write the book that has been so well received by readers from all over, and what confidence can do to support people in their own leadership styles?
Yes, I'm happy to be here. Thank you for having me on. Talking into the ideas that people have about their confidence, it was so appealing to me when I looked into what are some of the things that people feel like they don't have enough of. One of those things, besides happiness, because we all want happiness, is confidence. And even though we show up, doesn't mean that we are fully our individual empowered, the things that we get to be empowered about in our lives. Just even feeling good about ourselves is a race in confidence. And so when I found out that this is something that I've had, but I didn't always have, or maybe I always had great self-esteem, but didn't always know my value. And even in my book, I have the quote, value your value, because when you can do that, then you can bring some beauty into your space, wherever you go, and to whoever may be around you. And I said, yeah, that's what I want to do. I want to enforce the idea of thinking on a higher level and being able to, not about always staying at the most confident, but knowing when you dip, being aware of that and learning how to pick yourself up a little bit sooner, with a little bit more ease, and being lovingly kind to ourselves in the process. And so I said, this book is going to embrace what that is and imprint that type of idea in the world is something I feel like we all need today.
That's so good. I'm going to bring Bhavna up to join us in this conversation because Arthur, you said something I think is key, and we're here at Leadership Week, and we've danced around this subject, but I don't think we've talked about it directly enough. We've definitely talked about it, but value your value and believe in yourself and who you are. And Bhavna, you are a big coach of helping people to understand and see their true value and connect with their true self so that they can shine so brightly in this world. And I would love for you to kind of pick up that theme that Arthur started here about valuing your value and being kind to yourself as you show up in the world for everyone else. Because I think it's so important. And, you know, oftentimes, and it's been said many times here, leadership starts from within, but how to help people really connect with the true value and the full essence of who they are. Bhavna.
Thank you, Alicia. I totally agree with that. And I would start with a poem I wrote in my book, Healing Trauma and Self-Care. And it's a quick, short poem. Life changes you, circumstances change you, people change you, thoughts change you, love changes you. But the universal energies open you, makes you understand you, loves you, recreates you, fills you, makes you, becomes you, unites with you. So be the light and spread it, unite with it and shine with it. So this is what I wrote, and going to that, and this is what I love doing with people, is when we are broken by our experiences and the traumas we go through in our lives, it shifts us, but that does not mean that what we have received, the values, the character we have built, is also not there. It's there, but it just goes in the backstage. So it's more important to bring forth that who you are from the core of you, and that forget the trauma, but take it as an experience which has made more of you like the gold. I always say gold goes through the fire to be the gold. Before that, it is part of the dirt or the rock. So nobody knows you till you've gone through the fire. People know you when you've gone through the fire. That's when they see, oh my God, look at that person. He or she is going so much doing this. Oh my God, they're going through that. And they've gone through that, right? So you become more of you. But it does not change your values. It makes your values go up because now you're standing with that being your foundation. So it's important to have the value within you, but it's also important to love yourself and to know that, yes, I am this person. Now I'm more of this person, and I'm going through this life being more of me, right? So when you do go through the traumas in your life, and with your values inside of you, you create ripple effects. Then people who come and connect with you and talk with you, they are connecting and they are shifting because of you. So the important part is always about self-love, right? I'm going to give 3 tips to people. So write it down. How do we do that? Because people always ask me, Bhavna, what do we do? What do we do? Okay, so if you've got a pen and paper, write it down. I always use the pen because when you write it with pen, I'm still not the old school, but with the pen, when you're holding it, you've got 5 chakras because they have on the tips, you've got the chakras. So when you write it with that, you're making it remember. That's how it stays, because now everything is engraved with the writing. Through the chakras, your body remembers it and your mind remembers it. So write the 3 tips, which I'm going to do. First one is, how do we do self-love, right? Self-love is simple thing of knowing I am more important in my life because my life is because of me, right? So remember, this is your life. And you are the story of your life. Everybody else is part of the story. But how do you want to make that you affect and you are part of everybody's story? So you have to take care of yourself, right? And it's not just taking care of yourself, but it also putting in, second thing is nutrition, eating healthy. It's very important, okay? The third part is your emotional health, which is, are you feeling okay? Saying to yourself, that is very important. That is key part of self-love. You cannot love yourself if your emotions are all over the place, and emotions connect with the mental health. But the emotional, it is the feelings, how you feel today. So when you wake up in the morning, feel your body, feel your mind, feel your heart. How do I feel today? What do I do today? How can I feel? Sometimes it's hard to feel anything. So shift into being positive. Yeah. Shift into, yes, I can step up. I'm feeling low. I can't get out of the bed. What can I do? Let me do deep breaths. So breathe in. You have all the things within you, but I help you elevate to your next level. Unleash that. Okay, let me connect you to your breath. Because sometimes people put their hand on their heart and they won't feel the heartbeat. So
And
everybody
they
try it.
don't connect. Yeah. And I think that's so key because, like throughout Leadership Week, we've been talking about leading from within. And I love that you're highlighting here. You also have to connect to the feelings within, acknowledge them, and then understand that there is a path that you can take. And you get to figure that out and you get to sit in what it is that you're sitting with.
Yes.
But not block it out. What you're saying is you want to own it and accept it and sit with it so that you can move through it, not around it, and address it. And that people will say, oh, well, it's my personal life, but like business life, personal life, it's one life, right? It's all connected. Like we can have these imaginary containers, but inevitably it's all connected. And so that means that whatever you're feeling or whatever you're sensing, like Sonia Chaquette opened up a couple days earlier talking about the feelings that you feel and the senses that you sense, all of that is going to show up in your work life. It's going to show up in how you're leading your life and your business. And it's going to impact the people that you're connected with and you're around. Arthur, I would love for you to share your perspective here, because I know that you are so good at connecting with yourself and kind of going within, and that work, in your own journey really inspired you to write your book, The 11 Pillars of Confidence, but it also inspired you to help people understand that they are valued, right? That they have the ability within themselves to show up confident. And yes, they may be experiencing life experiences, but they get to nurture those feelings and step up in ways that are meaningful for them. So I would love for you to share in kind of what your kind of perspective is on this self-love journey and how it's connected to confidence and ultimately how it impacts how people lead in their lives.
People don't think that confidence is anything but a coat that we put on and we walk out the door, right? We go down the street in our daily lives and we see all these things that could be things that can influence us for good, bad, indifference. But confidence is more than just a coat, right? It's how we are putting on our clothes and how we're getting from point A to point B and how we are looking at ourselves in the mirror and how we are helping other people. It all translates and is all fluent when we think about how we easily should be able to flow through the ideas of knowing our values, knowing our worth, and bringing that and subjecting that to our causes, whatever that might be, leaning into what that can be. I was thinking about this quote that says, that's by Rumi, that says, if you're irritated with every rub, how will you be polished? And the idea of we get to go through our lives polishing ourselves, no matter how we get bumped around. Finding our confidence is a frequency, even though we haven't, it's literally not a frequency per se. If you're thinking David or Hawkins or anything of that, or the laws of unconsciousness and things like that, but it is because if somebody bumps you in the right way, you might want that person to bump into you or see you or notice you, you're elated, right? You could even find yourself glowing and people can see that your frequency of that is up. If you get complimented at work, self-efficacy, that gets built in through that repetition of people, are you knowing what you're able to accomplish and do.
That's so
Those
good,
are-
Arthur. That's so
yeah.
good. And I want to continue this conversation, but I actually want to bring our next guest up,
Oh, yeah,
Jeff
please.
Morris, because I think that he's just going to add to the layers and depth of this conversation, because Jeff is the CEO of Dream Smart Behavioral Solutions, and he uses behavioral science to help people understand, youth all the way to executives, what their superpowers are, and to help them understand aspects of themselves that may not at face value be clear to them that it is their superpower, but in helping them understand the kind of the fabric of who they are from a behavioral science perspective can help people show up in a very unique way. And I think that's so tied here to what you were sharing, Arthur. So I want to come back to your thought, but I would love for Jeff to kind of share more about the work that he does with DreamStart Behavioral Solutions as we continue this conversation. Welcome, Jeff.
Hey, Arthur, how you doing, my brother?
Great to see you. What's going on, brother?
Hey, man, you kicking the knowledge, man. I'm taking notes. Finding our confidence is a frequency. Dope. And the
So
previous
good, right?
too. I took some notes too, right? But I just want to add to the idea about confidence coming from alignment and connection with who you are, what you are, and having that on a consistent basis. So the first thing that we start with the work that I do is the idea of asking the question of who am I? What are my gifts, talents, and abilities? How do I take those gifts, talents, and abilities and make a meaningful contribution into the world? And then what community do I belong to that's going to provide confirmation, affirmation, and revelation for me to live out my optimal best life? So I love the fact that you're connecting with confidence and as well. And I can't say, tell me how to say your name. Is it Bihavna?
Bhavna.
Bhavna. You were kicking the knowledge too, my sister. So happy to put a pin in it there and continue with your questioning, Alicia.
Yeah, I mean, I think that this is a really it's thought-provoking, right? Because I think, leadership starts within. I said that a little bit earlier, but sometimes people don't know. Like the only person you know is yourself. So sometimes you don't even know what your superpower is. Sometimes you don't even know that the thing that is so unique about you is unique about you because it's so natural to you, right? And so I think what you all are alluding to in different ways is holding the space to connect with and love yourself, but also explore who you are. So you can actually connect with the essence of who you are that you may not even realize is your essence because it's so natural. And it sounds so simple and silly, but it's so natural. So I would love for you each to kind of touch upon how you've thought about connecting with the essence of who you are. And is it something that you figured out on your own, or is it something that you asked somebody about so you could try and connect with, because to learn it from them because it was so natural to you, you couldn't experience it. I'd love to start with you, Arthur, and then we'll go to Bhavna, and then we'll go to Jeff as we get ready to move into closing remarks here. So Arthur, to you.
It's sad you can't see yourself when you're in the picture, so we don't recognize how we are stepping out or being seen or understood in the world, not to a point where just to reframe, the ideas of people connecting with one another is far more vast than we know. So to answer your question, I didn't see how great I might have been or the greatness that I was in different times in my life or different seasons. But I was always given some type of confidence through other people. In my book, I talk about a conversation that I had with my pastor at around 12 years old or so. I was on the basketball team, the church basketball team. I helped win the championship for what that was. I was in a choir. I brought fun to the choir and laughter and joy. And that side of it. Those are just some aspects of things that I had people that were around me that liked me. But if you told me that, I wouldn't have really understood that. I'm
Yeah.
just thinking I'm just being myself. And the pastor says these wise words to me after I set up an appointment with him. I sit down in his office. I'm seeing all these accolades. I'm seeing him shaking presidents' hands and all this type of things. And I'm like, wow, that is great. How do you maintain this this type of leadership, this type of where people are drawn to you, and you connect so well with so many people. And he said that's in you. He explained to me what I just put out there, that I was doing all these activities, I was
Yeah,
intermixing and connecting and helping
but it was
people.
already there.
It was just
That
there, but
that's
I
huge.
just
That's huge.
and
Arthur, I want to also hold space for Jeff to share about this, because Jeff, I think it's unique that you use behavioral science to help individuals find it within themselves. But also I'm curious, what are other ways as we come to closing remarks here in this segment?
So for me, I use the acronym CAR, C-A-R. If life was a car, people are the fuel inside the car. And we can only go so far as the type of people that we allow into that vehicle. So I always talk about those who confirm something in our life. Like, who am I? Someone that can confirm that. Someone that provides affirmation is the A in the car analogy. What's special about me, right? And how can I discover that if someone hasn't told me that? And then who's providing revelation for you in your life? Who's providing new information so that you can be your best self? So if you're going to go far in life, get the right people in your vehicle, because they will take you farther and further, in your life, if you have the right people in the car.
Thank you so much. And Bhavna, over to you for closing remarks as we close out this segment. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So I will say life is all about living by forgiving. So, when you have people come in and hurt you and it shifts you, but we have to, open up, just like cabbage, release layers of pain and to go deeper within to know, we have to forgive and let go of people who have hurt us and forgive them, dismiss them, bless them, and love them, and move forward with refilling ourselves with more love for ourselves and others, and that's when you start to find who you are, because that's where you're going down to the core of who you are. And that's when your light actually starts to shine, because now you know more of you as that trauma and as that experience which has pulled you down has released. That's when you start to be more of you. So forgiving is the key, but loving, when you forgive, that's when you can start to love.
Wow.
Until
So
then,
true.
it's hard to love someone or
It
yourself.
truly is. I have to say thank you to each and every one of you for joining us for Leadership Week and having this touching conversation about how people can just really figure out who they are beyond like leading an organization and leading a company. But how do you connect with the essence of who you are and discover that and lean into community to help you figure that out too? So I appreciate you, Bhavna and Arthur and Jeff, for joining us today. And as we continue here with Leadership Week, it is a pleasure to bring up our next guest. His name is BJ Fazeli. He is an entrepreneur that has had, I feel like, so many careers that have spanned different continents. I mean, restaurants, marketing, owning the digital marketing space, right? In TV, and now to leading a beautiful vineyard, Fazeli Cellars Winery in Temecula, California. BJ, you have been a leader on such a global scale and an impactful scale, but something that always resonates with me and how you show up is how you show up for your community, how you show up for the nonprofits in the community, and how anytime anyone says your name, it's an expression that they have on their face when your name is said. They just shine brightly, and it shows that you help people feel seen and you help people feel heard. So I welcome you to Leadership Week here, BJ, and we appreciate you for joining us. And I would love for you to share, we heard earlier from Neandre and Evan during a segment that came from Black Menswear, and they said impact over influence. And so I would love for you to share a little bit more about the work that you do and having impact as a leader.
So first and foremost, thank you for inviting me to this session. I really appreciate it. I'm honored to be part of this 1 week of who is who that you are holding conversations with. And I am just a little iota of, an individual who is just trying to be himself and above self. And when you learn to be above self, it basically the rest of it comes so easy. I live in this community. This is my community. So for me, the most important is to be part of the community. And in order to do that, you have to basically take a lot of times and invest a lot of times into the community to be part of. And it would give me nothing but pleasure to be a Rotarian, to be on the board of different organizations like Chamber of Commerce, Visit Temecula Valley, Economic Development Coalition, or the Wine Growers Association, or to serve on, let's say, the MSJC Foundation board, or be as part of the Gate or the Oak Grove, et cetera, et cetera. It's all that gives me pleasure. So in a way, maybe it's my selfishness that I want to give, but my mom always told me that there is such a joy in giving than there is in earning or taking. So when you give, you self-satisfy yourself. And in order to be able to do that, obviously you need to come to terms with several things in your life. And first of all, to be able, to give. But giving is not just material. Giving is your time. Giving is giving your knowledge. Giving is participating in this, in different aspects of what the community needs, and what just turning up at the ribbon cutting, it might not mean so much to take so much of my time, but it might mean a lot to the person that I'm attending, as the representative of the Chamber of Commerce, to go there and participate. So you just need to come to terms with yourself and make that time to give to your community and to the people around you. And
Yeah.
I appreciate that you're saying it brings joy to people's face and expression, because I always say, I hope when you mention my name, they smile,
They do.
rather than go, whoa, that guy, no.
No, but I think it goes back to helping people feel seen and heard. And you said, it might just be showing up at a ribbon cutting, but it's acknowledging individuals in your community. And, at the Vineyard, you bring such a diverse breadth and scope of community together, but they really are connected around smiles. So I would love to learn, as we get ready to kind of close out this segment, what are some of the leadership principles or mindsets that you've seen evolve over time? Because you're a serial entrepreneur. You've had so many successful businesses. You've owned over 8 businesses in England, in the United States. What is something that you've seen evolved or you learned about yourself? So you're like, I'm going to adapt this to expand who I am and how I show up as a leader.
I'm going to go back to the time that I was yay high, about 5 years old or so. And I always remember when my mom and I grabbed a cab, she always gave me the money to negotiate and pay the taxi driver. And at that age, I didn't understand what she was doing for me, because that made me an independent individual at the age of 5 to handle the money and deal with a total stranger. So in a way, she helps building my self-confidence to be able to approach anyone or anything in life and just not be afraid of it. And also it gave me that self-confidence that when I come up with an idea, I believe in that idea. If I believe in it, I do not quit on it. I determine to go forward with that idea and make sure that it is a success. As you mentioned, this is actually my ninth life, my ninth business in life. And yes, I was in the infomercial arena, and but wait, there is more. There was all that, and I had distribution in almost 65 countries. So I have worked in 5 continents, and for me, it doesn't matter if it's different culture. I try to respect that culture and understand what their traditions are if I'm dealing with a foreign culture. But if I'm dealing with a familiar culture, then it just, I suppose it becomes naturally. And practice makes perfect. At the age 72, since the age of 5, it's been a lot of trial and errors. Life hasn't always been smooth. There has been many ups and downs in my life, the same as many other people's life. However, I think mine was a little bit to the extreme that in my lifetime I have had to leave my country of birth due to a revolution, go and start a completely new way of life and way of thinking in England, learning the English to be able to communicate with people, and then learning it enough to understand the legalities to the best of my knowledge and how to run a business in various countries on earth.
That's
And
so
then
good.
when we migrated to United States, am I taking too much of your time?
Well, BJ, I think this is really insightful, kind of just the global perspective of understanding business. We have Donna that has joined us that will be hosting the
Donna.
next segment. And I know she eagerly wanted to come here and say hi. So I wanted to presence that because I don't know if you see her on the stage. But yeah, BJ, would love for you as you continue this to just close us out with kind of through your experiences of working across continents and managing now your ninth life business. What are the core insight of leadership that you would like people to kind of understand as we close out this segment of Leadership Week? Thank you so much, BJ. And in a minute or less here.
Honestly, there are 3 kinds of people in life. There are leaders, followers, and those who have to get out of the way. Are you still there? I think I lost you.
I'm still here. I just wanted to give you the floor.
Oh, okay. So, and not everybody is a leader, not everybody is a follower. And as long as you distinguish where you are, you understand that you have to find your space and then follow that. To be a leader, and thank you for recognizing me as a leader, basically you have to be determined, you have to be self-confident, and you have to pursue. If you wanted to dab into things and then pull out, then you would never have that opportunity to follow and lead, and then other people benefit from that experience.
Wow, so good. I know there's always wisdom shared, BJ, when we speak with you and connect. And I love that you brought up that theme of confidence, which has come up a lot today. And I know is going to come up in the next segment, right? That theme of confidence and self and awareness. So, BJ, we appreciate you for joining us here on Leadership Week. And we're definitely going to have you back to share your wisdom and your insights.
I just want to finish by saying that one of your previous guests quoted from Rumi, and I want to quote from Rumi that whether he was looking for God or for himself, he said, I looked at the seven skies and the seven seas. I looked around the world, and in the end, I found it within myself.
So
And
beautiful.
that is something that we all have to find within ourselves.
That is so good. We appreciate you for joining us here today, BJ, as part of Leadership Week. And that theme of finding it within yourself. BJ, we'll see you soon. Donna, I know that's going to come up a lot in the next segment because I think that is what it is all about. And I'm so excited for you to introduce our guests that are going to be joining here for Leadership Week, because I know the upcoming segment is going to be full, of Lioness Pride. I would love for you to share with our audience what Lioness Pride is all about. This is something, gets me very, very excited to talk about and to experience, Donna. But I would love for you to introduce our next guests that are all part of the Lioness experience.
Absolutely, here we go. All right. So our next panel is full of amazing, powerful women who are in the newly casting documentary at the Los Angeles Tribune called The Rise of the Lioness, The Power of Feminine Leadership. So here at the Los Angeles Tribune, we step into leadership into all areas. And now we're going to hear from some powerful women defining on what leadership, feminine leadership, really is. And as we get going here, some of these cast members, they are coming together for the first time, just so you're aware. So they're actually getting to relate and intermingle and interact with each other for the first time live here at the Los Angeles Tribune. So first and foremost, I am going to bring up here to the stage Tiffany Canó. She is one of my creative producers, as well as Sherry Gideons. And as we get going, I do want to acknowledge that my co-director and my executive producer for this cast series, Angela Kung, was not able to be here today, but you guys will be seeing her in the future. So I just wanted to do that shout out to her. So Tiffany and Sherry, welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune Leadership Week.
Thank you so much, Donna. I'm so happy to be here with my sister Lionesses. Hi, Angela. We love you and miss you. Have a happy book launch day.
Yes, we have so many powerful things going on here with all of our different skills and who we are as women. Sherry, welcome.
Yes, thank you so much. Just like yourself, Tiffany. I mean, I hear everything you say all the time about love. So you are a complete sister in love with me. And the rest of the women that are in the panel, I'm super excited to get to meet every one of them. And this is really going to be a lot of fun.
I love it. I absolutely love it. I'm also going to invite up here to the stage Dr. Alicia Doss. Now, she is also in our first movie series, Pillars of Power. So welcome, Alicia.
Thank you so much. So excited to be here and meet the other lionesses and spread love.
I love it. I absolutely love it. Tiffany, I'm going to start off here with you, just kind of a fun little warm-up question. Can you share with us a moment in your life when you realized you were being called to lead?
I think I've been called to lead since I was a kid. I felt like the reluctant hero, kind of like not wanting it, but people, seeing me as a team leader in every sport I've ever played. I was always like team captain. People sought me as a natural leader, even though I never was trying for that. Leadership qualities have been there. I guess I was born this way.
I like that. I was born this way. Absolutely.
Yeah, bring a little Lady Gaga into this, right?
Yes. Sherry, what lights you up most about the work that you are doing right now?
Living to be the real me. I mean, what really lights me up is the awareness of who I am in the present moment and tapping into that, aligning with that feeling and feeling so good about who I truly am. I mean, in a world where so many of us are pulled into the fear and the, regret of the future or whatever is going to show up for us, it's really all about just being aligned in that a gift of us. And that's what lights me up is over the top fun.
Love that. I absolutely love that. And Alicia Doss. And I might ask all of you guys this question too, because it's just kind of a fun question just to get to know each other. If your leadership style were an animal, not a lioness, something different, what would it be and why?
It would be a dove. And that's because, of course, the dove was the first one to receive that message of sanctity, freedom, and liberation to, on the ark for Noah. And also, of course, the dove represents love. And that is always how I endeavor to lead, is with love. And my favorite moments of leadership are when love simply leads me into extraordinary circumstances where I can be of service in a much bigger way than I ever dreamed possible. Because to me, leadership is all about alignment.
So very, very true. Tiffany, if you were an animal, not a lioness, what would it be?
I would be a unicorn. and a unicorn Pegasus. So with my horn, third eye connecting with source, with spirit, flying in the inner world, getting that divine connection, divine wisdom and guidance and love and blessings. And then with my wings, just, sparkly fairy dust out to the planet.
I love that. I love that. And Sherry, what would you say?
I was going to say a Pegasus because so much of my journey has just been about the willingness to be myself, as I said earlier, and just spread that love like the rest of the ladies here have been saying. I mean, my message that was given to me in a near-death experience was to give of ourselves freely without expecting, and love is all there is. So it's really about spreading that energy, like Tiffany's saying.
Absolutely. Absolutely there. And Alicia, I know we've had many, many conversations. I've interviewed you several times for different things, and I absolutely love a lot of your messaging that you have. For you, what does the word leadership mean without using the word leader?
One who fearlessly does what needs to be done without thought, where again, they are just impelled to serve in a way so beyond themselves, in a way that is much bigger than the aggregate even of those involved, but involves spirit. One who follows divine ordinance and direction unquestionably for the greater good.
I love that definition. I really do. Tiffany, would you add anything to it or change it in any way?
As I was listening to you talk, Alicia, I was like, ooh, yep, check.
That's because we are sisters, Tiffany.
I know. We know each other pretty well. I would just add that for people who are wanting to tap into more of those qualities and skills, just touching your heart, breathing into your heart and seeing what shows up, what wisdom and guidance shows up to help you be more of the type of person you want to see in the world.
Absolutely there. Now, I'm going to bring up two more guests here to the stage to start sharing. We have one person who is here all the way from India. So, Somia, welcome. It is, I'm going to say it's like 2 a.m. for you. Is that right?
Yes, Yes, I have my
Yes.
makeup on.
Thank you for showing up for all of the different lionesses there. Sherry, share a few things here about Somia with us.
Yeah, so I just absolutely adore the presence of Samia. She is got this vision about really tapping people into that higher part of themselves and doing that in a way through retreats and helping women to just really live each day with joy and happiness and prosperity.
Wow. Wow. That is just amazing. So, Mia, first question. If you were an animal, not a lioness, what would you be?
I would be a peacock, and I'll tell you why. Because of its fearless authenticity. And peacocks really don't hide their brilliance, they show it, they own it, and they're very, very fearless. And then also their nature of being having a very transformational awareness about themselves. So as leaders, you're not supposed to see only what's on the surface level, that you go deeper and into the roots and see the interconnectedness of all. And a peacock symbolizes that. And also there's a sacred confidence, and it doesn't symbolize arrogance. There's a subtle divinity that it exudes. And a peacock, it says, this is my space and this is my purpose. So it sticks to its, greater power, I guess.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. And I just love that because the peacock also shows the male peacock, all of its colors. And that's what we get to do here as well. I'm also going to invite up here to the stage Carissa Johnson. She has been a long time partner, friend, advocate. We've known each other for a few years here at the Los Angeles Tribune. So welcome, Carissa.
Thank you so much for having me. It's such a pleasure to be here. I also know Sherry here, so it's good to see Sherry. Haven't seen you in a while. The feminine power here is so alive. It feels very good.
Yes, yes, it does. And I love that. For you, what I really want to know about Carissa is how do you personally reset when the weight of leadership feels heavy?
This has been the ultimate practice of my leadership and really being mindful of words, because it can be really easy to take on the world and to put it on our shoulders and feel like we have to carry it forward. So ultimately, I rest in my connection with God. I rest in my connection with spirit, and I allow myself to be a channel of divine wisdom, to be a vessel for information of leadership. So I don't even choose to take it on to begin with. I really offer it up to God and allow myself to be led by that wisdom. However, in moments when I am really feeling that sense of overwhelm or it's too much, I love to be in nature. I love to connect with the Schumann resonance. I love to connect with all the elements of the earth to really give me the opportunity to feel held, to feel recharged, and to just create a lot of spaciousness. That's often what I need, is just space from the world, disconnecting from technology, disconnecting from everyone, and just being with my connection with the elements and my heart and God.
Reconnection, rejuvenation. You're speaking my language. And maybe that's why I live out here in Montana, because I can slip outside my sliding door and be with the trees. So Mia, same question. How do you personally reset when the weight of leadership feels heavy?
I truly believe there's a radical belief that true leadership is about unbecoming everything that keeps us from seeing the interconnectedness of all. But at the same time, we have that in us. We come with that innate intuition. We come with that innate wisdom of who we truly are. So I would second Carissa in that point, that once you disconnect from the external, that entire world is within. Like, you just got to decode, you just have to connect, and everything is going to come to you. But again, it requires resilience, it requires preparedness, and the courage, to be authentic and true to yourself.
I think alignment is great and huge in what we do. And it's an alignment in all areas of life, not just who we are as women, but in all the different roles we play, plus mentally, physically, emotionally, financially, spiritually. So I see complete alignment and connection in everything. Alicia, what is one belief you had to unlearn to step fully into your voice or power?
That I am being disloyal to my mother or any other women who might feel that they are less because I am seen more. That I am somehow being disloyal or selfish or egotistical or any of those things that we as women will put upon ourselves to hold ourselves back because it seems like we are being allegiant to the feminine. But really, when we step into the divine feminine, that is where we come into that which seems to be the theme, and I love it, of alignment. We come into that alignment with that which is so beyond ourselves. So it doesn't matter which one is seen. It is the whole collective moving forward of the divine feminine.
That right there is so incredibly powerful. And I think women, we look at that, I think we know it subconsciously, maybe intrinsically, that we are not being disloyal to other women if we ourselves are in the spotlight. Sherry, what would you like to say to respond to that as well?
Yeah, I relate so much with that because my journey of belief was all built around if I could achieve enough, if I could have the best body, if I could be pretty enough, then I would be loved and accepted. And that was the stage that took me to my own self-destruction. And so what I really came to understand through my journey was about how do we truly be present in the moment. All of us women here have been talking about it, being aligned, embodying that greater feeling of the gift of who we truly are, and then leading from that present because we're aligned with the presence. And when we show up in any room, we're walking in fully as ourselves. And that's better than anything in the world, is truly being ourselves.
Absolutely true. Absolutely true there. Alicia, thank you for your time here. I am going to bring you back down and I'm going to invite up here to the stage. Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to bring up here Anne Landstrom. Now, we have known Anne throughout the years as well at the Los Angeles Tribune. She is an amazing photographer. So, Anne, share a little bit about what you do and how you empower women through photography.
Well, thank you for having me. First of all, this is so exciting, and roar to all the amazing women on the stage. I feel my camera lens has been my secret weapon of bringing out the lionesses from my clients. And I think that just becomes an extension. Sometimes your leadership or your vision might not have words. So in my case, it has my camera lens. And I think I've given a lot of particular women from my boudoir photography, given them back their power to own themselves in the buff from the inside out. And no matter what they've been through or how many scars or blemishes, beauty mark, I call them, they have. So I feel like that's definitely been my why.
Yes. And I'm going to say, just from my own personal experience, you're speaking a strong truth there, because you did some of my branding photos, which went onto a magazine cover for the month of May. And the essence that you brought out on the first day, it broke their internet twice in the same morning. It broke their website. So there is some definite power there. So yes, absolutely.
Congratulations.
Well, yes, congratulations to you. You're the one that did the photography for it. Tiffany, I wanted to ask you, what's one belief you had to unlearn to fully step into your power or voice?
I had to let go of feeling unsafe to be seen and put myself out there in bigger ways because of old wounds around feeling judged, criticized. And so it was a process of just emptying out anything that felt unsafe. And I like to just do my best to get empty because that to me makes the best vessel of service, the best vessel for leadership. And I try to, practice what I preach when I'm helping my own.
Yes, absolutely. Practicing what you preach, walking the talk. And that is so incredibly important because I think that aligns us with who we are and what we are with our integrity. Carissa, how would you respond back to Tiffany? Would you add anything, take anything away? How would you like to expand that?
I resonate so deeply with all of these answers. For me, the safety gave me the ability to trust myself and trust my intention and trust that I'm coming from a pure place, so that even when I stumble and I make mistakes and I say the wrong things, there's always an ability to repair because the intention is pure, the intention is there. So even in moments where I'm leading and I'm trusting my voice and maybe it comes out wrong or different or whatever, it's like just coming back to my heart and knowing that I'm coming from a pure place, I'm coming from love. And so much unlearning around being too much, really anchoring into safety, but ultimately just trusting myself. And every single moment, if I'm feeling something, having courage to say something, if I'm noticing something, calling that out, like really totally, fully, completely trusting myself from that place of safety, from that place of unlearning. And what emerges from that is just, extraordinary for all of us.
Yes, absolutely there. Absolutely. So Mia, I wanted to ask you, what is one principle or one thing you think that women have to usually overcome, an obstacle, so we can fully step into our leadership powers?
I'm a direct example. So I believe that most women, if not all, go through the same, lack of understanding in the beginning when they start off, because we are inherently nurturers. We are meant to, it comes very natural to us when we see somebody, when we talk to somebody, our innate nature is to be there, be present for them. But in that process, we either overdo and expect more. So, and that we end up suffering because of that expectation. So I think over time, I was able to understand that you can be very confident in your offering or your presence to others, but at the same time, safeguard that space that you have for yourself. You're always safe. There is no need of anyone. There's no need of you expecting something from anybody, and you can be whole. And I've literally felt, and I feel every woman has this power, or everybody in that sense, that we can use nature. Nature has all the answers, and nature, all the elements, like, earth teaches us how to be stable, and fire teaches us how to transform, and water also teaches us how to be very fluid in our decisions or choices, and air, it just connects everybody, and space, it's very expansive. So as we keep growing, I feel that's my mentor, that's been my guru, and these 5 elements have been my everything, because they're within and without. So I think everybody has that power, and I don't think there's anybody else better than women who can connect to that part of us. So I think
Yes.
that's how
And I think you're absolutely right. We have been all trained to overachieve, overdo, and even when we're at events and everyone and all the women are saying, love yourself, nurture yourself, take the spa day, do this, do that. It's still in the doing realm rather than the being realm.
Yeah.
Every single day, every single time. So, Anne, what would be an antidote to that, or a practical tip to help us women move from the overachieving, overdoing, and stepping into that state of beingness? What can you share with our audience?
Well, I can share from my personal experience of being an overdoer and myself. I mean, I think it's in our society today, there's just constant going. I mean, you really have to make routines and stick to them. I put my stuff on the calendar. I put time with myself on my calendar. I set my phone every so often to be able to take a step away and be able to go and be with myself and recharge the batteries. Because if you don't recharge, eventually you're going to hit the wall. And most of us at some point hit that wall, right? And then we have to go take a vacation, or we have to step away, or whatever we're doing. So I think the point is, recharge those batteries before you hit that wall, and whatever that is for you. But for me, it's being in nature, like Soya was saying, that being around the water. I'm fortunate enough to live in San Diego, so going down to the beach and put my feet in the sand and reconnect with nature, that's for me a huge antidote.
I love that. I love that. Nature is so huge and often replenishing in our lives if we just look and use it as our guide. Carissa, what would be a tip for you to get out of the overdoing, overachieving, and back to your internal self?
There are so many practices that I have in daily routines, like waking up in the morning and meditating, putting my feet on the earth, all of that. But one of the most simple is recognizing that we are in a field of timelines and potentialities, and all of the results, all the ways in which we want to achieve are available to us in every moment, and all come from energy to begin with. So if I allowed myself to sit in the energy of what it felt like to already have that thing, to already have created that thing, to already be in the energy of that thing, and then somatically I feel what that feels like. I feel how my body softens. I feel how my heart expands. I feel how my mind quiets. So in that moment, before I even go to taking care of myself, and I'm like, I allow myself to be in that energy fully, because when you walk in the world of that way, even when you're in the doing energy, you can still be feminine while you're creating. It's not the act of doing that makes it masculine. It's the energy that you're moving from. So it's taking a moment to really somatically feel how it feels to already have created, how it feels to really feel that expansion, and to move and to walk and to play and laugh and be in the energy of that regardless of what you're doing.
I love that. That right there is priceless. It's moving from that state of expansion, which to me is like responding and sending your energy out to the world rather than reacting to draw back in the energy we may not want. Priceless there. So Mia, thank you so much for being here. Let me have you sum up 30 seconds, closing words for you.
Thank you. And from my experience, I've learned that true leadership isn't about learning. And in fact, if anything, it's about unlearning and, seeing the interconnectedness of all, because the answers lie there. And because if you try to gain power in the name of separateness, we're always going to fall short of what we can serve everybody with. So I believe that if we connect to ourselves, again, using nature, there's no big mother than that, we'll do justice to every situation that comes to us. So, yeah.
Beautifully spoken. Carissa, same for you. Your 30 seconds, closing words.
Yeah, I would just say that this is a real awakening that's happening right now. And we are in the sort of trailblazing, the new era of how this energy is emerging for us. So it's going to be messy. We're not going to have it all figured out. We're going to feel really feminine in some moments, and other moments feel really crunchy and masculine as we're trying to figure out what this new template actually is. So allow yourself to be in the mess. Allow yourself to play and to try on new hats and different expressions of yourself, because ultimately, femininity is about the range. It's the full range. And so there's going to be days where we're like totally this way and totally that way. So allowing ourselves to be in the mess of figuring out this new template of divine feminine leadership.
I love that. Thank you both for being here with us today. I'm going to be bringing up our last two lionesses, and I'm bringing up here to the stage Tawny and Teresa Burns. So Sherry, let's introduce Tawny as one of our fellow lionesses.
Yes, so Tawny is really quite amazing. This panel has been talking all about being ourselves, bringing our true feminine forward. And Tawny has a very beautiful, unique story about that feminine side of leadership. And I'm really just honored to have her here and sharing that part of herself with the world.
Thank you. Thank you. And our other guest is Teresa Brine, who is a fellow writer with me. I've known her throughout the years, and I'm really happy and excited that you are standing up, ready to wear like a lioness, Teresa. So welcome.
Thanks, Donna.
And welcome, Tawny.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to continue this leadership discussion as we're moving along here. Teresa, what I really want to know is, how do you balance strategy with soul when you're making high stakes decisions with feminine leadership?
Great question. So I have 8 degrees of black belt, and I'm a professional martial artist. And you do not act or react without a reason. And so strategy, right, might be. I don't. Maybe for some of you guys, you get reactive and you're like, "Ooh, that could have gone better." But having this calm, centered, Nushin is one of the words we look at. It's like having this calmness inside to then choose what's the best choice of action. What makes the most sense from a gut, not just a head logic perspective, but what makes the most sense from a gut perspective, and then figuring out where to go strategically after that. So it's taking that breath, it's calming your system, it's letting your nervous system have the feels, and then see where the light is, where it makes sense to go, instead of just like boom, boom, boom. And your adrenaline system will thank you.
That is so very, very, very true right there. Tawny, for you, what can you tell us one moment in your life where you felt that you were called to lead, or that you realized you were called to lead?
Oh my gosh. Well, first of all, thank you for the question and the beautiful intro. I think for me, sometimes I would explain it is sometimes our darkest moment is also our brightest moment at the same time. And so my moment was actually defining who I was. And I came to a point in my life where, to say my truth, I'm a transgender woman. And I lived a greater portion of my life not being myself. And I came to a point in my life where the only option I had was to be myself. Yet what led me to that point was almost a very dark thing where I wanted to take my life. Thankfully, we're not in that place at all. But I think really the call to leadership is the call to be ourselves. And we all have this powerful energy in us to do so. And I think part of my message that I love to share with women is how unbelievably wonderful it is to be a woman, how incredible that experience is. And I can speak to that from living both perspectives.
Absolutely. And first, I admire your boldness and your courageousness. And what you've experienced, I think, is a theme with many women not feeling like we can live with who we truly are, and for us to find that voice inside to share our messages there. Tiffany, what is a tip or a principle that you utilize to help yourself live in your authentic alignment?
I do my best to connect with God, source, the universe, my higher soul, through meditation, through awareness, through intentionally connecting and letting that soul essence vibrate through me, through my thoughts, through my words, through my actions. And, so it's not me as the doer. It's, God is the doer through me. I just get to, be the instrument for that in whatever way, God wishes for me. I surrender to that.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely there. I know our panel segment time, it goes by so quickly, and I have so many more questions for each and every one of you. We're going to start wrapping things up here. So, Anne Landstrom, what was one of the boldest decisions you ever made that redefined your path?
It was moving to America at age 21 from Sweden. I came here on vacation and ended up staying now 40-something years later. And I didn't really understand at the time probably what a big move it was that I really did until later. I mean, that's leaving everything that you know to the unknown. And I think that's what gave me the fire under my bum being here from that move.
Wow. Wow. Life-changing events there. Life-changing. 30 seconds or less. Let's gather your closing remarks.
Well, I wanted to read something now, being somebody that's in with AI. I had myself and ChatGPT write a recipe for the rise of a lioness. So if I can just read you the recipe, the ingredients are 1 bold heart of authenticity. Her truth is her roar. A 1/3 cup of compassion. She leads with care, not ego. 2 tablespoons of vulnerability, power in her openness. 1 scoop of empathy. She feels deeply and acts fiercely. 1 full serving of purpose. Her why is non-negotiable. A 1/2 cup of resilience. She bends, never breaks. A drizzle of joy, because power should feel good. 3 pinches of bold action. She moves even when afraid. A double dash of impact for herself and those who follow. And the instructions, mix all the authenticity and vulnerability until electric. Fold in compassion and empathy. Don't rush. Steer in purpose and resilience until the foundation holds. A bold action and sharpen with mindset. Serve hot with a side of impact. And the serving suggestions is stand tall, speak the truth, take up space. The world doesn't need a quiet lioness. It needs a louder one that roars.
Ooh, I love that. I love that. And that is so on point. Teresa, what do you want to say to that?
I freaking love that. And I don't think of us as leaders. I think of us as managing energy. We're managing our energy so that we can manage the energy of the people in our lives. And it's almost like we are aligned mess. So if your mess is your message, a lioness, we have an aligned mess and we are working through it and we are energizing our lives, learning from it so that other people can step into their true power. Thank you.
I love it. I love it. Tani, what do you want to say to the recipe for the rise of the lioness?
Oh, I could say what she has cooking. So, but other than that, I just think that it's really, to comment on the other comment, is that to really love all of ourselves, the part about ourselves, like she's saying, the part of ourselves that's messy, the part of ourselves that, we want to hide or something. Why can't we embrace that and love that, just like we love all the greatness we have to offer as well?
Yes. Yes, the great love that we have to offer. All right, Sherry, let's have you comment on Anne's recipe.
I absolutely loved Anne's recipe because honestly, it's what I've been saying the entire time. It's about being present with ourselves. It's about tapping into that unique specialness that's taking place in the moment. And that's where we create that space of awareness because we get to choose. We are all at a choice point through the moments of today. And basically, that's the ingredients to the recipe. It gets to be simple, yet we are so attached to making it hard. So, Anne, that was so much fun. Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, Tiffany Canó, I'm going to let you take it out today and share your response back to the Lioness recipe and everything that you have on your heart. As we transition, ladies, thank you so much for being here on the panel. Tiffany, it's all yours.
Oh, I love Anne's Lioness recipe. I want it. Please put it in our WhatsApp group for the Lionesses. It is the epitome of leadership, feminine leadership, and I love it. Thank you so much for the empathy, the presence, the joy, all of this special sauce ingredients. It was just perfect.
It was beautiful. Alicia, I know you were sitting backstage. I saw the smile, ear to ear, listening to everything. Let's get your comments here. Thank you, Tiffany.
So good. I try to capture part of Anne's recipe here, and I didn't catch all of it, but one bold heart of authenticity, compassion, empathy, speaking the truth, and taking up space. I felt like the taking up space resonated, and I think what all of the women that have shared here that are going to be a part of the rise of the Lioness film are showing is that presence, is that you are who you are, and it's embracing of who you are is where so much of the beauty comes from. It's how you connect with others. It's how you lead with others. I appreciate Tani for sharing her story and her journey back to self. I thought that was so beautiful. And, you know, I think, Donna, when we think about the rise of the Lioness and the power of the Lioness and the rise of feminine leadership, that's what it's about. It's about not us defining what feminine leadership looks like, but every individual and every woman that is a part of the film sharing their experience and perspective of what that looks like for them. And in doing so, we're redefining what it means to show up as a woman in this world. And it's for the little girls that haven't been born yet, right? It's about how they can come into this world and take up all of the space and embrace all of the parts of them, the experiences that they've had and will have, because that is part of who they are, and that's okay. And it's a remembrance and an acceptance of that. And I love it. You could tell I'm excited about what we're doing here with the Rise of the Lioness.
I love it. I love it. And if you feel inspired as well, just know we are still in casting for the Rise of the Lioness. So if the messaging about feminine leadership, rising up to your own power, don't hesitate to reach out to one of us here at the Los Angeles Tribune, and we would love to have that conversation. But Alicia, I know there's another person in the waiting room, in our green room, that is a powerful force herself, and just really the definition of women in leadership. So shall we continue?
We shall continue. And I feel like I missed the memo here for the bright pink. I'm going to catch it next time. But, it's
the lioness color.
It's the lioness color, right? It is such a beautiful color. I appreciate everyone that joined the previous panel. And, you know, it's an honor and a pleasure to bring up our next guest. Her name is Lori McNeil. She is a brand strategist, and she is someone that helps individuals connect with, you know, we were talking about the essence of who you are, but what is your brand essence? How do you show up in this world? And I brought up the color pink because it is her signature color. She wears it as part of who she is. It's synonymous with her and her brand. And, you know, Lori, you are a writer. You have spearheaded some beautiful and amazing books out there, but you're really a coach on how to help people show up in a connected way with their brand. And so it is a pleasure to have you here joining us for Leadership Week. And Lori, I'm curious because I know that you were tuning into the last segment. I would love to hear some of your reflections of what was shared as we open our segment here today. And it looks like Lori may be having a delay with her internet here. So I'm going to give her a moment here, and we will bring her right back. And so for those of you that are tuning in, I would love to hear from you. What are some of your reflections? We are on day 8 of our 8-day leadership summit. And you could think 8 days of leadership, yet here we are in the afternoon of day 8. And there's so much we've covered, but there's so much more to learn. So I would love to hear from you. Where are you tuning in from? what is something that you've maybe learned or you want to explore, or a question that you've asked yourself as you've been tuning in here for Leadership Week as we bring Lori back up with us? Hi, Lori.
Hi, I am not sure what happened. Everything just kind of froze for a minute.
If you're on the West Coast, I've heard that internet has been fickle this week, I have to say. So I don't know where you're tuning in from today, but if you happen to be on the West Coast, but you are here and it's so great to have you on. Lori, you're really like, you're a branding strategist, you're a business strategist, but I know that you were tuning into the last segment. So as we start here, I would love for you to kind of share a reflection on something that really stood out from you from the last segment as you've thought about your own leadership journey as someone that is a brand strategist and an international business strategist.
Well, first of all, yes, this is a color that I wear and embody, every single day. And I just happened to show up with some amazing rock stars that were also embodying the same color palette. So I love that. So just to answer the first part of your question, which is some reflections based on what I heard a lot of powerful women. I heard a lot of passion. I heard a lot of internal leadership that's done the deep dive work that allows them to embody what leadership really is externally in order to, each of their uniqueness. And I heard a lot of individuality, but at the same time, the commonality of the collective power. So it's of that panel. And I'm excited to see what that group of women end up doing individually and together. But I think that what they communicated is also just such important, a lot of important points within that. And that is, as a leader, it's important to really tap into who you are. We hear that a lot in this space. And I think very few actually really truly understand what that means, because we get so caught up in the fast-paced, society and of what it is that we're trying to accomplish every day, that we don't necessarily take the time that's needed to really fully understand who we are and what our purpose is and how our daily action steps are really in alignment overall with what it is that we're trying to accomplish in the world. And one of the things that I truly believe in and that I heard and that I saw in the leaders that were on the panel just a few moments ago is that it's so important to really, truly, continually evaluate and have that be a continual process when you do that deep dive work and understanding where your power comes from and understanding who you are and how you move forward. Your mindset and your actions need to be in a complete alignment with where it is that you're going and what it is that you're trying to accomplish in the world. Because if you don't know where you're going, then you can't be too upset about where you end up. So when you back that clock up and you actually are very intentional with everything that you do in a 24-hour period, it is a complete game changer. And the only way to do that is a continual evaluation process of what's going on inside, because you won't be able to accomplish externally what you want to accomplish unless you actually are completely in tune with what's going on the inside. Oh, your sound is off.
Speaking of being attuned to what's going on the inside, Lori, for you, I'm curious here, what have you stopped doing as a leader that once felt so essential? Like as you continue to tune in, you're like, oh, I thought that was so essential, but it would benefit me to actually stop doing this and support me along my journey.
The one of the biggest lessons that I've learned, it's not necessarily a thing in the context that you're asking the question, but it is incredibly important for leaders to understand. And that is that it is just as important, if not more important, to to stop doing the things that aren't leading to growth, that aren't leading to impact, that aren't leading to sales, that aren't leading you anywhere. That's just as important, if not more important, than to do the things that you are. So what are you doing versus what are you not doing? And sometimes we get so wrapped up in the busyness of doing the thing that we have to really stop and evaluate, is that actually the thing that I should be doing? And sometimes it's really that awareness of what do I need to stop doing? Do I need to stop hanging out with, this group, or stop being on the wrong, or stop the mindset that I am not capable of doing certain things? Or there's a whole bunch of stuff that I see in this industry, and I don't mean to generalize it quite so much, but yet I see this on a regular basis. And they get so busy chasing after whatever the thing is, that they're actually doing so many of the wrong things, because they think that what is going to work for one person is going to work for them. And so the understanding that what works for someone else isn't necessarily what you should be doing, that's in alignment with who you are and on your path. And it doesn't mean that it's a bad thing. It doesn't mean that person is a bad person, or that their project is a bad project, or whatever it is. But sometimes we want to grab onto something. We want to grab onto something and just kind of ride the coattails of whatever it is that person is, or that project is, or that event is. And what I've learned along the way is, when I step into the greater sense of who I am and what my purpose is and what I'm on this earth to do, it's so much easier to have that understanding about what I should not be doing, rather than trying to figure out the things that I should be doing. Because here's the other magical part about that. When you stop doing the wrong things, you actually allow the time, the energy, the space for God and the universe to bring you the right things that you should be doing. And so some people are so exhausted, right? They're kind of on that rat wheel, and they're like, but Lori, I'm trying so hard. I'm working so hard. I'm spending all this time doing all these things. And I implore you, if you are feeling that way today, I implore you to do a deeper internal dive and be very real with yourself and very honest with yourself, and understand that you might not be doing bad things, but they're not necessarily the right things that you should be doing. And there is a big, big difference in leveling up in your awareness and understanding that actually means for you, not for anyone else, but for you. So one of the biggest things that I've learned is actually to pay attention to that next.
And it looks like Lori might have just frozen here. So we're going to take her off for just a moment here as she works through her internet. But I think, what she was talking about just now is, what do I need to stop doing? And I think, Donna, it's such a tie-in to how we started our powerful day 7 yesterday with Dr. John DeMartini, asking us to think about, what is it that we do and what is it that we should not be doing? And he shared an exercise about that yesterday. And it was to take a note card and write down what you were doing. And for anyone that was on with us on the close yesterday, I said, I'm going to do this exercise. Hold me accountable. So I took out my stack of notebooks yesterday.
Oh, I love that.
Of note cards yesterday. And, on this one, it says, what am I doing that I should outsource? Right? Or you guys can't see it here. Oh yeah. What am I doing that I should outsource? Because there are things that you could be doing, but does it serve you? And what could you bring into your space if you let it go? And then I wrote, what are my top 4 interests, joys, and priorities? Now I could have written, what are my top 4 priorities? But something I've been hearing is, what are also the things that bring you joy? Because there's intrinsic motivation there. And oftentimes they can be tied to our priorities. We just need to connect those dots. I think all of the speakers that have joined us across these 8 days are asking us to ask questions within ourselves. Everyone is on their own journey. Everyone has a story, but I think the essence of what people can really pull from participating and engaging with in Leadership Week is taking the thoughts and reflections, the gems, the insights that the speakers have shared, but going within to ask themselves questions that are relevant and resonant to them, and then putting an action plan in place And audience, is not just for you. These are exercises that we're doing as well. Jason texted me early this morning. He said, what's on your note card? So I'm going to ask him when we come to close later today, what is on his note card? Now, Donna, as we bring Lori back to see how her internet is doing, what are some reflections that you are having on that question of what do I need to stop doing? Because I feel like that theme also came up in the Lioness panel, right? Even if it's like a mindset or a feeling of self. So I'm kind of curious what your thoughts are here. I'm going to bring Lori back too.
Yes. One of the things that I thought about, one of the things to stop doing is entertaining all of the distractions. And so this is something that I have been working on throughout the week of Leadership Week for myself, is that as powerful women, as leaders, we get pulled like Gumby into 20 different kinds of directions. And so we pay attention to this over here and this over here and this piece over here, when we could just carve out time, focus on the task, put ourselves into a daily rhythm. And when we do that, we can calm down our nervous system and take it out of overdrive. And when that happens, the cortisol releases out of the body. As that releases, you have time, you have that breathing space. You feel like you can stand outside for 20 seconds, maybe even 20 minutes if you programmed it into your daily rhythm. And then at the appropriate time, when it shifts in the calendar, look at all the things that might have been the distraction that pulled us out of the element. And what I have found by doing this one little thing about giving up looking at distractions is I have been so much more focused, and I have accomplished so much more this week by not giving into those distractions. So that's what I gave up this week. I feel like I'm in Lent or something like that. You give up something for 40 days, or I'm going to give up distractions.
Yeah, it's so good. And, you know, Donna, I know you and I have been talking about this over the weeks, but this idea of invisible energy, what is this? What invisible energy are we giving off that it may be so subtle and slight, but it's really pulling back our energy from other things that could be more effective in our days. And so, Lori, it is great to have you back here. You were talking about some of the things that you stopped doing. And now I'm curious, I would like to flip the question a little bit to say, what are some of the things that you have doubled down and intentionally are doing as you connect with your clients from around the world, as you travel? Because I know you travel a lot as well, and you speak on stages, you have your magazines. There's so much that you are doing, but I'm curious, what is it that you're very intentional about doing and how you show up as a leader?
Great question. One of the things that I do that I've gotten better at and more intentional all the time is to protect my time and protect my peace. And here's where it's tricky about that, is that I love to serve. I love to be available. I love to over deliver, if you will. Like, that's just in my nature. It's what I love to do. And if you find if you're like me, and you're just like, oh no, I can do that. I can do that. I can do that. And those things it's not that they're bad things, but I have to constantly think, is this something that has to be done right now? So I've doubled down on understanding time management and understanding more or less project management and protecting my peace, because someone else's emergency and lack of preparedness and some of those things that we deal with in business aren't necessarily an emergency on my part, right? So to be careful about not to take on somebody else's stress or somebody else's energy or emergency, and at the same time, my servant heart wants to be there to help, wants to be there. And so it's something that I'm continually evaluating, if I'm being perfectly honest, but it's something that I've gotten better at over the years, is just to understand how to protect my peace so that I can show up as my best self and serve at the highest level that I can, and to really evaluate doubling down on what that actually looks like and being very intentional with that, what has to be done right now and what actually can wait till tomorrow or maybe even next week. Because then what happens as leaders, without even really meaning to, is that everybody and everything else basically controls us and controls our time. And I think that servant leaders And I know that all of us, or most of us that are a part of this event, we love people. We love we love being servant oriented. We love, adding value and showing up and all those things. And that's awesome. But I think the balance of that and the understanding of that, of really being honest about, you're not going to be any less of a leader when you have healthy boundaries. You're not going to be any less, respected or liked, or any of those things that kind of float around in our minds at different times. You're not going to be any less. You're actually going to be stronger, and you're going to be more respected if you do. And you're going to be able to serve at a higher level. So me doubling down on how I approach every 24 hours with that intentional thought, evaluation, and action is actually something that I've gotten better at over the years, that has truly led to me not only being a stronger leader, but me being able to serve at a much higher level.
Yeah, I'm so happy that you brought up this point, Lori. I know it has come up at different times during Leadership Week in different ways, and I think it's such an important understanding to have, especially here on day 8, as we move into the ends of these leadership discussions as part of this program, because that intentionality of time, that not giving energy, and in your stretch as a leader, people are looking for things, they have questions, they need support, but your ability to lead is in your capacity to show up for people, and bringing peace to your nervous system, I can imagine, helps you with clarity of thought. It helps you make more effective decisions. It helps you be more strategic. Imagine what happens when you have a good night of rest and you can actually think in the morning. And it's so subtle, yet it's so key and important for individuals' growth. So I really appreciate you honing in on that point, because I think it's a very, very important one to bring home, for our audience here today.
Yeah, absolutely. It's something that I've learned, and something that I'm, like I said, continuing to evaluate, because we get so busy at times that we have to be intentional about even remembering that is a part of our journey. That is a part of our growth. That process is a part of, and should be a part of, our daily being, our daily actions and what we do. It's not, oh, if I have time, I need to think about this. No, the process is actually smoother if you make it a part of just who you are and how you think and what you do. But if you're not used to doing that, just like with anything in life, you have to carve out that time, and you have to focus on that, and you have to make that a priority until it becomes a lifestyle, until it becomes a habit, until it kind of becomes, who you are. And like I said, it's definitely one of those things that can be, easier said than done if you're not used to doing that. Because unfortunately, there is a thought in the space that you've got to hustle and grind 24/7, and it's almost like this badge of honor if you're not working, 23 out of the 24 hours a day, and if you're not doing, absolutely everything all the time. And I think we need to really, really take a step back from that and say, not that you're not successful, but how much more successful could you be if you did it this way?
Yeah.
So there's a lot of really great leaders out there showing up, doing a lot of great things, and maybe they're gone 10 months out of 12 months. And maybe they're doing, they've got 5,000 coaching clients, and maybe there's all these things. And I think in this space, this is where a lot of people get really kind of frustrated or lost in, well, this person's over here doing this, and this person's over here doing this. And I've maybe got my community and my church and my family and my other things, and I can't do that. So am I less than they are? Or am I ever going to reach my benchmark because I'm not doing it that way? And it can really mess with your head sometimes. So I think understanding who you are and doing that deeper internal dive is absolutely key. But then also understanding that is part of an ongoing process, that your intentionality, when your mindset and your understanding is in the right place, your intentionality then can follow with your actions in what you need to do to be successful, and not buy into the hustle culture. Now, here's the flip side of that. Am I saying don't work hard, don't have a strong ethic, don't put in long hours? No, I'm saying that everything is within balance. And you need to find out what works for you. And working 20, 24, 23 hours a day isn't necessarily a healthy thing, and isn't necessarily the thing that you should be doing to reach your goals. So what are you doing that you shouldn't be doing? And how intentional do you need to be with doing that evaluative piece so that you stay completely on track with where you are going, and then understanding what it actually takes to get there?
Yeah. And Lori, you called it a lifestyle, and I love that, right? Because it's a lifestyle. It's a way of being. It can evolve and you adapt to it, but it's a intentional lifestyle. And think that is really something for people to think about, right? And also, when you think about wanting to scale, how can you scale if you're doing all of the things, right? So it goes back to, what am I outsourcing that I could collaborate with a partner on to support it, and so that I don't feel like I have to do everything. It's been so great having you on here with us, Lori. As our segment comes to an end, would love for you to share with our audience your closing remarks, maybe a thought that you hadn't had the opportunity to share yet, but you really would love to connect with our audience. Lori, please, would love for you to share as closing remarks. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's been an honor being a part of the bonus day and helping to close out a beautiful leadership week. The last closing remarks that I have that are just kind of sitting in my heart and soul right now as we're having this conversation is that leadership is not a one-size-fits-all. Leadership is not a boxed program. Leadership is not a title. There's a lot of things that we're kind of led to believe at different times, and it's not about any of that. You need to find the leader within you and understand who you were created to be and what your overall purpose is and how you show up in the world, because the world is waiting for you, someone exactly like you, to show up fully in all of your greatness in order to navigate, this path that you were meant to live. So understand that leadership is unique to you, and there's leader looks so many different ways, different shapes and sizes, and it's okay to have people that you admire, that you emulate, that you're trying to maybe strive to be better at but that doesn't necessarily mean that you are any less of a leader and you have any less capability, any less to offer to this world. So understand that leadership looks a million different ways, and that who you are as a leader is exactly who you were created to be and exactly who the world needs you to be.
Wow. What a close. Thank you so much, Lori. We appreciate you for joining us here on day 8, the bonus day of Leadership Week. And we'll definitely have to have you back. Thank you so much.
Yes. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So many
Show up
nuggets
for the world, and it's who you are meant to be. Yes, if that's not authenticity, I don't know what is, Alicia.
Yeah, I mean, I think that I think there was so much practical guidance that Lori just shared that seems so simple, but I think it's come up. But like, just even understanding your time, your calendar, your schedule, what are you spending your energy on? It's like so basic and so essential, but often overlooked because it can be so easy to be pulled and stretched in so many directions. But it's like a reminder that it's on everyone to find that direction within themselves. No one else can do it for you. No one else can manage your calendar for you. It's what you're intentionally saying. I'm open to spending my time on this, or I'm not. I know it's come up. Dr. John DeMartini talked about it yesterday. It's been a theme, but I think it's an important theme because it's not always talked about, but it's so subtle and so nuanced. And I loved how Lori described it as a lifestyle. I thought that was really great.
I love that. And it should all be a lifestyle. Absolutely. But you know what? We have more amazing women coming on.
Yes,
so
we do.
let's keep going and let's hear what they have to share.
So I'm going to bring up Adrienne Branch with us, who is a marketing specialist and guru. She is an author of a wonderful book that came out just about 2 months ago. And it's really on marketing, and it's really great to have you with us, Adrian. We also have Brittany Victoria on with us, who helps people connect with their divine energy within. Really, really nice to have you on, Brittany. And we also have Samantha joining us here, who is an author. She's a podcast host. She's the CEO of Light Up Your Life. She joins other podcasts and has really dynamic conversations with other individuals that are leaders across industries. And we also have Dr. Lene Cook Braxton joining us, who is all things wellness. She is a contributor to the Los Angeles Tribune editorial news. And it's such a pleasure to have you ladies with us today as part of Leadership Week 2025. Welcome. So I'm kind of curious, and I'm going to start with you, Dr. Lene, and I would love to kind of go around and hear from your different perspectives. I would love for you to share with our audience, how have you learned to lead when the path forward is uncertain and the playbook for what you're trying to do in the world doesn't exist because you're doing it uniquely in your own way, but you're trying to move forward and walk in faith in spite of all that? So Dr. Lene, I would love to start with you here.
Oh, wow, Alicia. Hi, ladies. It's so wonderful to be here with you. Hi, Donna. It's great to see you again. So, Alicia, I believe that is the story of my life. For some reason, I've always been led to be one of the first. And yes, that's been great, but also usually there is no guide when that happens. And so ultimately, when that happens, that there's the first time for something, there is no playbook, there is no guide. For instance, I was recruited to actually start the first all-star cheerleading squad in the state of North Carolina many years ago. And this was before there were cheerleaders that were doing things in these huge competitions all over the world, which is now an international sport. Also, I was one of the first captains on the very first Carolina Panthers cheerleading squad. And with that, there was no playbook. I was the first there as well. And so with that, we had to do everything from finding, great to see you too, Michelle, my beautiful sister. So beautiful to see you. What happens is that you come together and we figure out how to do things. And what happens is sometimes you fail fast and hard and then have to move on. And so to answer your question, Alicia, and I apologize that my daughter is walking in the background. She's about to graduate from high school. And so that's a first as well. Thank you. Thank you. So with that being said, we fall fast and hard, but also from those mistakes we learn. Nelson Mandela said that he never lost. He always said he either won or he learned. And I believe when you're starting something, that's exactly what happens. So thank you for that question. It's loaded.
It was loaded, but I think an important one to ask here. Adrian, I'd love to get your perspective here on that question, and happy to re-ask it if you would like. And the question is, how do you lead when the path forward is uncertain? Like the playbook doesn't exist because it's unique to you.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, one, thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to be here again this year. The playbook is something that I feel like I've also recreated a lot in my life because, life kind of, as we're introduced to it, is very cookie cutter in nature. And I don't think we're cookie cutter individuals. We're not created to be cookie cutter. So when you start finding yourself operating outside of what's cookie cutter, then you're like, wait a second, this is a little different, new territory. How do I operate this, this playing field? So the thing that I would say I pour into the most is just my education around it. It's inspiring or looking for inspiration through other leaders who have done something similar before and kind of recreating it, because I know that I'm not the first to do everything that I'm working on and that a lot of people have bumped their heads before me. So I'm going to leverage that and then I'm going to build off of what they've already done, their experience, and then
add my style, my flavor, my everything that's core to who I am on top of it. And just continuing to learn, this life is just evolving by the minute, especially with the evolution of AI. It's like, you have to really be clear on what it is that you want to achieve or accomplish. Otherwise, the playbook is really nothing if you're just doing and there's no intentionality behind it, as our last speaker was touching on. So I'd say just staying focused on what you want, create the playbook, research what's been done before you, and add your own flair to it.
Thank you so much. And Brittany, I'm going to go to you next. And I'd like to ask the same question, but with a bit of a nuance here. What has it looked like for you as you've continued to lead forward when there wasn't a playbook defined and there hasn't been one, and you came across what could have maybe been considered a failure, but you reimagined that failure into just a stepping stone along that journey or another play in the playbook?
I believe that the only failure that there is not taking action and moving forward, because the reality is that all of the magic and beauty is in the unknown. And we are all fortunate to have an internal guiding system of the intuition. And when we listen to that and take action on that, the path reveals itself. So that is where I lead from. I never really had many great leaders around me when I was working and starting my career. I always kind of like took on that leadership role. And I'm starting to realize that it probably had a lot to do with the fact that I was meant to hone into my own skills and trust my own intuition and lead from that place, so that I didn't really have like outside influences impacting that. So it has really helped me have a bit more trust in my intuition and act upon that.
I love that. Before we go to Samantha, I'd love to add on that. How did you find the confidence within to really lean into and to trust your intuition? Because sometimes you can hear that quiet voice in your mind or get that impulse to do something, and it might be so strong it could scare you, and you're like, wait a minute, and you do maybe the opposite, or you don't listen to it. And so how have you developed that confidence to really trust your intuition and your voice, and what can our audience learn from that?
It had a lot to do with the times that I didn't listen to it. And I saw the effects of me not listening to it. And I'm like, wow, this is actually a lot more harmful and hurtful. But the more that I followed through with my intuition, the more that I got the results that I was looking for. And it allowed me to build that trust. So I highly encourage everybody to listen to that internal voice. And it starts with a feeling. And the thing is that we try to like overthink it. The feeling hits, and then we use our mind to rationalize it. And then oftentimes it turns into this thought spiral, and we're trying to think of like all the ways that it could go wrong, all of these other things. And you have to just like cancel all of that out, because that initial feeling, that initial knowing is the intuition, and that is what needs to be followed. And that is the clarity that you need to have. Do not let your mind overtake any of that.
Wow, thank you so much. And what about for you, Samantha? How have you led or navigated when there wasn't a playbook created? Because you're creating it, right? Especially as the CEO of Light Up Your Life.
Yes, I love this question. I really think it comes down to vision. And my friend Trent Shelton says it best. I mean, a lot of times you'll share your vision with other people and they don't see it. It's because it's like putting on glasses and trying to look at someone else's prescription through their glasses. And you're like, well, I can't see. And that's the same thing with your vision. Only you can see, only you can trust and have that faith and belief in where you're going and what you're doing. And just like Brittany says, your intuition is a guiding system. So I like to meditate. I like to get really quiet. I like to have a really clear path and a compelling future of where I'm going, and then writing those things down as if it already happened. So I like to visualize my future coming into fruition, and I like to embody that experience, because your mind doesn't know the difference between reality or what you tell it. It's just what you're continuing to believe in yourself. And in those really dark moments, I had faith that everything is always working out for me. In certain situations and challenges that have arisen, it's that faith, but it's also knowing that everything is working out for my good. And so when you look at it from that perspective, it just makes life so magical and so meaningful. And then you just like ebb and flow, and everything just always works out.
Love that. Love that. So Donna, I think you're on mute here, but I know I can tell
I
you're
am.
asking a question.
Yes, I'm getting ready to ask a question, because what I really want to know with each and every one of you is, what is one of the boldest leadership decisions you had to make to change the trajectory of your path? Because I know, just speaking from my own experience, I've made some bold decisions and made some life-altering things in my own personal life. But I'm curious, Adrienne, let's start with you. What is one of the boldest decisions that you had to make, leadership decisions, to change your own path?
Yeah, I think that really boils down to the clarity that I needed to have when I was in the wrong career path. The career path I had was, in financial planning. And while I learned so many valuable skills and things that will stick with me forever, I realized that it wasn't colorful enough for me. And while I still had a team that I was growing, I had to make a call that was in the best interest of my life, my family, myself, my passion, my purpose, my vision, everything that was, core to who I am. And that really slowing down and, as Samantha mentioned, getting quiet and just listening to that internal voice and understanding that, hey, you are great with technology. You are great with people. You are great with sales. You are great with finance. AI is here. Let's dive in on this digital marketing and advertising agency and help people the way that we know we're skilled with and can do. So I just made a career change, mid-30s, hopped in, started a new business, and now I have a team of 3 people, and we're colorful and vibrant and great, and we're helping businesses that are helping other people, and talk about full alignment, right? I'm so grateful that I made that change, and now being in this leadership role to lead the team and create the vision and let everyone, just own their respective skill sets and what they bring to the table. This business is nothing without them. I'm one key player in it, but I have 3 other key players in it too. So I'd say that, just the career shift overall and the clarity in my own life.
And that is such a huge defining moment for a lot of people, shifting in careers, something we've known, into that unknown realm, more aligning with what we are. Dr. Lene, same question. What is one bold leadership decision you made to change the path of your trajectory?
Absolutely. Thank you, Donna, for that question, because it's a really powerful one, and I think really timely with where things are right now. As the new and first Chief Wellness Officer for the Global Flag Football League, when I first entered the sport psychology field and mindfulness space for athletes many years ago, it's a very male-dominated field. And I love that one of the largest teams are both headed by women in the NFL. And so this year at the Super Bowl had teams that were run by women. And also it was a very historic moment. So what I found, though, is that when we were going along this path, studying the path and actually seeing where we wanted to go was really important. Because this role had not really happened before, now flag football will be an Olympic sport in the LA Olympics in 2028. And taking a bold move by studying the Chief Wellness Officer role with other organizations was really something to convince teams and leagues that we needed. Because a lot of times wellness, especially psychological wellness, is an afterthought. Versus, thinking about mental health in the beginning. It's usually thought about after we need it in a reactive way versus in a proactive way. So what we found with this role is learning about what the athletes need before they need it is really something that we had to really quantify, that there was a need for that there needed to be resources. And it's really bold when there's not really evidence or no one has really done it before. It requires courage to say, you know what, we really do need this. And a lot of times, the call I had with another head of wellness for another USA Olympic sport actually said, people really didn't know they needed me until they needed me. And so to actually have that courage to go there and to say, oh, well, this is something that that we will need, it really takes a bold move. It really was a bold move. And that would be what I think mine has been.
Oh, that is so good. So good. And I just love the fact that there are now chief wellness officers out in the world because we need
Yes, we do.
So
We
needed.
really do.
Samantha, what
do.
is one of the boldest leadership decisions you had to make?
Yeah, I think for me, it was mindset and not letting my past define who I am and breaking through these generational curses that my family lineage has been seeing for years. So breaking through, stepping into my power, knowing who I am, knowing that you can be, do, or have anything that you want. So it was really that belief system and making a plan and taking those action steps towards it. And I will say the one thing that has really helped me is keeping the promises I make to myself and showing up for myself, because when you believe you, everyone else believes you. And I think that's been one of the boldest things that I've done, is just that I'm the person in my family breaking these generational curses, and I'm stepping into greatness. And every single one of you listening to this has greatness inside you. And you just have to believe that and cultivate that wisdom and that trust and that compassion and self-love from within, and just step into your power.
Absolutely beautiful there. And all of those values I truly, truly admire. Brittany, what was one of the biggest, boldest, baddest leadership decisions you had to make?
The boldest one was just starting before I felt ready. And ready became a byproduct of taking action. I was at the lowest point in my life when I decided to start my business. I completely transferred over careers. Like, personal development is something I was always interested in, and I've always been a writer, but it wasn't something that I ever thought I was going to make a career out of. And after I had my spiritual awakening and everything in my life was on fire, like everything around me was crumbling, I was like, I have to move on this path. It's calling me. I need to do this. And even though inside I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing, I'm not ready, the readiness came from taking action. So that is the boldest move that I make. So I encourage all of you, you're never going to feel ready. Like, the ready is going to be the byproduct of you taking action. So I encourage all of you to just do it. If it's calling you, it is meant for you, and you are meant to act upon it.
That is so incredibly good there. Start before you're ready, because when you do and you take that action step, the path actually reveals itself. Before I turn this back over to you, Alicia, I'm going to ask you the same question. What is the biggest, baddest, boldest decision you've made?
Oh, such a good question, Donna. I think it's walking into the unknown. I think, like many of us potentially here, maybe, even Dr. Lene, it's stepping into a whole new space. I started my career on Wall Street in finance, and just being bold to understand I had a plan in my mind of where I wanted to be. And I don't know if it was Brittany or Adrian that said it, maybe Samantha. So many great thoughts today, but I used to write in my journal all the things that I wanted to do in my life, all the dreams I had that sounded maybe too bold or too wild. And I was like, it wasn't put in anyone else's spirit, it was put in mine. So I'm not going to tell them, but I don't want to just keep it in my mind. And so I started journaling and writing all these journals, and to be able to reflect back and look at my journal from 7 years ago, 8 years ago, 4 years ago, 2 years ago, and go, whoa. Because there's a moment where you go, whoa, I was bold enough to do it. People maybe looked at me, they had their own opinions, and that's okay. But I knew that there was something put in my spirit, and I'm just going to walk this faith path and see what happens. And then to experience what happens along that path, and the guidance and the support and the community that comes along with that. I think one of the boldest things that you can do is listen to that quiet voice. Even if you don't understand it, write it down. And maybe you're not meant to understand it in that moment, but at one moment it will make sense. And to be able to go back and reflect on that has been something that has just been, part of experiencing life. And I think it will continue to be an experience.
Beautiful, beautiful there. Absolutely. All right, Alicia, I'm going to let you take it away.
Yeah. So, Dr. Lene was talking about wellness, and, wellness, I think for some can be a buzzword, but it's so real. It's so required. It's so necessary. And so I would love to hear, starting with you, Samantha, how you have approached your own wellness in your life, because I think it looks differently for everybody. But how have you approached wellness in your life, and what have you experienced since maybe being more intentional with how you approach wellness?
Yeah, wellness is everything for me. If you don't have your wellness, then you really don't have anything, right? I find a lot of times when we're sick, all we do is pray for us to be better. And so for me, it's really near and dear to my heart because, my family, my mother she had cancer, MS, multiple sclerosis. And so I have to take a really clean eating approach. So I will say I eat very alkaline foods in my diet. It gives me a lot of energy. And I like to use, there's a food pyramid of the energetic frequency of the foods that I eat. And I will tell you that spirulina and wheatgrass are one of the highest frequencies. So I like to make sure that I'm juicing that and putting it in my greens every single morning. And it gives me so much energy. So just being mindful of what you're putting in your body. I also like to fast a lot as well to clean out the toxins from my body and make sure I'm getting a lot of sunlight and working out, because all of these things are going to give you that momentum and that energy to keep going after your goals and dreams. So wellness for me is pretty much everything.
So good. What about for you, Adrienne? How have you thought about wellness, or how has the thought of it evolved over time? And what have you experienced since?
Yeah, I think there's been a huge evolution of wellness for me. Rewind 5 years, and that wasn't a word really in my life, in my vocabulary. It was just like work, 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 mom, 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 work, mom, a little bit of wife, if I can fit that in, So I had to just, I got to a breaking point where it just wasn't healthy anymore. And I was like, I need to prioritize myself, my needs, my physical fitness, my mental strength, my mindset, all of that. And so, I really started with physical fitness and meditation. Those two things absolutely changed the game for me. And that's something that I just don't, play with anymore. It's a part of my everyday routine. I work out every day, even if it's just for 20 minutes. I meditate, even if it's just for 10 minutes in the morning. But those are just with, consistency, and write my affirmations, make sure I'm pouring into myself, make sure I write down something that I want to, learn about or achieve today, and then actually do it. And that just, I love myself more for being a little bit smarter, a little bit more strategic, or whatever it is. But just making sure that I'm putting myself first and feeling whole allows me to be a better mother. It allows me to be a better business owner. It allows me to be a better friend. It allows me to just do everything better. So it is super important for all of us, everyone. And I know it's so hard, especially for parents or people who've got so much on their plate, but everything else comes second to taking care of your mental and physical well-being. And so when you put those things, you just start to see how much your life will evolve for the better, not only yourself, but the people that you're in their lives as well.
Thank you so much, Adrienne, for sharing. And I have to say, I follow you on social media. I saw the most beautiful story, I think, on your Instagram yesterday of you jogging while your daughters were biking. It was such a joyful moment that I happened to see yesterday. Thank you so much for sharing. What about for you, Brittany? What role has kind of wellness played in your life, and how has it evolved, and what have you seen as the impact of that?
I think that wellness is multifaceted, and I've always really been into like the gym, exercise, diet, but as I got older, it kind of transitioned more into like the emotional, the spiritual, keeping that wellness in check, because I was somebody who didn't really have boundaries. And then when I started to implement them, I'm like, this is wellness. This is me keeping myself safe from all of these outside energies that are draining me and bringing me down. And as spiritual as well, it's like, you have to be in practice. You have to be in alignment with your goals and what you're trying to achieve, and keeping and it helps strengthen your intuition as well. So just wellness from a multifaceted perspective, the diet, the exercise, the boundaries, the cultivating your relationship with God, with source, the universe, whatever you refer to it as, I think is extremely important. And I don't think that we can X out any of those. We need all of them together to have the best results.
So good. Dr. Lene, you are the Chief Wellness Officer in the sports realm, but I'm curious, in your own life, what role has wellness played? How has it evolved? And what have you noticed as the impact of those shifts?
Alicia, it's come from a realm of surviving to thriving wellness. When I was 24 years old, and I won't say how long ago that was, I was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis. So I can relate very much to Samantha sharing with her mother and what she went through. I was paralyzed on the left side of my body. And for a dancer and a mover and artist, that can be very devastating. And at that time, I had to learn how to survive. And so wellness changed from being able to be dance and stage ready to actually being able to function and move. And I like to say movement is medicine, and the mind-body connection, combining the psychological wellness realm with the physiological wellness realm and listening to what our bodies, minds, and spirits need. That's what wellness means for me and what I recommend for everyone. So a simple question, asking ourselves, what do I need today? And it may be different every day. Your body may tell you different things every day. Your mind may tell you different things. And that for you in that moment is wellness.
I love that. And Donna, we're going to go to you now. So what role has wellness played in your life? How has it evolved? And what have you seen coming out of that, or the shifts from that?
It has been the majority of my life, only because I came from the healing realm. And that has been a huge piece, mentally, physically, emotionally, spiritually, financially, all of those things to come into alignment. It's wellness in every area of your life, because you could be financially secure, but if you don't pay attention to your physical world or your physical body, that piece comes out of alignment. It's going to pull the other pieces out. So wellness to me is all encompassing and wholeness and completeness in that. I know we're coming up here on a quick close for our panel, but I do have a rapid fire quick question that I want to share and ask for everybody. 50 to 60 years ago, the women's liberation movement started and got going, and we were taught things as women like, you can have the career and you can be a doctor, a lawyer, a dentist. You can be all of these things out in the world. You can also still be married. You can have the family. You can have the home life. You can have. And so we were presented with so many different options, and we were told we could do anything in this world. If you had a message, 20 seconds or less, about what you learned, or maybe something that you would like to share about that whole movement over the course of your life, what would that be? So let me reframe that really quickly. We were taught we could do and be everything in the world. What has that meant to you, and what has it taught you in the world? 20 seconds or less. Samantha, I'm going to go to you first.
Yeah, I think that has taught me so much to know that I can be, do, and have anything I want. And it has to be in alignment with your values and where you're going. And at the end of my life, I want people to remember me for the lives I've changed and the impact that I've made, and me sticking to my core beliefs and who I am as a person and showing up just to be my most authentic self. So not even putting labels on anything, but who are you as a person? Not your occupation, not if you're a mom or a friend or a wife. It's what your core beliefs are, who you are as a person. I think for me is everything, and to know that I am showing up for my best self and becoming 1% better every single day.
Beautiful. Brittany, same question, 20 seconds.
I think that balance is key, and balance in the essence of totality, because oftentimes when we hear balance, we think that it's like equal parts, it needs to outweigh, but life ebbs and flows, and we need to follow those ebbs and flows to get the maximum that we want out of life, so we can be it all, and we have to be able to flow and see what is calling us in that present moment. So balance in totality, we can do it all.
Beautiful, beautiful. Adrienne.
Yeah, I think this is an awesome question. And I think that it starts with clarity. I think if you are absolutely clear on what it is that you want to achieve or accomplish, then your decision-making is a lot easier. So if I had to tell my 20-year-old self, any advice, it would be extremely mindful of, the people that you surround yourself with, be clear on your values and what is important to you. And then, setting those boundaries to make sure that you protect your life and you protect your peace and protect what it is that you're working to build, because there's lots of distractions along the way. And
It's just about being able to decision make and say, hey, this is in alignment with me, and I'm going to move forward here with certainty.
Beautiful. And Dr. Lene, you are muted.
Apologies. I would say to live a purpose-driven life, we can have it all and can be all that we're meant to be, just not all at once. One foot at a time, one breath at a time.
I love that. I absolutely love that there. Alicia, here we are.
Here we are. I want to add to that. Connect the dots. Take the time to sit and reflect and connect the dots, because sometimes you don't understand what's happening in the moment, but when you reflect back and you connect the dots, there's a moment that sparks something in you that creates the momentum for what's to come. So I would just want to add to that. Connect the dots. Samantha, Brittany, Dr. Lene, Adrian, it's been such a pleasure having you on and joining us for this really thoughtful conversation on leadership and wellness and being bold and embracing what you don't know, but what you can imagine to be on the other side, and then doing everything in your power to get there. We appreciate you all for joining us as part of Leadership Week 2025. Thank you so much. Thank you. Wow. Donna, you're going to stay here with me as we reflect on that segment that we just had with Brittany and Dr. Lene. And
I think that question that I asked, I often reflect on that. And I would say, don't do it all. Only do the parts that you love. That's what I've learned. Only do what you truly love. You don't have to do it all.
I think that's so good. And Donna, we didn't have an opportunity to ask you this yet. So as we get ready to transition to our next segment, I would love to learn, what is a bold decision that you made in your life?
I left the corporate finance world, sold everything in my house, sold my house, packed up myself, my 2 children as a single parent, moved out of state to live in a spiritual living community called an ashram to understand who I was. And I gave it all up. Pretty bold. People around me had no idea or understanding, and they could not fathom that I would move somewhere without a job.
You were on mission to connect with
I was on mission to experience life.
To experience life, and you're helping so many people experience life now. And I think, when you were talking about the wellness question and how it's so encompassing from different perspectives, you could really hear the principles and the tenets of the film, the pillars of power in that around spirituality and mental wellness and health and wealth and relationships. And we can see it comes from such a real and lived place, which is so beautiful. It is our honor to bring up our next guest, who will be joining us to have conversations around building community. And so we are going to bring up Dr. Michelle Odette with us, who works with individuals as an empowerment coach, a brain health trainer, and a happiness trainer. We're going to get into that, because when you talk about happiness trainer, I really want to dive into that. So we're going to do that in just a moment here. We're going to bring up Diane Strand, who is one of the co-owners of the JDS Studios in Southern California in the Temecula region, that is both a nonprofit and for-profit studio. And Diane and her team work with a lot of students to help teach them about understanding production and entertainment, and work with a lot of neurodivergent children as well. And so we're delighted to have you join us here today. We're going to bring up Jonathan Montanez, who is the spearhead behind TEDx Temecula. And so I'm excited to have you on here, because you're also an entrepreneur. You have a spirits company, a mobile spirits company. You have been very heavily involved in chambers of commerce in the Southern California region, particularly working with younger entrepreneurs. So it's really amazing to have you on. And we're also going to bring up Michelle Wilson. She is a contributor to the Los Angeles Tribune editorial news. She works with a lot of nonprofits, and she really is focused on having real life conversations. And so it's a delight to have you all join us here for Leadership Week. And I would love to lean into this conversation a little bit in talking about what it looks like to lead communities, and what it looks like to lead communities. I'm going to add with joy because Dr. Michelle is here and she's a happiness coach. So, Jonathan, you are one of the spearheads behind TEDx Temecula, which is really a community experience, but it's one that holds space for people to share their stories with the world. And I think a lot of people may understand what TEDx seemingly is like, but what is something about the TEDx experience that you want people to understand that might be a little bit nuanced, but you really want to land for our audience here today?
Absolutely. Thank you so much, first and foremost, for having me here. I'm so honored to be amongst so many incredible people here. And it would be just not right if I didn't give recognition to one of our TEDx Temecula speakers who's on the call here with Ms. Diane Strand. She gave a very compelling speech just this last year in 2024. So to answer your question, Alicia, the idea of TEDx and what we're trying to convey to our community is that we've all gotten so caught up in short-term attention span items like video and scrolling through your social media that a lot of us have forgotten what it takes to stop and connect with another human being, to listen to a great idea or an experience that somebody has had in their lives or that they're sharing about something else. So what we do with TEDx Temecula is we bring 8 speakers to the stage once a year where they give on average, 15-minute talk about just that. It's an experience. It's a scientific breakthrough. It's technology, design. TED actually stands for Technology, Education, and Design. And the X is an independently organized TED event. So bringing those people together, and throughout the year, we do small engagements called salons, which we just had one last Tuesday. We have another one on June 17th, where we get a community of 100 or less people together to watch 2 TED Talks and then share their thoughts on how that impacted them amongst strangers in the room.
Wow, thank you so much for sharing that. Because I think, people hear TEDx, you see the logo, you hear it, people say, oh, I had a TEDx talk, but what is it really about? And Dr. Michelle, I'm going to bring you in for this next question here because Jonathan was saying that it stands for Technology, Education, and Design independently. And I'm curious here, Dr. Michelle, as someone who is an empowerment coach, as someone who helps people to understand what it looks like to be happy and how to attain happiness. The world is full of technology, right? And there are so many ways where you can go to get educated. Sometimes it can be overwhelming. So what are some of the ways that you kind of work with the individuals that you coach to help them feel empowered in their everyday lives, knowing that there's so much going on around them, on their phones, on their computers, and in all the other ways that they connect with people?
Thank you for that question. And thank you for having me today. I'm so pleased to be here. So one thing that, and I want to say this too, I am a founding member of the Neural Encoding Institute, and you had my fearless leader, Joseph McClendon III, on a couple of times during this summit.
Yeah.
So one of the things that we teach within the organization, and I personally teach, is taking technology breaks, putting your phone away for an extended period of time so that you can just be mindful and, again, get off that grid, take care of yourself. And so the exercise that I prescribe is where you actually put your phone up for an hour and you do something meaningful to take care of yourself, because we know that self-care is very important. We must take care of ourselves first before we can help anybody else. And so that's one particular exercise. And then another thing, you know how you have all these tabs open on your computer when you're working, you have 1,000 tabs. I am so guilty of that. That actually is a distraction. And whether you realize it consciously that it is a distraction, it is, and it can make you feel overwhelmed. There was a time where I felt so overwhelmed in my life and I didn't understand why. But once I start uncovering that I was putting all these things on my plate. I was scrolling on the phone. You know, you pick up that cell phone and you start looking at something on TikTok or Instagram, and before you know it, an hour has gone by. And so once I realized that stuff was really overwhelming me, yes, I was getting that little dopamine hit, which I think that's what keeps us tethered to the technology, is because you do get that activation of that dopamine. And so that keeps you scrolling. Once I realized that, then again, I started doing things to taper off, and I teach my clients to do the same thing, because it's so important that you don't get habituated to the things that will keep you from achieving your goals. And a lot of people, they say, oh, I'm so busy. Yes, they were busy doing nothing, doing nothing but scrolling. And then one last thing about the technology piece, on your phone, you can actually get a report how long you are spending on your phone scrolling. And sometimes, yes, it's important, but I say you schedule that time. You schedule the time that you need to use technology for the purposes of your work. And then when you want to do it for fun, you schedule that time as well. And so I'm going to leave my answer at that. I could say so much more. So I'm going to turn it back over to you, Alicia. Thank you.
I love where this conversation is going. I see Jonathan clapping. I think that would be an interesting topic to do a talk on, Dr. Michelle here. But I think that because it resonates with a lot of people, even when you're talking about the report, I'm like, sometimes I've seen that on the phone, how long? I go, really? Oh, it must have been the email, but was it? You know, and I think it's an interesting question to ask. Diane, I'm actually going to come to you now. And I'm curious for you, because you are a community builder, you have a nonprofit organization that works with you. You also have a for-profit organization in production that supports people in the community. What's one way that leaders can use their platforms to lift others who are often overlooked or maybe not thought of? Because I think you do that so thoughtfully.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much for having me here. And thank you, Jonathan, for the call out. I appreciate that. Well, I am a true believer that, you know, a high tide raises all boats. So as you're kind of working with others that might need a little bit of a hand up, it's okay to be able to put your hand out and to help and provide pathway options for people. It doesn't mean you have to do it for them. It just shows them how they can do it for themselves. And that's what I'm a true believer. I believe, you know, going back to that old anecdote that, you know, don't fish for me, teach me how to fish. And that's what we do here at the Creative Academy. Is it's all hands-on. And you know, when you get to put your hands on the equipment and touch the buttons and push the buttons and realize what buttons work and what buttons don't, everybody gets a better understanding of how to work together in collaboration. That's why I love production. Production is such a collaborative community that comes together. It's not something that you do alone. You know, you got to have all the different pieces that come together. So it's very community driven to be able to work on whether it's a television show or a film or even content creators. You know, you have to, doing it in that solo world can get pretty lonely. And so I love that we get to bring all different kinds of creative individuals together at all different levels of learning to be able to cross collaborate. And I watch how my mainstream students work with my special needs students, how they get to learn patience and understanding at the same time they're being mentors and getting to teach. And then even those in my special needs population, as they learn and grow, they get to foster some of the newbies that come into the studio and teach and learn and provide pathway learnings for them as well. So, you know, it's just really, we do more with others than we do alone. And that's what we really strive for here at the Academy.
That's so beautiful. Thank you so much, Diane. We're going to come back to you in just a moment, but I want to bring Michelle Wilson here. And Michelle, you're a mompreneur and you are a leader, and you're really dedicated to empowering moms that are raising special needs children who want to start purpose-driven businesses. And so as you think about how your journey has evolved, what is something that you've always kind of had maybe instilled in you that you're like, this is part of the work I'm going to do, and I don't know what it's going to look like yet, but I know that this vision was put in me, so I'm just going to take one step in front of the other to do this work and to build community. Then your community has blossomed and grown to be such a large and beautiful community.
So it's definitely from lived experience. I was a teenage mom at 17. So at a very young age, it was always about my son or others, right? You know, it wasn't just about me. And going through that journey as a single mom, and I have 3 children, and then they were 22 years apart. So I just felt like I was always mothering and nurturing. And then as an entrepreneur, as a single mom, I started out as really a part-time, you know, just to earn some extra money. And then when my son became ill, I made a decision to, you know, start a business out of his hospital room so that I could be there 100%. And what I noticed in that time is that I was in amazing mentor groups and, you know, coaching programs, but I didn't have that shared experience with a lot of people. So a few years ago, I realized that in my journey, just being a special needs mom, I wanted to be able to connect with other special needs mom. And it's really about being heard and understood. And it's not about fixing anything at the time. Sometimes we just want a conversation just to have that platform so that we can listen and then see other people in their journey. Because if you can connect with someone else, then you give them hope and inspiration that they can do it too. So I think I answered that question, but that's kind of my journey.
Yes, you did. And I have to take a moment here. I would like Jonathan to unmute himself and Diane to unmute herself. And I would love for each and every one of you to join me in wishing Michelle a happy birthday. So happy birthday, Michelle. And we appreciate you joining us here on your birthday.
Thank you so much. Oh my gosh.
Happy birthday.
I get to join this. Happy birthday, Michelle. Michelle said it's such a birthday present that I get to speak on my birthday. Diane, you know, we're so grateful that you are here in this panel. Jonathan, Dr. Michelle Odette, and Michelle Wilson. Alicia did a phenomenal job in the interviews. I just wanted to acknowledge Alicia and give her the flowers. Thank you so much. When it comes to community building, Alicia's one of the gurus on that. And I just wanted to point out, did you see the comment from the comments that are coming up? We've got a comment from your kid. I see you, Papa. You know,
Yeah,
that's
I love that.
you know, when our children admire us, that's just wonderful. Talk about community building. Our families are our first community. So thank you so much. Alicia,
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Ava. Okay, I'm kind of curious here. So you all are community builders and community builders in very unique ways. And I'm curious, what is a belief? And we'll start with you, Michelle. We'll go in a different order this time. What is the belief that you had that this year or in the past 6 months, you're like, I just have to let that one go, or I need to release it so I can embrace other mindsets or kind of other ways to approach how you approach life. And so, Michelle, I'd love to start with you there.
It's the fear of missing out.
Okay, let's unpack that a little bit.
So much noise, so much distraction. If I got to do this to build my business, I got to be here. And I really had to quiet the noise, the distractions. You know, it's that fear of, you know, if you're not there, then your business is not going to grow. If you're not there, then you're going to lose out on your family. So it's just really the fear of missing out because, you know, with advertising and marketing, it's always that fear. If you don't have it, we're not enough. So that's my thing I had to let go this year is the fear of missing out.
I love that. Thank you so much, Michelle, for sharing that. We're going to use that one as your closing remark. What about for you, Diane? What is something that you let go so you could hold space to embrace something to come in the last 6 months as part of your closing remarks here?
Well, I have to say that's probably the hardest thing for me to do. I don't let go of much. I just keep adding into my bucket. You know, I delegate. I don't know that I let things go, but I do delegate. I love my team. That's my internal community. So I can continue to help and serve. That's really my bottom line, is to make sure that we're serving those who want to be creative and want to find a pathway of their dreams. So letting things go. I think in my mind, I have let go talking so hard to myself. I am the hardest critic on myself. So I'm trying to do better with that, which is just in my own mindset. So those are some things that I've let go, some bad habits, that drive down my mindset or might keep me a little bit stuck. So those are some things that I've kind of shifted from. But as far as workload goes, I just keep adding it in.
I'm muted here. I definitely understand how that goes. And Diane, before we let you go here, I would actually love for you to talk a little bit about the studio and the work that you do, because I think it's really dynamic and unique how you are helping to train individuals in entertainment and in production, particularly the youth. You all put on shows that you have so much skill-based training. So I'd like for you to take a moment to speak about the JDS studio as part of your closing remarks before we move on to Jonathan.
No, thank you, Alicia, for the opportunity. I appreciate that. Well, here at JDS Studio, we have a lot of things that go on. We do corporate marketing and video production for the school district, the city, some big business around. And then we have an actor studio where we help launch actors into the entertainment industry. We've launched over 100 actors, directors, writers, producers to start pursuing a professional career in the industry. And then the nonprofit is really the education side of it. So everything that we do, we teach at the nonprofit side. And then as they start to learn, we work with the youth, teens, and adults, mainstream and special needs. Our special needs neurodiverse program is 25 hours a week of training that does lead into paid internships and job opportunities. We've placed over 12 into internships, and 3 have resulted into full-time jobs, and 2 have gone on to higher education. And then some are still just in our program looking for other opportunities and building resume and demo reel credits to be able to do some gig work and some different things like that. And as they get stronger and better in their skills and craft, they get to work on our mainstream television show, which is Spirit of Innovation Arts Across America, which is broadcast all over Southern California as well as nationwide. And we're about to go to ABC next month, which is very exciting. And our participants in our program, as they learn, they get to start creating segments for the actual broadcast show. We have one that's been very regular, doing a food corner segment. They've been with us about 6-7 years, and they're winning awards. They're winning mainstream national awards for the work that they do. So it's really exciting to see how when you just give a little bit of guidance and a little bit of freedom to be able to pursue a passion or a dream, that, it all comes together and you can really work in the arts. And that's always my message, is the arts impact life and business, and you can work and make a living in this. And that's what I've been privileged to be able to teach people how to do.
I love it. And I saw smiles from Dr. Michelle and Jonathan and Michelle here. Appreciate you sharing, Diane. Dr. Michelle, as we go into your closing remarks, I mean, you do so much. We did hear from Joseph this week. He had the audience fired up, but you really help people embrace all that they are and break through their beliefs to be empowered. What is something that you haven't shared with our audience yet today that you would really like to leave them with as part of your closing remarks, Dr. Michelle?
I would like to leave them with, you are responsible for your life, and no one is coming to rescue you. However, there are people that will help you, and I'm one of those individuals. I love helping people to think better, to feel better, and to live better. And so I just want people to know that your thoughts, they are so important, because your thoughts create things. And Mike Dooley is one of my mentors as well. He likes to say, your thoughts are things and your words give them wings. And so if you understood how powerful you are, first and foremost, and your thoughts are, you would really be mindful about the things that you think about. And so I just want to impress upon individuals is to really, really be mindful about your thoughts overall, because you are literally bringing in the people, the places, and the circumstances that will carry out those thoughts, help you carry out those thoughts, regardless to if they are good or if they are bad. And so I just want to leave that with everyone. And I do want to say, I've had to let go of some people this year. had to get rid of some of them.
That's real. I appreciate the realness. We appreciate that here during Leadership Week. Jonathan, would love to go to you next. As you think about final thoughts you'd like to leave with our audience that you've had on your mind, you haven't had the opportunity to share just yet. What would you like to leave with our audience today?
You certainly don't have enough time for that, but I'll try. This has actually been such an honor. You ladies that are on this call with me, I'm just so privileged to be here with you, incredible minds, and the things that you've shared today, especially that last sentiment there, Dr. Michelle. Perfect. So as far as letting go, I suffer from the same condition or similar condition that Ms. Diane suffers from. It's a lack of the word no in our vocabulary. And so we tend to say yes to far more things than we should. However, the heart really portrays through, right? We become successful through the things that we've said yes to, because we tend to surround ourselves with incredible human beings that want to see us succeed and that want to succeed with us, right? Everything that I do as a team, right? With my personal business alongside my wife, the TEDx Temecula organization along an incredible organizing team. I also co-host an amazing Temecula Valley Business Expo alongside my partner, Sebastian. I do a myriad of other things. Some things actually have to release me. I recently aged out of the Valley Young Professionals, which I was the leader of and was highly involved with for several years. And it turns out that there is an age cap for certain things. So even though I didn't get the opportunity to say no, I'm no longer doing that. So there are times where what I've realized, letting go of is letting go of self-limiting beliefs. And I think that's the key that I would like to give as a takeaway today, is that though it's been mentioned on other previous talks before this here, I overheard a lot of you can do anything, right? We can do anything that we put our heads to, which is very true. And people forget that the things that they don't feel like they can do is only because they've told themselves they can't do it. We truly can do anything. And that doesn't mean that it's going to be easy. As a matter of fact, it's quite contrary to that. If you want to do great, incredible, wonderful, amazing things, well, be prepared to work really, really hard to do that. But always know that you can do that. You are the only person that can limit what you can and cannot do. That's my takeaway.
So good. Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing.
Thanks for having me.
I appreciate you all for joining us today and having this conversation around community, learning how to let go. We are going to transition to our next segment, but Michelle, it is your birthday. And I felt like our last question you weren't aware was your closing remarks. I would love for you to share if there's anything else that you've had on your mind and your heart to share with our community that hasn't quite landed yet. Would love for you to share. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much. And for me, my guiding light is God. And there was a point in time where I just learned how to really surrender. And I know this is Leadership Week. And for me, I was really thinking about what leadership means. And leadership means knowing who my leader is. And he's guiding me. So I'm always surrendering. And when I don't know something, it's all about starting something new. Is about confusion. So I was like, out of confusion comes clarity. So just trusting that your path is there. But we can talk about purpose. And you said, doing it all, but just trust that it will be revealed to you when it's ready to be revealed to you. So just keep moving forward. So that's what I just wanted to say.
Thank you so much, Michelle. It's been a pleasure having each and every one of you here to join us as part of Leadership Week. We appreciate you. What a great segment. Thank you so much. Thank you. Wow, that's so great. So many community builders in our community, and it goes to the amplification effect. And so I am delighted and honored to bring up our next guest, who is a community builder who is focused on bringing more kindness to the world. Her name is Renee Dutton. She is the author of the Sunshine Effect books, and she's also the pioneer behind the Global Kindness Movement, which is dedicated to shining a light and bringing kindness to the world bringing together kind individuals and celebrating kindness, because kindness has the ability to have a ripple effect on the world. Renee, it is such a pleasure and honor to have you here as part of Leadership Week. The theme has come up from so many of the leaders that have joined us this week, and is the theme of kindness, the theme of saying thank you, the theme of acknowledging other individuals. And so, Renee, as you join us here today, I would love for you to share more about the work that you're doing with the Global Kindness Movement, and what inspired your work, and what are you hoping that people can connect with as leaders are tuning in from all around the world to listen to this program?
Thank you, Alicia. First of all, it is just an honor to be with the Los Angeles Tribune. I love what you're doing in the world. So the reason that I started the Global Kindness Movement is I believe kindness is the most underused superpower in the world. Every single person on the planet has the access to do something for somebody, or to watch a kind act rather than watching all the stuff going on the news. And it's something that really impacts and affects people that most of us are aware of. So we are out to make kindness the new normal. And we're doing this through fun television shows, educating, docuseries, books, compilation books that just thrilled to have the Los Angeles Tribune publishing those books, The Kindness Effect, and just so many fun and random acts of kindness. It's just been a blast and so fulfilling. Did I answer all the questions?
You did. And I mean, like, I want to dive in further, right? Because, you know,
Yeah.
I think part of the Global Kindness Movement is acknowledging individuals that are sharing acts of kindness in the world, that are receiving acts of kindness and observing acts of kindness in the world. And, you know, kindness is infectious. It's one of those things when you see someone be kind, it's really hard to like not be kind. It just kind of feels off. And so what is it? What is so we heard earlier today from Evan and Neandre during their segment, and it was impact over influence. And kindness has such an ability to impact people.
Sure does.
Because it doesn't require money. A kind act is free to give. And so what would you want to share with individuals about how they can evolve as leaders in their daily lives, in their communities, through acts of kindness?
So much to touch upon there, but I will start by saying research shows that one act of kindness that is observed or heard by anybody else, that's why I'm so excited about these compilation books with all these amazing stories, because one act of kindness has the effect of making 3 other people want to do an act of kindness, and then they go on. So it's this incredible ripple effect, and I think if you do the math on that, it's infinity.
I love that. It really is infinity. It really is something that creates a momentum. So Renee, shifting gears a little bit, but I still want to keep kindness as the theme here. What's a story that you once told yourself about leadership that you no longer believe? And I'm kind of curious, did an act of kindness in your life maybe shift that for you?
I guess I believed that true leaders were very, I want to say, hard or focused on taking the lead, and everybody else was behind them. And I now know that kindness is the most powerful form of leadership. There have been so many stories done lately that show that 80% of the younger generations, millennials, Gen X, they are willing to work for half of the pay in order to have a kinder, more empathetic environment. And empathy is rated the number 3 skill needed by leaders. All these are documented surveys. Can't remember the names of all of them and all the sources, but there's just so much information that kind leaders are the strongest. They're going to, it's 23% more productivity from teams that have a kind leader. It just goes on and on and on. Kindness is a superpower.
Kindness is a superpower. I want to let that resonate because we're here day 8 of Leadership Week, and kindness has been a theme that has come up. But the research really does show that it makes an impact on team culture. It makes an impact on how you engage with your communities, with your clients, with the people that you're serving. I would argue that, when organizations are more kind, they probably see the people that they're connecting with, whether it's their client or someone that's buying their service, as a person, not a dollar sign. And that goes so far because that holds space for authentic connection and connecting with people first. And humanity has come up so many times during Leadership Week over the last 8 days about that connection and that real and raw connection point. Renee, we have a special treat that we're going to be sharing with the audience. It's going to be a video in just a moment, but I would love for you to share any ideas or thoughts on your mind that you haven't had the opportunity to land just yet with our audience, but you'd really like them to be aware about.
Well, I just want the world to know that kindness is not a sacrifice. It feels good. It changes the brain. Again, this is all backed by science. When you do an act of kindness, see an act of kindness, or receive an act of kindness, the feel-good brain chemicals oxytocin, dopamine, and serotonin are produced. And those are the feel-good chemicals. You just feel better, and yeah, it's just really powerful. It also, believe it or not, science shows that it can reduce high blood pressure. It can reduce cortisol, which produces stress. So it is just an amazing thing, and I just want everybody to go out there and start making it part of their lives. And I think it will just become a cultural shift.
I love that. Truly love that. And so the Los Angeles Tribune is partnering with the Global Kindness Movement to share more stories of kindness around the world. I want to share a quick clip with everyone here around what that experience is all about so they can learn more about the kindness effect.
The world is changing, and not always for the better. But even in the noise and heartbreak, kindness softens pain and brings joy. A single act of kindness can change lives, maybe even save one. The Global Kindness Movement has joined forces with the Los Angeles Tribune Publishing House to create The Kindness Effect, a powerful, ongoing compilation series featuring stories of compassion and impact. This is a collection of voices from those who lead with heart and believe in giving back. Visit thekindnesseffectbooks.com and let your legacy continue with a story that the world will never forget.
I wanted to leave our audience with that, not only do we believe that kindness makes important leaders, but we believe that kindness should be celebrated. And so it's beautiful that the Los Angeles Tribune is collaborating with the Global Kindness Movement to share more stories of kindness from around the world, because everyone's story matters. And a kind story can shift someone, it can open their perspective, and you never know when saying something kind to someone can literally change someone's life. We don't know what people are going through, but we know that kindness can only contribute to them instead of take away from them. And so, Renee, we appreciate all that you do, and it has been a pleasure having you join us here as part of Leadership Week. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So good. So I'm going to be joined here by Parisa Rose, who is one of our hosts that's going to help co-host this next segment. And Parisa, we were just hearing from Renee, who's spearheading this movement around kindness. And you are someone that leads with such a kind heart. What are some of the things that were coming to mind as you were hearing more about Renee's work, and just have been experiencing what people have been sharing about kindness really throughout these last 8 days that we've been having with the world?
Right. Well, thank you, Alicia. And it's good to be here as always. One thing that I love that Renee always continues to presence is, yes, the importance of kindness, but all of the reasons why, and specifically the scientific reasons why. I think that there are a lot of traits that we consider to be a nice to have, but we don't necessarily give weight to the actual impact that these nice to have characteristics really do have in our lives. It's nice to experience people that are kind. It changes our day. It impacts our interactions all the time. And when people are not kind, definitely it impacts how we are experiencing the moment as well. However, bringing the science into it, for me, I love that it's absolutely relevant in this case. And it does impact on so many levels. And if you can be kind, why not? And if you have a hard time with being kind, you might want to ask why. I've always said that we don't, there's no fruit in treating those around us and bringing things from the past, or bringing things even from the past moment into the next. We end up punishing the next moment. We end up punishing our future when we do that. So significant weight with kindness. And I'm so appreciative that Renee always comes and brings that knowledge to us, and obviously does it with such a kind heart. Like, you can just tell in the sincerity of her voice. It is always such a joy to have her on.
Yes, it is. And we appreciate you, Renee, and all the work that you do to bring more visibility to kindness in the world, and to show that it can just be expressed in just one small act. But one small act can make such an impact, and it can make such a difference in the world. Appreciate you, John, for sharing your perspective here. That it's a great topic and conversation, the kindness movement. We appreciate that. So, Parisa, I'd love to hand it over to you to introduce our next guest that will be joining us as part of Leadership Week here today.
Well, thank you, Alicia. And I actually have a co-host that's going to come up with me for this segment. I do believe it's the first time we've been able to co-host at all together this Leadership Week, which, quite frankly, we're getting to the close of day 8, and this is the first time I'm getting to co-host with Ava. What is this? But it also means it's growing, and we're getting to expand what we do.
Yes,
Absolutely.
and I will leave you too to host this beautiful segment that I know is about to occur. Thank you so much.
And to your point, Parisa, it's such a joy to see the team and the family growing and more people taking on stage time. So yes, it's our first time co-hosting together, and we get to bring our wonderful panel. We've got a panel that's, should I say, being politically correct, full of testosterone. Our male panel, let's bring them on. Look at I'm gonna bring Speaker Eric Swanson first. You're doing that rock, and of course Dr. Bill Janishak, Mark Najjar, Fortunes in the Fire book. Welcome, Tim Wise. Here we go. The greatest.
Hello, everybody.
magician.
Hello.
I'm going to put myself on the other side so we're balanced with female and males here. How about that? Okay. So, Parisa, I'm going to hand you the mic because I'm excited and thrilled to have this is the sales and finance panel. And Mark is in the middle of a class, as with many of our speakers who rerouted their flights, moved their schedules, moved their meetings. Mark is, in the middle of a speaker class and stepped out to be able to be with us. So we're going to start with Mark Najjar, if that's okay, Parisa.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
And so Mark Najjar is the author of Fortunes in the Fire, from war-torn country to the hills of Beverly. we have edited that book and published it with the Los Angeles Tribune Publishing House. It's an LA Tribune bestseller, and that this book came around in record time. How many days, Mark, did we come to produce your book?
Hello, Ava. It's great to be among you guys, and I'm honored. I'm honored, and I wish you the best on this drive that you guys have for the past 7 days, bringing the positive everything in this world that we need definitely more of. Ava, needless to say, the book came out in about like 30 days, and it was a great achievement. Ava took me in hand and showed me the steps on how to go. And I'm not that computer savvy. So she was able to walk me through every step and help me publish that book. And since then, I've been getting a lot of calls and gigs and talks all around the country.
Well, thank you for that, Mark. I didn't mean for that to be a shameless plug for me. But my question is, because you have come from a war-torn country to the hills of Beverly, and you've created for multiple businesses, and this is the finance and sales panel, what's one tip you can give to our audience about growing their finance and sales?
Absolutely. Let me talk a little bit about my expertise, and I'm going to tie it to sales because we all at any time are selling anything and everything to anybody and everybody. So what I would like to say, because resilience is a hardcore point in my book and in my life, I would like to say that not every fire in our life is meant to burn us, but rather to forge us. So not every mishap, not every rejection, not every little small incident or accident gotta take the advantage and block the road on us. No, this is a learning step in order for us to move forward and beyond this. When it comes a little bit about sale, I know rejection is part of the sale process. So when you get rejected for anything, if you're selling something, let it be a learning step, and learn from it to jump on the other end of winning the sale and making everything happen for you. And something I would like to add when it comes to selling, if they only knew you, they will buy from you. What I mean by that, because you come from the heart and people don't get to know you, we intend to do business and buy stuff from people we trust because they become, in our mind, a trusted advisor. Instead of targeting a hard sale, target of coming from the heart and become in the word of the person you are selling, whether it's your spouse, you're selling her an idea, whether your child, you're selling him some sort of direction. Come from the heart and let them feel that it's a conversation. Let them feel that you are a trusted advisor in that specific niche. Their way you gain their heart, and it will be an easy sale to sell them all over.
Wow, I'm gonna let Parisa respond to that when it comes to heart and being trusted.
Well, I'd love to presence that. I wrote this down, Mark. Not every fire in our life is meant to burn us, but to forge us. Absolutely. Absolutely. I think that's incredibly powerful and necessary to be reminded of that very often, especially in these times that can be more challenging than not, that as we are facing the fires, we're feeling the heat of whatever the circumstance might be, that we are reminded that what is this here to teach me, to refine me, to sharpen my skills? What is here for me? Because this is not meant to burn me. It is meant to forge me. So that was powerful. So good.
Well, Mark, thank you so much. I know that you get to go. And so we did your interview first. Thank you for joining us. And we acknowledge you for being that leader that steps out and makes both end work. And we would have you again at the Los Angeles Tribune since you're our, one of our bestseller authors. Thank you, Mark. Okay, Parisa, we've got the three gentlemen.
I know. Up top, look at this.
It feels like a dating game. This is awesome. Let's
I feel like
see.
Deanna Wild at the top.
One. Teresa will be back in 2 and 2, ladies and gentlemen.
I knew this would be
doing
a fun
joke,
panel.
by the way.
So
Presenter number 2.
Presenter number 2. So I'd like to go we'll go Eric, then Tim, then Dr. Bill. I would love the 3 of you to respond to this question in that order. And the question would be, and this is to give context to those that are listening to this segment, either right now live or those that are going to be watching the replay. But I'd like to give some context to the later part of this conversation. And the question is, I'd say, no, I'm not going to limit you on words right now, not yet at least. What is your definition of leadership? Eric, go first.
In as far as sales or in general?
In
or you
general.
weren't limited? Okay, in general. Okay,
In
a
general.
leader, look, there's 3 things that I always remind myself that it's the A plus A equals A. And it's literally action and attitude equals awesomeness. A lot of you guys have heard me say, being awesome and so forth. And they call, my nicknames Mr. Awesome. Enough about me. It's being awesome in your world to allow other people to feel that energy, to feel that amazingness, feel that leadership that you're helping them grow. And as our previous presenter said, forge the awesomeness in their life as well. So leadership is really, I learned this years and years ago when I worked with a gentleman named Brian Tracy about 30 years ago, that a true leader says, let's go do this. Let me show you how I'm going to do this. And, let's work together rather than you just go do this. So a true leader leads from the front, watches from the middle and the back as well, but honestly leads from the front and shows and forges the way.
Solid. Attitude plus action equals awesome. Over to you, Tim.
Well, thank you again for having me. This is an amazing panel all week. It's been just dynamic. I think that leaders have to lead by inspiring. And inspiration is probably the biggest thing that gets us out of our seat, right? So if you're inspired by something or a person or a thing, you take action. So I think Eric's point about action is a huge part about where we are in this culture right now. A lot of people are waiting for things to happen to them and they're not taking action. And this is a big issue right now. And the tariffs and AI, everybody's fearful. So part of the reason why I wrote Tariffgeddon is to be you can be 3 things in this economy. You can be 3 things in this economy. You can be a broker, you can be a beacon, or you can be a bridge. And so if you're a bridge, you're connecting people where the connections have been broken. You're the broker if you want to connect people and you have something to connect to them, or you can be a beacon. And when I chose to write this book, I wanted to be a beacon, to give people strategies instead of just, I don't know what to do. Well, you got to take action. So that's my point about leadership, is doing exactly what I did with this book, is inspire people to take action.
Woo, broker, beacon, or bridge. Lead by inspiration. Okay, I'm going to take that. Let's go. Dr. Bill, over to you.
I think the leadership is, I always go back to whenever the leadership comes back over, and I, myself and my business, I go to Disney. The leader has the vision, and he has to give that vision to the people and get the right people on the bus, right? To going forward and keep the clarity in the guidance system. And Eric I totally agree with Eric, which is weird because it's Eric, but but it is, it's let's go together. And it kind of goes back even into sales previously, is that you want to be able to sell that vision. You want to sell the inspiration to get those people to not only follow you, but your job as a good leader is to create other leaders and carry on the vision and the mission. And you got to make sure that comes from the heart.
Okay, Walt Disney, keep the vision. So I assume you would be the Walt, and you're speaking of assigning and bringing along the right Roy to come along for the total package, right?
Sometimes people call me the Mickey, but yes.
Okay. I love that. You know, I want to mix it up a bit. Ava, I'd love to pass this question over to you. How do you define leadership?
Wow. Okay. As a host, I'm being asked the question. This is really phenomenal. I think leadership is like really creating space for other people to grow. You know, creating this. It's not always correcting people. It's not always, giving people room to grow, and even being willing to, step down and make room for others. That to me is leadership, and one of the things that we always say in leadership is always be preparing to have yourself be replaced, right? Because that's how an organization grows. That's how any of our mission grows, is that if someone else that we're doing currently is going to be done by something else. And that's how we scale anything in life and everything in life, is that if we allow others around us to be able to tap into their genius, to tap into their greatness, and allow them to grow and step forward. Thanks, Parisa. Should I give you back the question?
I'll let you throw me a different question so we can mix it up.
Okay, well, Parisa, am I throwing a different question?
You can throw it now or later.
Let's focus on our three gentlemen here.
Yes. You can throw me one later. I'm open. I'm ready to go. Let's go. Okay. So I'd love to go. We'll go Dr. Bill, then Eric, and then Tim, just for the ease of flow here for those that are on the screen right now. What is the core leadership principle or core characteristic as you've defined leadership, as you just defined leadership to be? What is that core characteristic that you feel is absolutely essential when it comes to handling any kind of financial decisions, financial models, moving into that next level of your own, your own business as you've been building? And I know that each of you have your own experience and history of building business. So what would be that one characteristic that is like absolutely necessary to have that come along? Dr. Bell.
The one characteristic is to have everybody else's dream, that your vision is so big that everybody else on the team's vision fits underneath that. It's an umbrella that you have under there. So if you lead with that leadership principle, if you're making financial decisions, it goes, is this supporting the vision, not the short hit? Or is this going to grow my reputation that I chose to make, or my brand? You guys are, I'm talking about this, but you guys are the experts actually, because you take, for example, Mo Rock. How well has he led to allow all you guys, because you guys are awesome, but you're awesome in different ways, and you guys have been able to flourish in all the different aspects that you've done. It's exactly what I would do. It's that same characteristic, because then you have these entrepreneurs working with entrepreneurs towards the same global vision. So that would be my opinion. My humble opinion.
Said beautifully. And a shout out to our CEO, Mo Rock. And to respond to you, Bill, he's done that exceptionally.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel that his vision is so large that it allows the rest of us to have that breathing room and the spaciousness to bring our dreams, our goals, our desires, and allow those to then interplay with one another. And it becomes a very synergistic experience. It's quite a rare experience, I will say. We are all fortunate, and I know that for sure none of us take it for granted, because it is quite a rare experience. So
absolutely,
he does an awesome job, and just the fact that we're all sitting here proves that.
Right.
That's right.
Bill, it's funny that we're functioning in the same frequency. Before you answered that, I was actually thinking of my answer in creating room for others. And I said, I should have said my CEO does that so well. And then you brought it back. And, having been building the organization with Mo since 2021, that's my first and foremost experience of Mo. I know to give room to others because he has modeled that. He prioritizes people's morale over perfection. A lot of times things can be done better, but he would prioritize making people feel acknowledged over doing things better and allowing people to learn from themselves, experience it, you know, find out for themselves, even if it's going to be kind of like a more costly or a more difficult way to learn it, but really allowing people to grow and making room for that. So thank you for that acknowledgement, Bill. Being Mo's good friend, you know that so well. So thank you for that.
Don't say that out loud because then people will know that I know him and they'll expect me.
Okay, your enemies.
Over to you, Eric.
Oh man, this is awesome. First of all, thank you very much for including me. This is amazing. Dr. Bill, great to see you, and Tim and Ava and Parisa and everybody. All right, so I forgot what the question was, but here it is. Here's the answer. So the answer is, give yourself. So what is the core value that is a trait that I highly recommend all leaders, all true amazing leaders, acknowledge and utilize? And it's a what do you call it? Non-negotiable, right? And here it is. It's what I call the hot tub theory. And I just learned, actually, Dr. Joe, our buddy Joe Vitale, has a similar thing that he does. So I've been doing this for years and years and years. I highly recommend all of you go out and get a hot tub or something similar. Okay, you can use whatever you want. But my hot tub theory is this, and it's very similar to Dr. Bill, what you were just speaking of, and being in alignment with yourself. Ooh, alignment because of the chiropractic. Anyway, so the point is though, is bring it into a time, less pressure, if this makes sense. You have an issue, you have something that came up, or if you're a true leader, you're creating all these amazing things. You're not creating issues, but you're creating the juices for all of the creation for the business and the team to go to the next level. So that takes a lot, first of all, for a true leader to do in the first place. You're going to have a lot of, or we as true leaders will have a lot of decision-making processes, right? Decisions to make. I highly recommend find your, like Happy Gilmore, your happy place, right? Find your happy place. My happy place is my hot tub in my home. And it's just every morning I go there and I sit, and I can't tell you how amazing it is, because somehow the downloads kind of work in such a great way, I guess, that these answers just come to me. Because, I mean, why is that? Well, it's because I found a relaxing place that I can actually give it thought and give it its time that it needs to incubate that amazing idea for the leadership, for the team. Does that make sense? So really find your, my dear friend Sharon has a special, Sharon Lecter, she has a special place where she does these thoughts, these thinking, and she writes a certain place, right? And I know exactly where, she's told me where it is. Well, my certain place that I do it is in my jacuzzi. I literally I have zero distractions. I sit there, I have this amazing ability to allow those downloads to, and then guess what? Even if I was maybe stressed out or pressured on some decisions, it all seems to work out, doesn't it? Especially if you don't send, by the way, here's a little side, and I'll pass it back to you. Don't send the email right away. Okay. You guys know what I'm talking about. Everyone knows. You're like, oh, that person did me wrong. And you're like, bah, 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 bah. How is this typing, by the way? Bah, bah, bah. Anyway, so you're typing that email, just park it in the draft folder for 24 hours, then do the hot tub or whatever your hot tub is, and then re-edit that email or delete it. Back to you guys.
Yeah, absolutely. Wait on the send, write it, definitely write it. I was actually having this conversation the other day. I probably have a book full of responses that I've had, and without the intention at all to send, because it's necessary to express. It's not necessary to communicate that expression all the time.
You should have LA Tribune publish that book. That's a great book.
That book might just need to stay on my shelf. We'll see. Who knows?
Absolutely. Let's do it.
Well, maybe. We'll see. Okay, over to you, Tim.
Hey, well, listening to everyone else, there's so many points as everybody's knocking these pins down as we're going. And one of the things I wrote down is leaders create. Leaders create. But they also create situations because they create. Some are good and some are not so good. So I think in the one value that we can bring as leaders is to, as our creation, first of all, get people under our umbrella, like Eric said, so that we can have equal minds going in the same direction. That's very important. But then how you handle the situations when they come, because everything is in life is messy and juicy. Those are situations. It's how we stay in the middle and not list too far in either direction that might tip our boat over in a good way or in a bad way. So I think leaders have to show by example. And Mo is a very good example of letting go of the reins and letting everybody else shine. Now, when I produce shows in Las Vegas, it's not about me. It's about the performers I'm bringing to the stage and what I can bring these other performers and give them and really shove them. I don't even want the limelight. I produce shows, but I do not want to be in front. I will be the host, but I want to tell everybody else about these great people backstage that can't wait to come out and do some fun stuff for you. So I think that Mo's example is great, and I try to emulate that, and also all this talk about kindness. I think kindness is a really big win in our approach to being leaders. It's a big win. And I think a lot of people, and we have leaders right now who maybe aren't so kind, right? And so, you can't win without public opinion. You cannot win without people being behind you. So that's my one thing, is just to lead and to create the situation, show how you can solve those situations so that they get inspired by saying, oh, well, if he can do it, I can do it.
Mic drop. Create. Absolutely, leaders create, and Tim is a great example of that. He creates shows, he creates books, he creates contents. He puts all of his time into creating something.
Oh, look, can I interject for a second? So over the weekend, people say, how long does it take to write a book? How long does it take to write a book? Well, I wrote this book in 2 days. I wrote this book just recently, Future Shock Therapy: How Coping with AI at Any Age. Okay, and the whole point is that was in 2 days, and it was by an inspiration. I was talking to a friend of mine, and he said, well, my wife is just, she's a teacher. She just retired, and now she took an AI course. And so I knew she was taking the AI course, and I am a monster at AI. I've been working in it since it was introduced to me. So I said, well, how's she doing? And over the phone, he said, well, she's applied to a few places and no one's called her. And it hit me hard. No one is going to call her, because every 3-letter symbol after your name has now been replaced by AI, right? A 12-year-old can write a PhD with help with AI. So it's not about what you used to do. It's what you can bring now with your expertise and without any filters that keep you from having that. So, when I talked to my friend Brian, he says, oh, my wife's doing it. I said, she should have wrote this book. She's got the AI experience. He said somebody should write a book about coping with AI in your 20s and your 30s and your 40s. And where are you? Well, I'm 63, and I wrote this in 2 days. So there's no limits. If you haven't, if you've got creativity and you have the ability and the tools, you can do it. So I don't want to take too much bandwidth, but I just want to pump everybody up that you can have anything you want. You just can't have everything you want.
Solid statement there. Thank you, Tim. Now we're going to go around for final thoughts, but your final thoughts specifically, this is where I'm going to limit it. I would like 3 words from each of you, and only 3, that you'd love to have everyone listening right now to send them off with, as it pertains to how you view the most powerful form of leadership that you can possibly show up in, what those 3 words would be. Now we'll go in reverse order. Eric, then Dr. Bell, and then we'll close with Tim. Go for it, Eric.
All right, so here's the deal. I can't count, or I'm hyphenating 2 words. So here they are. No drama, serve others. That's it.
Beautiful. Thank you. Dr. Bell.
Vision, clarity, and inclusion.
Vision, clarity, and inclusion. Amazing. Amazing. Awesome. Tim.
Well, you can almost imagine what mine's going to be. Create.
So good. In other words, action. take action,
Well,
right?
well, yeah, without action, there's nothing. Abracadabra. The words abracadabra means I create as I speak. I create as I speak. Somebody said the other day, somebody should write a book. Well, he spoke. I wrote it. Create as you speak. There's no limits. It's only up here. It really is. It's only up here. And don't let anybody's voice, and that's not 3 words. Sorry, Crystal, but it's like, that's what it is. It's just create and not be afraid and take action.
Parisa, over to you.
I'm going to have you send us out, Ava. Close us up.
Okay, well, this has been, to the acknowledgement of one of our audience, the wonderful testosterone panel. Lots of nuggets, wisdom on leadership. This has been very, very fun, and we get to welcome, ideally Dr. James Dentley, but Dr. James Dentley isn't here yet. But I want to thank you, Tim. Thank you, Mr. Awesome, Eric Swanson, and Dr. Bill Janishak. We missed Joe Ingram as part of your twin, presenter here, but send our hugs to him. Thank you so much. And it was such a pleasure to have this panel with you all.
Thank you very much,
Thank
Ava.
you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And so, Parisa, as we welcome the next speakers, I would love to ask you, and Alicia's back. Alicia is back. What has been your favorite takeaway so far? Now that we are on day 8, 1 hour from coming to the closing of our LA Leadership Week, LA Tribune Leadership 2025.
Right. Ooh, favorite takeaway. Favorite. So it's not necessarily the word that has been tossed around a lot, but it's how I will kind of alchemize a lot of the messages that have been coming through. And that is activate. We can talk about and we can ideate a whole lot about leadership, what leadership is, what it looks like, what it tastes like, what it smells like, all of the pieces and the parts of leadership. However, if we do not activate those leaders, we do not activate that leadership within, we see nothing. So a lot of it is action, but it's also inspired action. It's also strategic action. So it's kind of encompassing a lot of what a lot of what has been talked about over the last 8 days. So I will speak of it as activate.
So good. Yeah. And giving the activate word, you have teed up our next speaker who's already on the back home, because he is the activate type of leader that puts people up on stage, teaches them how to speak, how to move an audience. Alicia's been had an experience of being trained also underneath him. So Alicia, I'm going to pass you the mic and I'm going to take myself off the stage so you could give this time for our next guest.
Thank you so much, Ava. And it is great. I'm grateful that I get to introduce this next guest who's joining us. His name is Baron Dr. James Dentley. He is an author. He is a speaker. He is the first inductee into the LA Tribune Speakers Hall of Fame. He has traveled all around the world and he sees something in each and every person. He is also the founder of the Limitless TV network that is bringing edutainment, right? Education and entertainment through a dynamic and a community-based live streaming or streaming platform rather. And he does so much in this world, but I have to say he is an amazing orator and he's a mentor to so many. And whether people have worked with him recently or have worked with him previously, they always say that James cares about people, that he holds space for people and always holds opportunity for connection. So James, there's so much that you do here, Dr. James, but we are here at Leadership Week and we wanted to invite you on to share some words of inspiration and motivation for our audience here as they have been distilling and digesting leadership insights from over the last 8 days. And I know you joined us on day 1, but we wanted to bring you back here as part of day 8 to share some more wisdom with our audience here today. Thank you so much for joining us.
Well, first of all, thank you so much for having me. I'm very honored, very humbled, as I've been training speakers now for over 3 decades and really helping people not just find their voice, but understand the psychology of that communication on every level. And I'm still learning, still growing, And great leaders are also great followers. And I'll tell you, between Mo Rock and Alicia, Risha, Alva, I'd follow you anywhere because of just how you operate as a unit, as a team. You exemplify great leadership because great leaders can duplicate themselves. Great leaders can birth other leaders who can take charge and be able to run and continue to expand the vision and manifest the vision that the visionary, the main visionary, has created. You know, Van Gogh said that I dreamed of my painting and then I painted my dream. And you all are master painters, so thank you for having me. And I know I'm not going to be on here long. Do you want me to just go? You want to interview me? What would you like me to do?
I would love for you to just go, Dr. James. I don't want to hold you back. I would love for you to just share. I mean, you have traveled all around the world. You have trained so many phenomenal leaders, and you've also held space, right, through platforms like Limitless TV to help creatives and innovators and educators reach people from around the world. So would love for you to just go and share insights that people can bring into their lives to lead their lives and also to lead their business. Over to you, Dr. James.
Fantastic. Well, for everyone who's out there, welcome. I'm not going to be before you long. I'm going to talk pretty fast, but I know there's a replay, and I want to get some great information in there for you and reinforce things you already know. So if I share some things and you say, well, I knew that already, I want you to take it as if I'm asking you to try on a coat or a pair of shoes. And if they fit well with you, if they look good on the outfit of your life, then that's my gift to you. You know, the old wise man said that every man and woman was given some land, some good land. And I look at the land as being this mind, this experience, this life that we have, that every human being has been given good land. The land does not care what you plant. If you plant things that are destructive, it will sprout that. If you plant things that are fruitful, that bring life, it will sprout that. But either way, it's going to bring weeds because they are essential to get us to pay attention to the land. That is the litmus test of how we are built to the maintenance of things. So as we develop leadership and leadership skills, and anybody can develop these skills, but I want to talk about some of the traits. But you know, I used to always tell people that leadership is like beauty. It's really hard to define. You just know it when you see it. Some people say that leadership is the ability to guide and direct individuals or groups towards a common goal, a goal that people can that can wrap around. It involves a vision. Leaders are visionaries. They look towards the future. They're innovative. You know, they realize that everything that is started with what is not. Leaders make strategic decisions. You know, leaders always make decisions. They're decision makers. You know, when if you're in management or you're an executive level, the reason you got there, the reason why the CEO or the president gets this golden parachute is because they execute their ability to make decisions, inspiring others and creating an environment where people are inspired and motivated and empowered to perform at their best. And not that they have to, but that they get to. It becomes a part of who you are, where you fall in love with being good because they understand that winning is fun. Winning is more fun than fun is fun. It makes all your days great days. Leaders don't just manage a task. They shape direction. They build. They create culture. They foster growth. And, you know, when you look at leadership, and if I would go through some of the traits of leaders in my career of over 40, oh, my goodness. Oh, okay. Let's say 45 years. Some of the core traits, number one, was integrity. Leaders are honest and ethical. They're trustworthy in their behavior. When leaders make a mistake, they own it and take responsibility. They don't bask in the emotional roller coaster of shame and guilt. They fix it and work on getting better. They're doing the right thing even when nobody is watching. Leaders have to operate with integrity. And integrity means, first of all, you own your word first to yourself, to your spiritual creator, your God, however you want to define that, and then to your family and your community and your workplace, but first to yourself. And now we're never going to be 100% in any of these areas, but we work on getting better and we just own it and take responsibility. Leaders are visionary. They have the ability to see the big picture and create a clear direction, but not only have the vision, but be able to cast the vision to enroll people in a greater vision. Leaders have confidence, a strong belief in oneself and their decisions without arrogance. And with that confidence comes a great degree of humility as well, because with that means you can still ask questions, involve other people, and you don't have to get caught up in titles, because artificial highs have real valleys. So you don't get caught up. Never believe your own press. Just deal with results and work on getting better and better and better. But leaders have confidence. They believe that they can. Leaders take accountable, taking responsibility for actions and decisions, to be accountable to the things that you have said you would get done. Holding other people to the same standard, creating a standard. And with creating a standard, you also are creating a culture, but it begins with you. Leaders are great communicators. They can convey ideas, but 57 of communication is nonverbal. So leaders are great listeners. They adapt to the message of the audience, whether it be an audience of 1 or 100,000, whether it be in your corporate board, your classroom. You can learn so much. But by no accident that a teacher can teach one lesson and everyone should get the same grade, but they don't, because we listen different, we communicate different. So leaders work on their communication. And that's one of the things I love to do with Inspired to Speak, is to teach people the things I've learned in highly effective and empowering, loving communication. Leaders understand empathy. They understand and care about the feelings for other people. They tap into that empathy part that all of us have, where we can actually absorb the feelings, or we can empathize, or we can, I don't want to say read a person, but you can tell. Have you ever had a friend or a coworker and you knew something was wrong? Someone in your family, or you knew they were holding something back and they were really happy about something, but they weren't spilling the beans yet. And you can feel it, because energy is so real. But when you have empathy, you can put yourself in their shoes, and then you can make decisions. They tell a story about the two children that were on the train, and they were making a big ruckus and running up and down the train. And the father sat there with his head down, and everybody was upset. And they were knocking the coffee out of the lady's hand. And lady approached the father and said, you have some disrespectful children. What kind of dad are you? And the dad looked up at her and said, I'm so sorry. You just left the hospital, and the mother just passed. I lost my wife for 30 years, and I guess none of us know how to handle it. And instantly, the empathy kicked in. So empathy is a big part of it, to put yourself in their shoes, to care about another person, because sometimes a person just needs someone to be present. And if you really tune in, you can tap into that. Leaders make decisions. They're resilient, and they're inspiring as well. But more importantly, they lead by example. Now, I don't want to take too much time, because I have some great friends that are about to come and take the stage. And I don't have any time for them, because they're absolutely incredible. When I come back, I'll get you some poems and rhymes and things that inspire you to make you stay up all night. But right now, I want to bring before you those who are greater than I. And I'm going to turn it back over to Alicia and Carissa.
Well, Dr. James Denny, it's been so great to have you on. I feel like you have distilled so many of the concepts that have been covered throughout the last 8 days of Leadership Week here, so eloquently, so tactfully. And so it was like bullet points. Like, you really hit all of the key themes that we've been hearing about over the last 8 days. So for those of you that are tuning in or watching live, I encourage you to watch the replay, because Dr. James Denny just gave us a really beautiful summary of a lot of the key principles that have come up throughout the last 8 days. And I love that you landed with empathy. We've been talking about kindness and empathy all day today, but all week, because it is really grounded in leadership and the future of leadership, because we see that evolving as well. So Dr. James Denny, it's always a pleasure to have you on with us. We appreciate you for joining us here today. And of course, we will have you back on, because you are near and dear to the Los Angeles Tribune community. And we always appreciate the insights that you share with our audiences. So thank you so much.
I'm so honored. Thank you even more.
Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Wow. So now we're going to get ready to introduce our next guest. I'm really excited for this conversation. We're going to have fun. Priest, are you ready to have fun?
Let's go. Come on. Come on.
Go, right.
Let's go.
We are going to introduce the leaders of VIP Ignite Live, which is a dynamic talent development platform that's designed to connect aspiring actors, models, and musicians with top-tier opportunities in the entertainment industry. VIP Ignite's mission is to empower talent by providing direct access to industry decision makers, including casting directors, agents, and managers. What I love about the work of Michael and Deneen and Alicia is that they empower the individuals that they work with and they educate them. And I think there's so many myths to be demystified in the entertainment industry. And I love that Alicia, Deneen, and Michael, you come together to actually educate individuals. Whether or not they enter the industry is completely up to them, but you really do an amazing job at distinguishing what the industry is all about and also encouraging individuals that it doesn't matter what their background is, what they look like, where they come from, or what they've done. It's about where they want to go. And if they can see themselves somewhere, then they can bring themselves to that point with the right guidance and with the right help and with the right mindset. So Michael, Deneen, Alicia, we welcome you here to LA Tribune Leadership Week. You all are forces in the entertainment industry, Tony Award winning. You all have so many dynamic relationships with people across the industry. And so I would actually love to spend some time here as we open up with your segment in Leadership Week. And Alicia, I'll start with you and then we'll go to Deneen to talk about the role that relationship building and collaboration has played in your experiences with VIP Ignite. I mean, when you think about the entertainment industry, it is an industry of connections, of rapport building, of relationship building. And you all have done such an amazing job of cultivating and fostering such a broad community of individuals that can pour into the people that are part of VIP Ignite. So Alicia, I would love for you to kick us off and talk a little bit more about that.
Yeah. Hi, Alicia. Hi. Hi, Parisa. So yeah, I mean, getting in front of the right people is super important. And that's one of the biggest obstacles that talent have. You know, they're spending a lot of time and money learning the business, maybe joining websites, but getting face-to-face is a whole different scenario. And so over the last 2 decades, that's exactly what we've done. You know, we invest a lot of money in television and motion pictures and Broadway. You can see the Tony Award behind me. But, you know, getting in front of the right people is everything. And most of all, having the education. So it's our job to put our talent in the right room. It's their responsibility to make it happen. And networking is everything in this business. It really does take a team. So
I love that, Alicia. And for you, what are some of the kind of leadership insights that you felt like have enabled you to evolve along your journey throughout the entertainment industry that you actually share with the individuals that are part of the VIP Ignite community, because you think it's really important for them to know and you'd like to extend that to our community here today?
Yeah, we work a lot with some tremendous people like Dan Lauria from the Wonder Years. And, you know, just having connections, just having that bridge is so important. And the first time I met Al Pacino, I fangirled hard. And I was told by Dan Lauria, don't ever start a conversation with, it's such an honor, or I'm a huge fan. Because they're going to be like, just kiss the ring and move on. And I think it's so important. People kind of view celebrity as being so much better than everybody else. They look, you know, they look up to these people. They're people just like us. They put their pants on the same way. So I think that just really understanding the business and being able to step into their own greatness is everything. And, you know, I think even having confidence, having the education as to how this business really works can really help kind of set them apart from just being a fan, if that makes sense.
It makes a lot of sense. And I think that's it's a great insight, right?
If you go into it thinking you're less than, then that's exactly how they're going to perceive you. So sometimes, you know, you have to take a moment, do that superhero pose, whatever it takes to get into the right mindset, because, you know, there's a saying, time kills all deals. If you're in the right room with the right person, I mean, it's like that, you know, before you even say a word, your body language says a million things about you. For sure.
There you go. I appreciate that. Deneen, would love to hear from you and your perspectives. For you, you are such a great leader, but I'm curious here, what's something you recently unlearned as a leader, and why does that matter? Or why did you say, this is something I'm going to unlearn so I can learn something else?
Well, first of all, thank you so much for having us on today, Alicia, Parisa, Mo, everyone. It's such an honor to be here speaking at the LA Tribune Leadership Week. But something I've unlearned recently about being a leader is just the way I speak about myself. And I know it sounds basic, right? I'm sure you've had 100 people talk about like the way that you speak about yourself every day matters. But today, actually, Mike and I were having a conversation. I had the opportunity to be around my family. I tend sometimes to be self-deprecating. Like I play down the things that I've done. And doing that actually erodes your role as a leader in front of other people. Because if you're like making fun of yourself, people are like, oh, should I really follow this person? Or should I like why are they making fun of themselves? So one thing I've really worked on unlearning is how I speak about myself, first of all. And I'm not talking about coming off as being arrogant or cocky. I'm just talking being confident in the things that you've gone through, the good, the bad, the ugly, the amazing, all these things add up to who you are today. So be confident in who you are and don't talk badly about yourself, because let other people do that.
So good.
That was a mic drop. I don't think that's been present enough the last 8 days, quite frankly. Thank you for bringing that and bringing that so confidently and with that fire. Oh, that was good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good.
Thank you.
I would love to bring Michael up, and I would be remiss if I didn't start this part of the segment without saying happy birthday, Michael. It is Taurus season. I hope that you enjoyed your birthday and you had fun celebrating this week. And we welcome you to Leadership Week. Michael, I'm curious here. What is the last question that you asked yourself personally that changed the direction of how you engage with your organization or engage with your day-to-day life?
Great question. First of all, thank you so much for having myself and the team here, and thank you so much for the birthday wishes, and big shout out to Mo and to Michael and to everyone at the Los Angeles Tribune. You guys have been such great partners with us on so many different avenues, and we have so many exciting new things that we're working on together. I'm like so excited. I just want to tell you guys right now, but I can't. I promise Mo I would not say. But I think really that one of the things that kind of, every day you have to ask yourself, like, I can motivate people very well. I can speak, I've spoken in front of thousands of people. I've spoken all over the world. And the one question I always ask myself is, how does the motivator motivate themselves, right? Like I can motivate you, but when you go home, you have to motivate yourself. So, the things when I wake up in the morning, it's always not so much what can I do better, but what could I do better just by 1%, right? Like what could I just increase? Every time we do an event, every time we host a photo shoot, we're working on a production, we're writing a book, whatever it may be. Like as I'm closing one chapter or finalizing it, before I kind of dot the I's and cross the T's, I say, what could we do just to make this a little bit better? And it's kind of like, when you're doing an exercise with a talent or you're doing a motivational exercise, you always ask people like, hey, reach as high as you can. And people will always do it. And you say, okay, great, just reach a little bit more. And they always will reach a little bit more, right? The first time I said, reach as high as you can, right? So they reach as high as they can. But when I said, could you reach more? They always will. So when you ask yourself, how can I just improve things by 1%, whether it's your health, whether it's your relationships, whether it's how you're managing time, obviously time is your most valuable resource, right? You can always make more money, but you can't produce more time, and I realize that now, like, every single day, every single hour, every single minute, how do I maximize that? How do I push forward to create a legacy? How do I give back? How do I help others? And so forth. So that's kind of like how I start my day every day.
Whoa. Okay. Again, thank you for just bringing that energy and that confidence and that fire to this segment. Heck yes. So I'd love to shift it a little bit. And I have found that this next question, whenever I ask it, provides the most rich insight that that we weren't necessarily anticipating, but everyone that's listening, that is like, I tell you, you're absolutely ready for. Okay. So we'll go with Alicia first. What is one piece of advice that you are so grateful that you never followed?
Oh, where do we start? This should be a new drinking game. Oh my gosh. People always say to play it safe. Screw that. Big risk, big rewards. Man, I remember when we first started our business, everyone said, why? Why would you do that? Can't you just work for somebody else? Well, I could, but then I'm not going to be able to lead with vision. And, especially in show business, so many people are misled. And, I call it the bad boyfriend syndrome, lied to, cheated on. They don't know what they're doing. A lot of times they're getting advice from people not in the industry. We had to do something about it. And, we wanted to be a voice for others. And, it's not meant to be easy. And you got to be up for the challenge. And when I look back at it and I think, man, Mike and I, a lot of tears, a lot of stress, maxing out credit cards, but it's jump off a bridge and build a plane on the way down. You won't, I can't talk. You won't fail because if you believe in yourself, you just go all in. And I'm so glad that I didn't listen to anybody just tell me to play it safe ever. You guys see, when you love what you do, you never work a day in your life. And, of course it's going to be different. Of course there's going to be naysayers because a lot of times they don't have the balls to live out their own dreams. It's easier just to kind of sit on the sidelines and not hear. So if that makes sense.
It absolutely makes sense. And I
All
believe that
in.
landed.
Yeah.
Definitely landed for everyone. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Powerful. Thank you. Deneen, I'd love to go to you next. Same question. What's one piece of advice that you're so grateful that you never followed?
Be like XYZ, insert the name of the person that I want to emulate. Because what the thing is I realized that there's only one me on earth. And let's all thank God for that, first of all. But be fully who you are. You don't have to be the next. I love so many of your speakers, Mark Victor Hansen, Crystal, all the amazing people you've had. But don't be them. Be you. Be unapologetically, authentically who you are, and all of your quirks, all of your weirdness, all of your greatness. And that's what people are going to follow. They don't want to follow someone else. They want to follow who you truly, authentically are.
Ooh, don't be you. Don't be them. Be you. I switched it again. Don't be
So
XYZ.
good.
Be you. Oh,
Be yourself and flourish.
Mm-hmm. So
what about
good.
you, Michael?
I think for me, I think I think following up with both what Deneen and Ali said, it's definitely about taking risk and being yourself. I think so many times, even myself, when we were first starting the company, you valued the opinions of others so much greater than your belief in your ability. So instead of being able to say, hey, let's go out and do this, this, and this, and become unstoppable, you allow somebody else's opinion to alter the course of your life. And when you realize that that's just an opinion and their opinion doesn't matter, they literally have nothing to do with your life, especially if it's, we a very long time ago, we had dinner, and that's where I really made the realization. We were having dinner with Neil Armstrong. He was Dr. Neil Armstrong. He was the first person to walk on the moon. And we were sitting there having dinner with him, and Alicia had asked him, she's like, how do you handle, people who say you weren't on the moon, right? There are people who just don't believe you. And he really sat there for a moment. He kind of chuckled to himself, and he says, I used to let that bother me, but then I realized something. They would never be there, and I was. And it's like when you realize that, you're the one living your best life. You're the one writing that next book. You're the one speaking from that next stage. You're living your best life. That person that's giving you their opinion, that's all it is. It's an opinion based upon their own fears of not believing in themselves. And I see that so much in the entertainment industry. I've seen some of the most talented, most beautiful, most amazing people who have all the potential in the world, but because their friend, their mom, their dad, their significant other says to them, you can't do this, their entire life changes. And had they not listened to that person and listened to their heart and followed their own dreams, their lives not only could their lives been so much better, but it's the impact that you would have made on other people's lives, right? Being able to, it's like, Alicia tells a story about Lady Gaga, being able to go back in time to when her friends told her to quit and she would fail and she would never do this. What would she say to herself? She would have said, don't give up. Look what your life can be in the future. So I tell people all the time, just close your eyes and visualize yourself there 10, 20 years in the future. That's the life you can create, but you don't give up today and you don't take the opinions of others.
I'm so glad that you prefaced this, Michael. And Deneen, you talked about being yourself and flourishing, but I feel like we danced around it, but haven't addressed it as directly as you did just now, Michael, about quieting the voices outside of you, right? And listening to that voice that was put within you, because there's so much that can occur when you have that belief. And other people are not meant to live out your dreams, and your ability to quiet that noise and then find community that supports you and pours into you is so key and critical to your growth. As we start to come to a close here as part of this segment, would love to start with you, Deneen, for you to share anything that has come to your mind that you haven't had the opportunity to talk about, but you would really like to share with our community here as we start to round out our 8 days of leadership during Leadership Week this week. Thank you, Deneen.
Well, what I would like to share is, again, it kind of goes along with being authentically yourself, but just don't be afraid to lead, because so many times we have so many self-doubts and we think, okay, you know what, maybe this person does it better than me or whatever. But if you have the desire to lead, if you have the desire to speak, if you have the desire to do something, go all out on it, and don't be afraid of the opinions of others. Don't be afraid of anything that you feel is like your weakness, because at the end of the day, there is someone who is out there waiting for you to step up to the plate and lead them somewhere. So just do the darn thing already.
Don't be afraid to lead. That's a gem. I want to let that one sit because that's really good. What about for you, Alicia?
Yeah, how do I even go after that one? I think the don't impersonate be. When we're doing interviews for people and, they need help. A lot of times they're sharpened crayons waiting to be put to paper. They've invested in training or coaching, whatever it is. Well, you kind of have to think outside the box. There's many ways to do great things. And I think sometimes people really pigeonhole, well, my life will be great when this happens. And sometimes it's really just learning, I think education is key. You've got to learn from great people. And for us, like for an example, when we invest in Broadway or television, even motion pictures, we kind of check for speed. We only want to be around amazing people. Why try to reinvent the wheel, and learn from people's mistakes. Don't repeat them. And you have to surround yourself with greatness. They say you're the sum of the top 5 people that you hang out with. And, seeing, Dr. James Dentley and, even Mark Victor Hansen and, Mo Rock, you guys, there's so many amazing people that really have done tremendous things. Ask questions. Don't just make it about yourself. Ask questions. Ask them their lives, their struggles, their pain points. And then really, learn. That's the most important thing, to learn from others. That's what I would say.
Thank you so much, Alicia. It's so rare that I get to do that. What about you, Michael?
I'm sitting here as I'm on the conference. I'm going back and forth with Sir Dr. James Dentley, Mo Rock. I was talking earlier with Mark Victor Hansen, and it's so incredible that this is my life. Like these are not only business partners but these are friends. Like these are people that I speak to and getting happy birthdays and so forth. And I think for most people, the difference between creating the life of your dreams and creating a life that's the reality of your dreams is surrounding yourself with the best people in the world. So many times people struggle with, they want to be an author, they want to be a speaker, they have these dreams of becoming an entrepreneur or an actor, a model, whatever it is, and they go and they take that advice from people who are not walking in those shoes, right? You have to go out and find the best people. The moment, like you want to run Facebook ads, you want to do advertising. Who's the best person in the world to get that advice from? Not the second best, not the third best, not your Uncle Louie who's a plumber and now all of a sudden wants to read a book on Facebook, right? Who's the best in the world? It's like it's like when you see somebody like a Sir Dr. James Dentley. He's one of the best people in the world to teach people how to speak from stage, like the best. Or you have somebody like a Bill Walsh, who's one of the best people in the world to teach people how to sell from stage. So you just have to go out. You have to put that effort in to find who is the best person. And when you open your eyes, and you look and you just don't depend upon, just sitting there waiting for the answer to come to you, you go out, you knock on doors, you get into rooms. Like the world's not going to change by you sitting at home. You have to go out there and meet people. I see that all the time in the entertainment industry and business and entrepreneurship. The people who become the most successful are people who never give up, getting in the right rooms, surrounding themselves with the right people, the people who can snap their fingers and change your life in 30 seconds or less. And that is what we've learned over the past 18 years.
Ooh, okay. Yeah, I mean, each one of you brought such mic drop moments here, and I don't say that lightly at all. All three of you, tremendous. I have so many notes here, so many notes. Take people off the pedestal. Don't be like XYZ, be you. Don't play small. All of these things, yes, as they pertain to the entertainment industry and working with the full range of those that are in the entertainment industry. However, it absolutely is applicable to each one of us. Don't play small. Stop it. Don't act like someone else. Be yourself. Get in the right rooms. Insist that you're in the right rooms. Like just as Michael was saying. Oh, this is so good.
You're meant to be there. It's so good.
Yes. It's such a solid segment. Thank you, you all. Oh, this is great. We are going to be bringing up one of our other co-hosts, Mr. Michael Silver is going to bring you up right now as we close out this last segment and have Michael come and bring on our next guest. There we go.
Fantastic. It's great. Just great to see you three, by the way. So it was awesome. It's awesome because what you always bring is there's possibilities. And I think that's what people always are looking for. And I think as you continue those possibilities down that road, the three of you will continue to expand. And I talked to Joseph about this too, but every person you've touched somebody else. And if you start to look at the numbers, that's how it goes out. If you take a look at the Tonys and the shows you've done and the movies you've done, again, if you change one heart, one mind, that changes one others. You're into the millions and millions and millions and 10 millions, and that's how we change the world. So thank you three. You three are awesome as usual. And thank you, Alicia and Parisa. It's been a great day. Just wonderful to have you all on. As we all do this. And just get better and better. So I'm going to bring the next speaker up. I'll talk to you two in just a little bit. Look at those rock stars. Look at those rock stars. It's great to see you. You're welcome. You're welcome. And no. We have a Tasmanian as part of our group, and we're all caffeinated kangaroos. But you know what I mean? We are ready to go anytime, any place, anywhere you need us at the Los Angeles Tribune, because we're about family. And write that down. Family is what we're about. Family is how we do this, and it makes such a difference that every day we do this. So this next gentleman I'm going to bring up is all about family, and we're going to talk about leadership. And he has not only, I'll bring up in a minute, but he did not only change the music landscape forever. He's spoken to literally every rock and roll star on the planet. He traveled. He had fun while he was doing it. He's now really looking at he's working on the meditation with his yoga studio and changing hearts and minds in many different ways. And we're going to talk about leadership, but we're also going to eventually, you're going to see a lot from us around the Leadership Academy. So get ready, hold your horses for that, because we're excited about that. Let me bring up Mr. Jonathan Troen. Jonathan, how are you? You're on mute, baby. This is like old time radio, and I know you come from it, right? It's okay. You got it. And the thing about Jonathan is, see, he used to have all these technicians and producers. There you go.
They change it on every screen, right? It's always somewhere different. But happy to be here. Thank you, Michael, for having me.
You're welcome. Now, just quickly, why don't you tell, literally, because he knows how to do this, but just give 30 seconds or less your background, because I know you do come from media.
Well, look, I spent 20 years plus in the entertainment industry. Spent the first part in radio, the music industry. Like you were saying, I was backstage at all the big shows. And, it was an incredible time. Then spent a lot of time in TV. It was great. And then I discovered this crazy thing. And it was all over Hollywood, too, that there were all these, quote unquote, successful people that weren't that happy. And I'm going, because I'd sit there backstage, and I'm not going to name band names right now, but you guys have read the stories, right? So you're backstage, and they're all doing the drugs, and this and that are going on. And, when I was younger, in my 20s, 30s, it's like, you're in the scene. This is cool. But then what I realize is everyone is just trying to escape reality. They're actually not looking to lead. They're looking to hide, and then bringing on a different persona get up on that stage and lead. And I came to a point where I couldn't do it anymore. It was just eating up my insides. And I totally left the entertainment industry. To be honest with you, I had no idea what I was going to do. I did nothing for a year. And I had to do that journey within, the journey that Michael and Deneen and Alicia were just talking about with VIP Ignite, about learning not how to try and be someone else, but how do you actually have the courage and the confidence to show up who you are and not worry about what everybody is thinking about you or what you think they think you're supposed to be.
Mm-hmm. You know, it's so true because we have a tendency as speakers, as entertainers, as people in the news media room. There is still that part of us that we look at ourselves and we look at our lives. And, you know, for you, it's really, you saw things that many of us will never see. And you not only saw them, but you lived with them, you experienced them, you wrote about them. You know, it's very different to be part of it. It's also very different to create a sort of a story around it and try to understand it. And then try to understand that next step. But part of what you did is we're going to talk about leadership here. Part of what you did is you created an environment around you where you had to step into the leadership role because you created something back in the 80s, just look back then, that nobody was really doing. There were very few. Talk about that a little bit and talk about that leadership part.
Yeah, there are 5 that I'd say we all need. And look, we all have leadership inside us. Now, for a lot of us, covered up by other people's voices and what other people think. There are 5 ingredients that we all have access to. Number 1 is courage, the simple act of courage. Now, I want to add, these are skills. What that means is it's a skill and it can be practiced. And courage doesn't mean absence of fear. Courage means fear and do it anyway. And I'm going to go through these really quick. So this courage, this creativity, we have to be creative. We have to, somewhere in the middle of, I don't know, somewhere between middle school and high school, they said, stop being creative and do as you're told, right? Elementary school, it's a little bit of be creative. Then all of a sudden it's stop being creative and do as you're told. So it's taught out of us, but it's still in our hearts, it's still in our minds. Now we have to have compassion. And I know the whole day today has been about compassion. Everyone's been talking about compassion. Why? Because you need it. You need it for yourself. And if you're going to be a leader, you need it for those who, whoa, I'm hitting my microphone here. You need it for those who are leading because they want to live a good life too. You want to live a good life. They want to live a good life. Compassion is at the heart of that. Okay, so those are the 3 C's. 3 C's, there are 2 G's now. And that's gratitude. You want to show up and be a leader, be grateful for everything you have so you can create more of it. And this one's important, giving. So many people say, well, when I get to whatever certain level, then I can start giving with my money, with my time, with my energy. No, start giving today. Be of service. You say that all the time, Michael. Be of service. That's what this is about. That's what giving is. Be of service. Now, if you have to just pick one of those, courage, because courage allows you to show up and share your creativity. Courage allows you to show up and be compassionate because you're not worried about what everyone else is saying. Oh, you're weak if you're kind. No, man. Kindness is way stronger than anger and yelling at people. And believe me, I've worked with those people too. And they're good people inside. They were just afraid. They let fear out in anger. Compassion does not come from fear. Compassion comes from accepting you as exactly who you are and accepting others as exactly who they are so you can help them grow to be even better. Courage allows you to have the gratitude for what you have, and courage allows you to give whether you think you have it or not. Those are the 5 ingredients that I had to show up with and that we all have to show up with. And to be clear, I was not born with them. I was born the youngest child. I had a December birthday, so I was the youngest in my class. I did as I was told. I was the weakest one, last picked for sports teams, all that kind of stuff, just because I was the youngest, not even because I wasn't good enough, because I was the youngest and therefore just not as strong. So I followed everyone trying to fit in. But then I learned about these 5 ingredients and I started practicing them. Practice, practice, practice every single day. Do something scary, one thing scary every single day so that you can build that courage muscle and it all falls into place.
You know, that's that piece that because part of what we do here, I'll put you back because we're having a conversation. Part of what you do is, when you take a look at the last 8 days, because in a way, we're moving to not the end of the show. It's really just the beginning. People have that tendency with everything they do. If you look at courage, creativity, compassion, gratitude, and giving, if you really start that side from, really from courage, it's courage to do what we just did. Right, to run an 8-day show and to be able to be there because we were of service and we were I'm using your words. And we were creative, right? Because of what we created together with compassion, because we cared about what happened. We're grateful every day. I'm grateful that you're here because in a way, you've put a cap on the whole, not a cap, but an opening on the whole thing, right? Does that make sense? And then it's that giving part. How do we give the next steps? And I think that's always that part that sometimes we have to be very careful of. I can tell you that I know in my life that happens, and I know your life, and for us, part of what we're at now is I'm grandkids, you're kid, and that's our next generation. So as leaders, talk a little bit about that for the next generation, and we only have a couple of minutes left, but this has been freaking amazing.
Well, I think about this a lot. My son is 10 years old. And when I'm struggling or deciding what to do, or maybe I'm going to use the P word, procrastinating. Yeah, even leaders procrastinate once in a while. But here's what I do. I go, okay, what would I want my son to do in this moment? What would I wish for him? And then I show up that way. Right? We all want our children to be certain things, to do certain things. And honestly, we hold our children to a higher standard than we hold ourselves. We tell our children to calm down when we're freaking out, right? It's 9:00 at night and everybody wants to go to bed and the kids don't want to go to bed. And you're freaking out, yelling at them, it's time for bed. You can't control yourself, but you want your child to calm down. No.
Mm-hmm.
We need to regulate ourselves first. But more importantly than that's a whole nother 2-hour course. More importantly than that is show up. If you have children, show up and you want your children. You will live in act. You will not accept that person that doesn't live with courage. You will not accept that person that hides their creativity. You want your kid to be creative. You will not show up as that person that is lacking of compassion because you want your child to be compassionate. You want them to be kind to that other child on the playground or to have good sportsmanship when they're at a game, win or lose. Mateo is at baseball practice right now. I miss very few of them, but I showed up here, right? It's also about showing up, right? Because if he was offered this, I would want him to show up. So we show up. It's about living the life that you want your kids to live, not waiting for them to do it, not telling them to do it, but having them watch you live it. That is the best lesson you can give the next generation. Not telling them what to do, but showing them doing it, modeling.
The best part about this is that we really become that type of leader, and we realize to do what we do, we have to be of service, because it's the only way that we can do what you just said, is to always be of service, because we're really of service to our children, and they're of service to us. It's that joint relationship. But and holding boundaries. Somebody once said, well, I'm like, no, you still hold boundaries, because they're looking for those boundaries. That actually helps them in their comfort. And this is This has been great. We are so honored to have you on here. And with the Leadership Academy that's coming through, and we're not going to talk anymore about that. That's just called a tease. There's going to be so much you're going to see from all of us and Jonathan, and you're going to meet Chris Ashley and Misty and so many other people that are just going to bring so much to you and give you that ability to do exactly what Jonathan said with the compassion, with the creativity and everything he did. So we have 1 minute left. Give me a wrap.
Do one scary thing every single day. I know I said it before, but that's it. One scary thing every single day. Show up to do it, right? People wait till they're ready to show up. But the problem is you're never ready. So mark it in your calendar. I'm going to do something at 10 o'clock, 12 o'clock, whatever it is. Is it video like this and put it out on your Instagram? Is it make a call so that you're in the room with people like Michael Fompkin was talking about before? One thing, and you don't show up when you're ready. You show up when it's go time, and you just do it. I think that's from Stephen Colbert. I might be miscrediting, but I think Stephen Colbert said you don't show up when you're ready. You show up when the show starts. So put the show on your calendar and show up when it starts. Scary or not, practice courage.
There you go. Everybody give Mr. Jonathan Troen a thunderous round of applause. You'll be seeing a lot more of him, I can tell you right now. Jonathan, thank you so much for being on the show and really anchoring the last day, but really the beginning of everything happening over the next years to come. You just have a blessed rest of your day. Enjoy your son, and we'll talk to you soon.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Mo. Thank you, everyone at the Los Angeles Tribune. We'll see you next time. Thank you so much.
All right, Jonathan. Bye. All right. That was such a great segment. Alicia, you want to come join me to the stage? Oh, look at this. It is, I can't believe, day 8, not 7, not 6, not 5, not 4, not 3.
Day 8.
And day 8. And actually, I just took a look at the numbers of viewers we had on day 2. I just popped on just one day and let me tell you, that looked really nice. So it's amazing how many lives we have affected with this leadership, bringing people forward from different walks of life, different attitudes, some with a lot of energy, some with calm meditation, some with moving people forward, some with whatever's in that environment. And it really it was such a great day to have that, to move that, and to bring the greatness in. So you guys rock. I'll be back a little bit later. I see people's cameras on, so I don't know if anybody else wants to pop up. I mean, this is a host. There you go. Whoa, look at this. What's funny is one day we should pop up somebody nobody's expecting. But I wanted to, just personally, again, thank you three. Just a great event, a great day, a great week, a great day after, which is the 8th day. And it's a pleasure to be part of this. It's a pleasure. Let me tell you, everybody out there, if you have a great team and you have great people that you work with, and you're all on a mission together to make something different, whether you're up, down, right, or left, you're in the right place. And I know I am, and I appreciate all of you so much. I'm going to pop off. I'll be back. And I will turn the show over to Miss Alicia Magnus Lewis.
So you all, we've been here. It is Leadership Week, and it's Leadership Week, lead your life, lead your business, which is so broad. It is such a broad statement. But we've heard from almost 200 speakers from literally all around the world joined us over the last 8 days to distill their life experiences into wisdom to share with you all. And I think that that's what's so beautiful about what we've seen about Leadership Week. For many, it's not what they learned in the book. It is what they have learned through their own school of life. It has been them reflecting on their own experiences to be able to share wisdom and perspective with you all. But we've said it, and I want to say it again, because I think Leadership Week is about what you make it to be about. It is not what we're here to make it about. It is about what you make it to be about. So if there is a segment that you caught and you're like, there was more there that I want to understand, we encourage you to hit rewind, watch the replay. If there's a segment that you heard and you know that a family member or you have a friend that message would resonate with, share that. Intentionally share that. Don't keep what you've learned to yourself, but we encourage you to share it with a community, because this week, all of these leaders, all of these speakers that have come here together to celebrate Leadership Week this week is to serve you, to share their insights with you so that it can shift something in your life. And we don't know what it's going to do for you. And maybe you don't know what it's going to do for you either. Maybe there's something here that you heard that won't resonate this week, but a month from now, 2 months from now, you're going to remember that one speaker on Leadership Week, Michael Fomkin, reminded you not to listen to anybody else's voices outside who may not understand what you're going through, but to listen to your own. And that's what this program is all about. That is why we've invited so many leaders from around the world to share with you. So for those of you that are continuing to tune in today, we ask you to leave your comments in the chat. Share with us what reflections really resonated with you. What questions are you asking yourself? But this program is really for you. It is for you to gain something from. And so with that, Parisa, I mean, you've been here each and every day of Leadership Week. We've been with our global audience for the last 8 days. I ask you this question every day, but you know, I am here for your notes because you take the best notes. So I would love to understand more holistically, right? As we think about the conversations that have been held over the last 8 days, the themes that have been covered over the last 8 days, what is really resonating with you right now in this moment that you would like to presence for our community, for our audience here?
Well, thank you, Alicia. And I appreciate that you always look forward to what I bring to the table, because, you know, it's always nice to be appreciated and to know that you are appreciated in the space that you invest a good amount of your time in. So I appreciate you. Thank you. So a few things. Day one, there's this one statement that was made, and it was, there are no bad teams, only bad leaders. It's a bit of a more of an abrasive, direct statement. But what that's really saying is extreme accountability, extreme ownership. And as a leader, how much are you willing to step into that? How much do you step into that? How much do you fully own, top to bottom, what's going on in your surroundings with your team? Maybe your team is your family. Maybe your team is just you. But starting with you, starting with that place of extreme accountability, extreme ownership, and that's really where everything else will flourish. So it's how I've always viewed leadership to be, and to have it shared in that kind of statement. It was refreshing to hear that statement also shared. The second thing I'd like to presence is that, as Alicia said, we have had over 200 speakers come and share their insights, their thoughts, their expertise, their learnings, all of these incredible speakers that have come the last 8 days. And the conversation doesn't stop. You might think like we had enough conversations. There's enough people that spoke on all of this topic, this singular topic of leadership. However, change really only happens when we allow the conversation to expand outside of this particular container, this container called this broadcast. So I encourage you, if there's something that, you know, piqued your curiosity, or something that provoked a certain kind of thought, whatever it is, something that you'd like to know more about, start asking questions. Those around you, ask yourself, start expanding the conversation. Conversation allows for connection. We are meant for connection. It's something that I say often, and it absolutely is applicable here as well. We are meant for connection. We are called to connect. So allow yourself to find one of these pieces that has resonated with you, or maybe something that bothered you. It could be anything. Allow yourself to expand the conversation outside of here and start talking. And honestly, reach out to us. If there's something that you want to share with us, reach out to us. We're always wanting to know how things have landed for each one of you. So thank you, Alicia.
Thank you so much, Parisa, for your shares here. What about for you, Ava, as you've reflected on the last 8 days of conversation, of dialogue, of questions, of exercises? What has really resonated with you, both thematically, but also in practice that you'd like to just share with our audience here as we get ready for our next guest?
Thank you. What has really resonated with me is redesign. I mentioned this earlier, and really being intentional with what we're building, what our vision, delegating, what can be done by others, being intentional with our energy. So coming out of the 8 days of LA Leadership Week, we've got a lot of comments on like, oh no, don't end. And all of the, they're going to miss LA Leadership Week. And I'm saying this, there was someone who said that, but Marisa, was it you? This is not the end. It's just the beginning, right? Like, it's not exactly the end, because this is where implementation goes in. So coming out of LA Leadership Week, the 8 days brought us here, and we're down to our closing keynote speaker. What really resonated with me is that we get to be intentional with our life, with our time, with our priorities, and it's time to redesign.
Woo. I like that one, Ava. That one's going to end up on my collection of index cards that I've been collecting throughout Leadership Week here. But it is time to redesign. I think that I love that, because it's an invitation that each and every day we get to show up and design what the day is going to look like, what the month's going to look like, what the year ahead is going to look like. It's an invitation that we get to be intentional in how we design our lives, and that it gets to become a lifestyle. I'm going to take that from Lori McNeil earlier. She's like, intentionality and how you use your time becomes a lifestyle. And so I appreciate that. And I appreciate you, Ava, and Parisa, for sharing your insights on what Leadership Week has meant to you and what the goals that we'd like Leadership Week to mean for our audience. And as we come to a close here during Leadership Week, we get the distinct pleasure of introducing our keynote speaker that will be closing us out here in Leadership Week. And this is going to be a very, very, very special segment. I'm just going to put that out here. So our next guest is Satish Verma. He is the president and CEO of the Think and Grow Rich Institute, which offers programs that change lives. Using the success principles outlined in the Think and Grow Rich course, millions of men and women have started from scratch with little formal education or money and lifted themselves into greatness to amass fortunes. The Institute's life-altering program are developed in conjunction with the Napoleon Hill Foundation based on the best-selling book, Think and Grow Rich. And Think and Grow Rich has become a standard against which all personal development programs are measured. With over 120 million copies sold worldwide, Think and Grow Rich is a very well-established philosophy to how to approach life. Many prominent leaders credit their success and their inspiration to following the principles set forth in Think and Grow Rich. However, Satish Verma and the entire Think and Grow Rich Institute take this knowledge further by holding space and holding opportunities for communities to come together to discuss the principles in Think and Grow Rich, to live out the principles in Think and Grow Rich, and to continue to push those ideas and principles further. So it is so great that we get to bring to join us here Satish Verma of the Think and Grow Rich Institute. Welcome, Satish. How are you today?
Thank you, Alicia. Thank you very much for having me here. It's always a pleasure ever to be here with the Los Angeles Tribune. So thank you for having me.
Yes. It is so great to see you here. Previously, you joined us when we held a Think and Grow Rich summit, which was 4 days or 5 days of speakers distilling the insights that they have learned from Think and Grow Rich, the book, which is such a phenomenal book. Satish, we're here. It is Leadership Week, and our audience has been hearing from various leaders from around the world discussing different leadership insights and principles. And this is beautiful that this gets to be our closing segment. You have worked with leaders from all around the world. You have worked with leaders who have studied to a T the key principles from Think and Grow Rich, the book itself. What is it that you would like to land for individuals that are thinking about how to approach their own lives, and how to lead their own lives, both from the principles that are highlighted in the Think and Grow Rich book, but also the rich conversations that you've had the opportunity to have with so many leaders.
Sure. See, Alicia, as you know, Think and Grow Rich philosophy was first lived and then written, because Napoleon Hill actually personally interviewed hundreds and hundreds of people who are great leaders at the turn of the century, like people like Thomas Edison, Henry Ford, Graham Bell, Rockefellers, many presidents, many senators. And he picked up the essence from those great leaders who transformed this world for us. So where else we can find this practical philosophy of becoming a great leader? Think about this for a moment. And I have had the privilege myself to basically, study Napoleon's philosophy inside out. For the last 35 years, I've been doing it. And I personally have trained a lot of people in different industries, real estate industry, insurance industry, salespeople, retail industry. And everywhere there's only one thing that became common was, what is it that a leader has to have to run a successful organization? And Napoleon Hill, after studying, as I said, hundreds and hundreds of people, came with a certain idea. He said, this is what you need to become a successful leader. And this is what, if you don't have this thing, this thing, this thing, you are going to be a failure as a leader. So wherever we go, we teach those principles outlined by Napoleon Hill, and it has never failed. And any organization that has actually followed those rules of being a great leader, those organizations have been very successful. So maybe I can share some of the things he talks about leadership, if that's okay.
Please share with us all, please.
So Napoleon talks about, he said there are two brands of leadership, two brands. Now you say, what two brands are there? He said one is deadly and destructive leadership, and other one is helpful and constructive leadership. He talks about deadly brand of leadership, which is absolute failure. It's a brand adopted by pseudo leaders, who force their leadership on unwilling followers. And he gives example of King Napoleon of France. Such leaders, no doubt about this, they were leaders. He led thousands and thousands of followers to destruction because he possessed all the necessary qualities of a great leader. But one thing he lacked, and that was, it was strictly for his personal benefit. He didn't want much welfare for the people of France. He wanted for himself. And that's what led to his total defeat in the long run. So look at now compare with him the other leaders who had quality of constructive leadership, like Lincoln, Gandhi, Nelson Mandela, Martin Luther King. Look at the comparison. So constructive leadership is like Napoleon talks about, this lead to self-determination and freedom and self-development and enlightenment and justice for all. He said, this is the leadership that's needed in this world. And he found out these qualities in a lot of great leaders, in some presidents, some senators, some business leaders, in mentors, things like this. He said, if you possess one quality that is destructive, if we have time, I'll go over those. He said that can really lead to your downfall, no matter how great leader you are. So he wants you to have absolute golden rule a leader must follow if you want to be a constructive leader for this world. He he talks about the leader must possess some kind of patience, intimate knowledge of mental chemistry, which is a very important aspect of being a leader. And a lot of people don't know what mental chemistry is. And then he says, under any circumstances, if you are showing any kind of discomfort, you are going to fail as a leader. So he gives you certain attributes about a leader that a leader must have. And throughout your leadership time, you keep on cultivating those characteristics. And number one on the list he talks about is definiteness of purpose. Why you are as a leader? Why do you want to be a leader? What is your purpose? What is the singleness of purpose? Singleness of purpose that you must have as a leader. And if you don't have a purpose, nobody is going to follow you. Look at Lincoln what was his purpose? To free America of slavery. Isn't that true? Martin Luther King, single purpose, civil rights movements. Gandhi, freedom for India without firing a bullet. Look at the comparison with an actual Napoleon, King of France, compared to these leaders, what they had done. So singleness of purpose is the key. Even in an organization, great leaders, they always are singleness. This is what I want to do. Look at this. I'm not condoning some personal characteristic of any human being. Apple, I want everybody to have the world in their hand. Singleness of purpose. So without a singleness of purpose, you will be always drifting as a leader. So that's single most quality a leader must have. Second, he talks about is absolute positive mental attitude. Who wants to work with a leader with a negative mental attitude? Tell me. And under difficult circumstances, when you have positivity about difficult situation, that all is going to be good, this gives great inspiration to all your followers. Don't forget that. So that's the second quality, he said, top of the list. Number one, definiteness of purpose. Second one he talks about is positivity. Third one he talks about is the self-confidence in the highest form. Imagine how can anybody work for a leader who doesn't have any confidence within himself? So no follower wishes to be dominated by a leader who lacks confidence and courage. So that's number three. Then he talks about mastermind quality. You must know what that is. Like every great achievement, right from Andrew Carnegie onwards, all the leaders, they had one distinct quality than any other person who was not a leader is understanding the principle of mastermind, which means that how can I coordinate the knowledge that I don't have, and use that knowledge in a harmonious way to achieve my purpose. Because as a leader, you don't know everything. Your greatest quality is that how you form a mastermind, get along with those people harmoniously, and then create whatever you want to create. So you are never lack of knowledge. Henry Ford was great that way. Every great leader was that way. He said that's another quality you must have. Then he said complete mastery over all your fears. Fears we are talking about, every human being suffers from 6 basic fears: fear of poverty, fear of criticism, fear of ill health, fear of loss of love, fear of old age, fear of death. Most people have it. Leaders understand that these fears are nothing but just a state of mind. And you cannot be a great leader without overcoming those fears. So that's another quality he talks about this. Then he talks about willingness to take the responsibility for the mistakes we are subordinates. Very important qualities in a leader. Okay. And if you don't take the responsibility, your followers won't like you. Another quality he talks about, he said, next one was, he says, willingness that all the credit goes to the followers, not to you. When you are in a leadership position, don't say it's me who did it. It's those subordinates must be commended for what they have done. Then he talks about, he said, all your own personal interests must subordinate against the interest of your followers. That makes you a great leader. Then he talks about decisiveness. A leader must, when he has all the facts in front of him, he should be able to make the decisions quickly, and then they never change the decision after. Decisiveness is the key. Another quality he talks about, the imagination. Imagination means creative imagination, that you always are anticipating the difficulty that could be on your way. And then at the same time, you must have the creative imagination to deal with them, so you can really lead your followers and the subordinates to the right direction. That's another quality of a leader. He talks about personal initiative, which in all forms he talks about. A great leader never waits for things to happen. They make it happen all the times. A leader should be able to instill enthusiasm in his team and transmute it to a degree that they feel very enthusiastic about the project that they have in mind. What else? What he talks about, I think he also talks about self-control in the highest form. A leader who doesn't know how to control himself, he cannot control everybody else. He cannot control others. And another quality which we all should have, whether we are leader or followers, habit of going the extra mile. He puts a lot of emphasis on that. If you can't go the extra mile for your subordinates or for your people, like, nobody's going to like you as a leader. He talks about having a magnetic personality, which means ability to influence other people. If you don't have that, you can't be a great leader either. Then he talks about accurate thinking in human beings. Accurate thinking means you don't make the decision based on gossips or rumors. You have all the facts in front of you, and accurate facts, not the hearsay facts. And they have ability to discern what is accurate fact and what is rumor. And based on that, they make the decision. Because understand this thing of the mental chemistry I talked about, every information that goes into our subconscious mind has to be very factual. If we put the information that's not factual, that's just like a rumor, then our mind works on rumors and we end up making the wrong decision. A leader has to have patience, and persistence at the same time. Make sure that once you start a project, you wait till the end. He talks about tolerance of people based on the religion, race, and their ideas. You must be willing to understand their point of view, and not that you become that point of view. You just be able to understand. That's the quality of a great leader. And he talks about temperance. A lot of leaders, you see a lot of failures because they go into, some kind of addiction and all this. He said, stay away from those things. To top it all, he talks about intentional honesty and sense of justice. What it means is you do the right things when nobody's watching. This is the single most important quality in a leader. When nobody's watching, you do the right things. That tells you what kind of leader you are. And he talks about following the golden rule. Golden rule, like, just like if the roles are reversed, how would you feel as a leader? So these are the qualities Napoleon talks about. If you have any question, I'll be more than happy to answer those questions.
I have a question. My name's Jason Antelek. It's wonderful to join this amazing panel, and thank you so much for being the keynote speaker, as Mo is saying, for a record-setting leadership week. We, on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune, we deeply appreciate your presence. You said singular purpose, and it comes back to what do you want?
Yes.
And what do you want seems to lead to the positivity and the confidence and surrounding ourselves with the right people and mastering our fears. That's
absolutely
kind of leads to that empathy. Here's what I think I heard this in different places in there, and I'd really love to hear your version of this. Is what about celebration? When we look at people's accomplishments and our group's accomplishments, how do we approach that for the celebration to elevate and edify others around us?
Edify others. Give the credit to everybody else. You may be a leader, but you give the credit to everybody else for what has been accomplished, and see how inspired they feel. Yesterday, I was talking to group of insurance conglomerates, like the Hughes conference, and we talked about the same idea. They say, look, there's a lot of competition, a lot of people are doing much better, and it puts so much pressure on us all the times. They want us to achieve those goals, and it's sometimes we feel very discouraged because of this. I said, why didn't you look at it as an inspiration? What's wrong with that? Why don't you feel inspired with somebody's success? So imagine if as a leader, you are inspiring everybody else, and that's the quality you need as a leader. You don't want to take the credit yourself. And like my son runs an organization, and I don't know, hundreds of employees he has. Never fires a single person. Doesn't matter if they do the wrong, all is good. We are going to work something out. Don't worry about it. And always inspiring. At our institute also, we don't discourage anybody. So what's the big deal here? There is and anytime you make a mistake, there is something good about this man. And if you have that kind of mental attitude, see what happens. My God, it is always good. It's always good. Jason, I hope I answered your question. Is that
you did, absolutely. And I know Parisa's got a question here in just a second. What I hear in there, and thank you for being so thorough, is inspired into miracles.
Yes,
that's what I'm hearing. So thank you. I really appreciate that, and understanding how to celebrate others.
Sure.
Was a beautiful answer for Leadership Week. Parisa, to you.
Thank you, Jason. So Satish, I would love for some rich insight from you on this in particular. There's a lot of apathy in the world right now. A lot of people, apathy. People just lacking care and concern because for a myriad of reasons. From the principles that you just shared with us, and I took so many notes, it's so rich. So thank you for sharing all of those. From what you've shared so far, what would you say to someone that is feeling apathetic toward their definiteness of purpose or their singular, purpose? What would you say to them to help them really tap into that inner fortitude, that inner knowing of that they do have that within themselves, but they just may not be connected to it in the moment? What would you say to them?
See, every human being on this planet has that greatness within themselves. The problem is this: the world looks disturbed because our inside is disturbed. You get the answer? So if we can really clean up all that's within us, within the mental chemistry aspect I talked about, everything's going to be great. So you can only bring the best out from within you only when you are at total peace and harmony within your own self. And don't try to make the word harmonious so it suits you. When you are in harmony, the whole world will be in harmony. What seems to be the issue here? Is it making sense? or need more clarification?
No, it absolutely makes sense. I think that's it's a really strong statement that I'm going to encourage those that are listening right now or listening to the replay that, as you said, that if the world looks disturbed, it's because there's, you look disturbed inside. That is the essence of radical accountability and radical ownership of what is going on for you personally.
Sure.
So it is not necessarily the most gentle, soft statement, but we don't need that right now. I appreciate your honesty in that. And I absolutely believe it will land well with people and they'll be able to take it and apply it as they're needing.
Okay. Thank
Yes.
you. Yeah.
Yes. Over to you, Alicia.
No, I think that was so good because when we think about, we're here at Leadership Week, with such a monumental week that we've had this week discussing leadership insights for 8 days, and it's lead your life, lead your business. And Satish, what I think you just highlighted for so much is that what we see on the outside world is a mirror of what is going on within, and our ability to be able to connect those dots and to really look and really understand what that reflection is sharing with us is going to shape all of the next steps that occur in our lives and our experiences. And I appreciate you, Satish, for bringing that so profoundly and distinctly out to our audience, said in that way, because we haven't heard that just yet here in Leadership Week. Satish, we've been here, as I mentioned, for the last 8 days talking about leadership principles. I'm curious, because you have many conversations around the principles in Think and Grow Rich, but you speak with leaders from all over. What is a concept that is so simple as people think about leadership that is often missed or overmissed or just kind of like ignored, but would support people to be reminded about? Like, it could be so simple, but in its simplicity, it's lost or it's forgotten. What is it that you would want people to know?
Always go the extra mile. Doesn't matter what it is. I'll tell you this is the single most important principle for success in any calling. Doesn't matter what it is. It can actually turn your luck overnight. Overnight, you'll be a totally different human being if you start practicing just one principle of going the extra mile. What it does, it brings the positivity within you. Understand this thing. It helps you not to procrastinate anymore. It helps you to really work with your own conscience. Like it's always clear that you have done more than what you were expected to do. Imagine your mental chemistry, how it builds up just by using just single principle of success. Do for your children, do for your family, do for your parents, do for your friends, co-workers, wherever you are. Just single most principle. And Napoleon talks about this. He said, look, you know what? Whether you are a worker or whether you're a leader, it will turn a worker into a great leader and will turn a leader into a great leader. If they just follow one principle, go the extra mile, man. Don't expect anything in return. He said that it compounds all kind of interest in a ledger that's up there. And he gives a beautiful example. He said, when you plant one seed, how many apples you get in return?
Yeah.
Nature does this for you every day. And you do without any expectation of any return when you plant that seed. Understand this thing. He said, if we as human beings keep on doing this everywhere, see how the world is going to be. And that's what the missing part in a lot of areas. We go to org, they people do just barely enough to get by. And guess what? All they do is get by, nothing else.
Yeah. I love that, Satish. It's Jeff Ross here tuning in from Tasmania. Thank you very much for an amazing closing segment here for the Los Angeles Tribune Leadership Week. I love to just get some wisdom from you around helping other leaders to be hero makers, not just the hero of the story, right? To focus on being a leader that really empowers, that really equips, that really lifts up others to be other leaders, not just followers. Have you got any wisdom you can share in that space?
Yeah, well, I don't know. It depends how you can lift other leaders. You are talking about that aspect.
Yeah, how can we empower and equip other leaders to be leaders who are creating that generational impact?
Yeah, don't you think you need to be an example yourself? Parents come to us. They say, well, you have any book for children? Think and Grow Rich book? I say, yeah. They asked me, oh, where is it? I say, you. I say, it's you. I say, they have to emulate you. So you got to be in total harmony, in total peace within your own self to be a great leader. Don't you think so? And if I can project whether I am addressing a conference of leaders or of followers or of subordinates, doesn't matter what it is. And people can see that.
Well, that's absolutely brilliant. So we've got about 30 seconds left, I've just been told. So bring us to a close. What's one final word of wisdom that you'd like to share with us?
Okay. Do the right thing when nobody's watching. See what happens. See what it does to the world and to yourself. And so don't think that nobody's watching. If nobody's watching, you're watching yourself, man. And see what you can do to the world. That's the closing statement from my side. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Satish, Verma. It's been an absolute pleasure, having you as our last guest here for the Los Angeles Tribune Leadership Week. And I believe that we're almost here at a wrap. So thank you very much for everyone who's made this possible.
Yes.
Satish, I was saying in the back, in our chat, that this is the perfect close to 8 days of LA Tribune Leadership Week, because it's the principles that you gave in your closing statement are solid, credible, proven leadership principles, and they were all from the 1930s, 1920s of Napoleon Hill's work. So thank you so much for being our closing speaker. Thank you so much for being for making a powerful close. And on behalf of Mo Rock, our CEO, who's actually on the comment section, giving his comments and gratitude to you, Satish, I want to thank you so much. And all of our team at the Los Angeles Tribune, thank you very much.
My pleasure. Like anytime. Always nice to see you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Satish, for joining us today.
Thank you.
We appreciate you. Wow. All I can say is
here
wow.
We are, our co-host. I wish that we could have more to join. Mary Glorfield, executive producer of our LA Tribune Leadership Week. Thank you so much. You've never come to camera, but your spirit's always here. Our CEO, Morak, of course. And Parisa, our chief operating officer, and Alicia Magnus Lewis, our chief strategy officer. Michael Silvers, our vice president. It's such a big team. I'm not going to miss anyone. Donna Campbell, our executive producer for the film division. Jason Antelek, our speakers bureau director, and Jeff Ross, our everything genius behind the scene that's happening that you're seeing is Jeff Ross right there. There's another backup that we have is Daniel Russo. He's just had a baby, so wanted to thank you. Okay, Parisa, mic to you.
I'm actually going to pass over the mic to Alicia. I'd love for Alicia to lead us home in this beautiful, perfect moment of a close for 8 days of Leadership Week.
Just want to say we thank you and appreciate you on behalf of the entire Los Angeles Tribune team and community and family for joining us over the last 8 days to talk about Leadership Week. When Leadership Week was first invented by our CEO, Mo Rock, it was inspired from LA Fashion Week. So we said if fashion is being celebrated on the outside, the clothes of what you wear, how do we celebrate the mind? How do we have a fashion show for mindset principles? And that's how Leadership Week came to truly be. Over the last 8 days, it has been truly monumental. We've had 200 speakers join us from literally every part of the world to be here with you. So we congratulate all of you in the audience that have joined us live or are watching the replay. We congratulate you for taking the step forward to have the conversations that we've had together. And we want to say thank you. We have so much gratitude from all of the speakers that have joined us to be part of this record-setting program about leadership lessons. And we ask you to share with us where you've been tuning in from, what you've learned. And as Parisa has said it, Ava has said it, so many people on the screen with me today have said it. It doesn't stop here today. We hope that Leadership Week was an inspiration for you to ask yourself the questions that you know you should be asking yourself. It is not for us to ask them for you, but it is for us to hold space to let you know that it is safe to explore who you are. It is safe to expand the container of what you can do in this world, and it is safe to expect miracles and dreams. So we just want to say thank you to all of you that have tuned in over the last 8 days. And thank you again to Mo Rock, our CEO, for your vision and your dedication to creating, curating, and holding spaces such as this for leaders from around the world to come together. So I'd love to go to Michael Silvers, and then we'll go around to our entire team to share closing remarks here with you today. But we just want to say thank you. And we have immense gratitude that everyone that has tuned in, and those of you that have been with us every single day, the last 8 days, we see you, we know your names, and we appreciate you. Thank you. Michael Silvers, over to you.
You know, it's great, all the learning that we get from this, because every day has been different. Every day has had its own value. Every day has had something that has changed somebody else's life. And I think that's the incredible part of what we've brought here. And there's been different openings, different people. You've seen everywhere from thought leaders to people who ramped you up, to those who had you settle down, to those who moved you forward, you know, from our different divisions, from the film division, from the book division. I mean, I could just go on, from the Australians, right? We had a whole afternoon of Aussies. It doesn't get any better with everything that we're creating. And the thing that everybody's seeing here, and I talked about it earlier for those of you who are on, it's the team and family. So if you learn nothing else, and then I'm going to turn this over, make sure you surround yourself by a great team. Make sure that you surround yourself by those who are on a mission together. Make sure you surround yourself by those who can just be open and honest with each other and just say, this is how it is, this is what we need, and here's the solutions. And then you've got a great team with you, and you continue to move and go. And from the Los Angeles Tribune, I'm honored to be part of this team. I'm honored to be with this team for a long time to come. And it's just, for those of you listening to this, listen to the past shows, listen to what we've done, listen to what not only just fits for you, but will also take you to the next step. And I thank everybody, and Mo Rock for the brilliance, obviously, of creating this. Mary, my long-term business partner, for being executive producer, but bringing her greatness to this. She produced shows in 82 countries with Tony Robbins, and she's still here creating today, and that's a great piece. And I just thank everybody for being on. I'm just going around the horn how it looks on my panel. So I'm going to turn this over to, let's give it up for Boom Sauce, because I'm never going to forget that, Mr. Jeff Ross.
Thank you, Mr. Michael Silvers. Boom Sauce, I think that's been the theme word through the whole Leadership Week. This has just been an absolute blessing. You know, leadership, when you create a space, a safe space for people to feel valued, seen, heard, known, loved, you create a space for people to step up and shine. And it's been, this is my first Leadership Week with you all, and I've been absolutely privileged and blessed, and can't wait for the continuing years to be a part of this. But this has been just an opportunity to step in, to grow, to serve, and to bring, Mo's vision here to life, to bring a voice to the voiceless, to the global stage. And I'm just reflecting out, the whole week. One of the conversations that were hosted here was with, Dr. Joseph McClendon, and, just ringing loudly and clearly the qualities of leadership. He touched base on it, 5 of them, right? Integrity, tenacity, energy, kindness, and joy. And it's just been a privilege to be a part of the conversation, to be a part of the story, to see amazing interviews from all walks of forms of life, to really just celebrate leadership and all of those qualities of what it takes to become a leader. Anybody can step up and become a leader. It just takes the willingness to step up, to grab the bull by the horns, and just go and create and become a creator. It's been an absolute pleasure here. I'm going to hand over to my co-host, Donna. So thank you very much, for just being a space to help me feel welcomed and feel valued, where I could just step in and shine and contribute. Appreciate you all.
So very good. Very, very good. A few days ago, I shared on air that this was like the Daytona 500 Leadership Week, because it's fast, it's furious, it's rapid. We get all of our laps in, we get our reps in, we hear all of these amazing principles from all of these amazing leaders that we get to bring to you and broadcast you. So it is our joy and our pleasure to share all of this. Now, if you follow NASCAR racing, you know the event does not end with the Daytona 500, but it begins. And so here we are in the spring with new beginnings with our own Daytona. And we are going to be watching each and every one of you that have been watching our broadcast, sharing and cheering you on for stepping into your own leadership power, taking the steps. We are your champions. We're going to keep showing you and keep leading the pathway so each and every one of you can shine and start implementing all of these amazing leadership principles that you personally align with so you can grow and magnify in your greatness. Thank you to the Los Angeles Tribune, all of my co-hosts here, everybody, Mary Glorifield, our CEO, Mo Rock, and all of the other people that may not have been on screen that were behind the scenes working to make this happen. And so it's my pleasure and honor to serve for this week. Thank you. Jason Antelek.
Well, thank you, Donna. I really appreciate that I get to go right here, because as a mentor and a teacher and a leader, you have brought me to this place where, Jeff, I'm at my second one of these, and proof positive that leadership and application works, you guys, because last time I was sitting on a panel and this time I got to push the buttons. So it's been an incredible ride, a lot of fun. If you're wondering what boom sauce is, well, that is awesome plus sauce plus a mic drop. That is boom sauce. And what have we learned this week? I'll tell you, my biggest takeaway is that you can't outsource your authenticity. You got to do that one yourself. You're going to mine that for yourself, your integrity. Those pieces are going to show up, and that is what you're going to base your leadership on. Go back and listen and find those nuggets for yourself. Whether it's an incredible interview by Parisa Rose, whether it is the insightful recaps that we get from Alicia, the leadership that's been demonstrated by Michael Silvers, the incredible behind the scenes in and out and handle a panel by himself, Mr. Jeff Ross, and our obviously our editor-in-chief, Ava Manuel. Please, I would love to pass this to you. I do encourage everyone out there to get in contact with any of us that you feel a resonance with, that you might want to connect with, and come into this beautiful, incredible Los Angeles Tribune orbit. And why does that matter? Well, because the leadership here exactly walks the talk. So Ava, being one of those members of our leadership crew as the editor-in-chief of the Los Angeles Tribune, I pass it to you.
Thank you so much. And Jason, I would say, if you are a speaker, reach out to Jason, the director of our Speakers Bureau, because we have an in-person event coming up in Las Vegas, July 9, 10, 11. And that's an opportunity for you to come live with us. I remember right after LA Leadership Week last year, we had an event with Donna and Dr. Joe Vitale, and that's where we first met Jason. And now Jason's part of the crew and part of the production. So reach out to Jason if you're a speaker or an ongoing or upcoming speaker, because, as a part of the Speakers Bureau, you're going to get all of the training, the preparations for you to be on stage. So make sure that you reach out to Jason. So I would like to, in my part, invite an application of how we actually begin and not end. So I'm going to put it on the scroller. Tag us on your ongoing shares, lessons, and applications at LA Tribune Leadership and hashtag LAT Leadership Week 2025. They say that to teach is to learn twice. I would like to say that based on my experience, to teach is to learn it 10x, 10 times, because you really study it. So if you're going over your notes, you're rewatching, and there's something that landed for you from Joseph McClendon, tag us, when you're applying something that you have learned, through the LA Leadership Week, tag us and do a hashtag. And we'd love this to be an ongoing movement, that this does not end here, but that this is a movement of leadership consciousness, elevating leadership consciousness in the planet. So with that, I wanted to thank you, encourage you, inspire you, empower you, activate you to make sure that you continue the journey. This is not the end, it is the beginning. And going back to our Chief Operating Officer, Ms. Parisa Rose, 8-time NCAA champion in swimming, 20-plus holder of swimming records unbeaten, and the COO of the Los Angeles Tribune.
Oh my goodness. Thank you, Ava. I think that you know my stats better than I know my stats at this point, and I will gladly and graciously allow you to be the holder of those. This week has been tremendous. From those of us here on the screen right now, I feel that I can speak confidently for all of us. And I will also like to speak for all of us in the sense of those that have been watching, those that have contributed to the conversations in the chat, in the comments, and on stage with our speakers. Thank you. Thank you for contributing to this very, very large conversation around leadership that we've brought forward. With that, I've got some themes that I want to cover that we went over this week. This will not cover all of them, but this will definitely hit a lot of the threads. So we've got activation, accountability, grit, willingness, create, purpose, mastery, fire that forges, change enabling opportunity, character, commitment, communication, wonderment, inspire, and vision. And I'd like to say the statement that our final speaker shared, Satish, he said, do the right thing when no one is watching and see how it changes the world. Do the right thing when no one is watching, because guess what? You are watching you. Starts with you, starts with me. Do the right thing when no one else is watching and see how it changes the world. I promise you that we are all here together today because, firstly, truthfully, it was Mo Rock that was doing the right thing when no one else was watching, because it enabled this space to be created for all of us to be here. Not just those on screen, but those that are listening, those that have been behind the scenes, those that will be watching this, everyone. Do the right thing when no one else is watching. That's leadership. And that's where it starts. And that's where it continues. So thank you, everyone. It has been a pleasure. It has been an honor, truly an honor to serve each one of you here. And, here's to next year. Round 3. Let's go. Over to you, Alicia.
Thank you so much, Parisa, for distilling so many of the key themes that have been covered today in words that people can really think about and reflect on. I'm going to add play and joy, play your way to your next version of yourself. I think that came up a lot. I really want to add that. Here at the Los Angeles Tribune under Mo Rock's vision, it's all about changing the status quo. It's about reimagining media. It's about bringing more positivity in the world. But we challenge you to change the status quo in your own life, in your community, to elevate what is going on in your space. What we've seen from everyone is that every action, every word, every person has the ability to be the change that they want to see in this world. And so we appreciate you for joining in and tuning in to Leadership Week. And Mo Rock has such a vision, and there's so much goodness that can be done when there's more positivity in the world highlighted than negative. And so as we close out with day 8 of Leadership Week this year, we are going to leave you here, not with our own words, but with the words of our CEO, Mo Rock, highlighted in his TEDx talk that talks about the mission and the vision of the Los Angeles Tribune, but the mission and the vision to see more positivity in the world. So we hope that these words inspire you to take courageous and bold action, like Donna would say. And we want to hear from you. We appreciate you and the time that you have spent here with us over the last 8 days. So until next time, we will see you soon. And until then, we'll leave you here with the words from our CEO, Mo Rock. Thank you so much.
Imagine waking up in the morning, grabbing your morning coffee, and opening up your daily newspaper to nothing but headlines that inspire and uplift you. Headlines like the Apollo 11 moon landing and how it inspired people in the 60s, or headlines like the Berlin Wall has collapsed, or even more recently, headlines like the miracle on the Hudson. What would that do to your day when you started off with just positive news? My name is Mo Rock. I'm the CEO of a national newspaper brand, and today, together, we are reimagining journalism. You see, studies reveal that there is a stark contrast between positive news and negative news. In fact, for every piece of news that is solutions-based, that can uplift and inspire you, there are at least 17 that don't. That's 17 to 1. So today, we are actually faced with an epidemic of negative news. We've all heard the phrase, if it bleeds, it leads. But why does this have to be the centerpiece of a lot of news production, journalism, and content creation of the world today? There are a lot of incredible journalists that are solutions orientated, and I give a lot of credit to them for doing a great job. And here's the truth that you may not realize, is that everyone in this room is impacting our news. You see, every single time you like a post, every single time you leave a comment on a news article, and every single time you share something, you're not just liking, commenting, and resharing. You're actually casting a vote. You're not only casting a vote for the kind of news you want to consume, but believe it or not, you're casting a vote for the kind of world you want to live in. You see, I believe that news has the power to not just inform you, but it has the power to mold you. Our world views are largely shaped based on the news and content that we consume. And so I want to encourage folks to remember that the next time that they like, comment, and share. Our organization has one question that it always has to ask before we share anything, print anything, or publish anything. Our editorial team asks this one very simple question. Does the following piece of news empower our audience, or does it disempower our audience? What would the world look like if every content creator, every journalist, every time someone posted a news article, they asked that question? Does the following piece of content empower our audience or disempower our audience? And I want to encourage everyone to participate in this process and help us bridge that gap between 17 negative news articles for every one positive. And let's come together and ultimately make this world a better place. Thank you.